graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Graphic Audio, an RB Media audio brand presents Gods and Monsters, Book 2, Throne of Broken Gods, Part 1 of 2, by Amber V. Nicole, narrated by Marissa Clay, Gabriel Michael, Jessica Schley, Fabiola De Silva, Rainer Gabriel, Rob Moreira, Marlon Dance Hui, Michael John Casey, and a full cast.
It had been 20,160 minutes since she had left, and I had counted every single one. My eyes skittered toward the large clock on the other side of the room. 61 now.
So, a giant-scaled winged beast destroys half of Silver City and just disappears?
The anchor woman shifts in her seat as she stares at me. Jill was her name, right? Or was it Jasmine? Scorching hot metal bit at my skin as it pushed a large sheet off of me. I dug myself out of the hole my body had made when I crashed to the street. My ears rang, and when I touched them, my fingers came away wet. The silver shine on them told me everything I needed to know. Blood. She had screamed so loud it had burst my eardrums. I threw my head back as another heart-shattering roar lit up the sky. It was pain and anger and utter heartbreak. It shook the nearby windows, and I wondered if it could be heard through the realms. One mighty clap of wings, then another, and she was airborne. Thunder cracked the sky in her wake, the speed of her ascent displacing the air. Lights and sirens bellowed on the street as flames tickled the buildings all around me. I couldn't stop thinking about our time together. Every second from the first to the last. Diana's words echoed as if we were back at that cursed mansion.
Pinky promise, I will never abandon you, Your Highness.
Her smile awoke something in me. And for the first time in a millennium, I felt the ice I'd encased my heart in crack. She gazed at me through those thick lashes, her hazel eyes filled with warmth, as if I was worth something. She held a single small finger out, and I held my breath. What was wrong with me? Such simple words, such a simple act, had fractured something in me and shifted my world. I stared at the empty night sky, watching her dark wings beat across the sky, her sleek form disappearing into the roiling clouds. Away from me. You promised. Noise flooded the newsroom, pulling me from the memory and slamming me back into the present. Hot lights blared down on us. I did not remember the name of the woman sitting across from me, even though several people had reminded me. Disappeared. That's what they were saying. She had ripped a hole through that building and my chest as she fled. Disappeared is a misnomer, to say the least. As you know, it is very easy for powerful creatures to hide. A slight blush graced her cheeks, and my stomach rolled. How easy mortals were to manipulate with a smile and kind words. They had no clue what was coming. The casualties I feared would happen soon.
Yes, and speaking of which, what would you like the people to call you, since you have officially returned?
Samkeel. Liam was a shield I hid behind, as if I could pretend to be anything other than the world ender. Liam was my attempt at a new start, even if it was a broken one. And Liam cost me everything. If I had been the king I was meant to be, been the protector the old gods built monuments to, maybe I could have saved her, helped her more. So no. Samkeel was who I was, who I would forever be. and Liam died with whatever part of Diana's heart fractured that night. Back at the Gildan Bowl, I splayed my hands on the table.
They had questions they were supposed to stick to. I apologize.
Vincent gave the thin man behind me a hard stare. He adjusted his glasses and flipped through the tablet he carried everywhere.
I swear they picked their own questions, my liege. I would never. I'll fix it.
I walked to the window before turning to face them. Gregory. That was his name. He was a member of the council sent as an advisor to help ease the growing animosity among the mortals. Vincent approved of him. It seemed everyone approved of Gregory. They all saw I needed extra assistance, but Gregory could not help me with my problem. What is your job title once more? I caught a glare at Vincent, knowing he had more of a hand in this than the shivering Celestial.
Article 623 in the House of Dreadwell states all ruling monarchs must have an advisor. With all due respect, my liege, your parents had one, and you need one too. I should have been appointed to you the second you returned, but that did not happen. Since you have fully come back, the council feels it is past time that I assume my station. I am more than adept at dealing with the media. I have experience in political, legislative, and judicial matters as well. I am the qualified party.
I nodded. The air in the room growing heavy. Vincent shifted and shuffled some papers on his desk. As the qualified party, I can assume accidents like today will not happen again, correct? Gregory looked at Vincent and then down, avoiding eye contact with me.
I will go handle this current situation.
Fantastic. I turned to the window, looking out at the clear sky and the mortals below. The power flickered, and I took a deep breath, steadying my nerves. Vincent neared, slipping his hands into his pockets.
You have to expel some of that. Another thunderstorm wouldn't hurt.
He nodded toward the window. It's been raining for days.
And it's dried. Do it. You need it.
My head lifted, feeling the familiar tingle beneath my skin as I summoned the energy. I felt every atom. They bounced off each other, building the storm. A tendril of power whipped out of me, and I took another breath. The sun disappeared. Thick clouds rolling across the sky. Thunder rocked the world, and clouds broke open, and rain poured like someone had turned on a great faucet.
What the hell? It was sunny 2 seconds ago.
Oh, are you kidding me right now?
My car windows are down.
Feel better?
No. My reflection glared back at me from the rain-spattered window. The suits they draped me in were supposed to make the mortals see me as more approachable. But I knew it was actually to show them I was not falling apart. My face was clean-shaven, and my hair trimmed short. They wanted me seen as whole, and not the broken king they knew so little about. Fake a smile, look presentable, as if your entire world is not in shambles. Pretend, pretend, pretend. That's what Vincent said. What he preached. He wanted the mortals to feel secure, and not as if the world was on the verge of yet another catastrophe. Lightning streaked across the sky, and the door opened. My eyes searched the reflection in the window. I longed to see her burst through the door, carrying a plate of food for me, a smile blooming across her cheeks, as she did at the Vanderkai's mansion.
See the face? It's grumpy like you.
I spun as the image of her faded, and Logan rushed in, carrying a smaller tablet than Greg's.
We found something.
I pushed away from the window and was at Logan's side in an instant. Logan handed me the tablet, a graph displayed on the screen. Blue, yellow, and red lines all showed an upward trend. I scanned the screen, noticing the small numbers along the bottom. Time was labeled over 30 minutes, yet it still made no sense. What am I looking at? Vincent retreated behind his desk, watching Logan and me.
The waves you see show electromagnetic interference, pretty much what TV and radio give off during a broadcast. They spiked right here when Caden started talking and stayed that way until he...
He stopped, and I knew a part of him hurt for Gabby's death, even if he never spoke of it.
Anyway, it stopped shortly after.
And Logan thinks it was broadcasting not just to us, but beyond Onua.
I'm not wrong. It spiked, and to a degree that made it accessible to not only every TV and radio in this realm, but farther.
Whatever you say. I think there is no possible way it could reach past this realm. They are closed, and even if it could be done, who would Caden be reaching out to? Everyone is dead. You really think some cosmic entity survived this long and wants a special broadcast on Diana?
Why am I just now hearing of this? I looked between the two of them.
Vincent thought it was a pointless lead on yet another dead end, but once I saw the graph, I knew I was on the right track.
We need to focus on making sure the mortals are comfortable and not chasing our tails on hints and guesses. The spikes could be from the energy both of them expelled when she...
You do not answer to Vincent!
I did not mean to talk to him like that, but I knew I had done so often over the last 2 weeks. Logan scowled at Vincent as I leaned forward and took the device. Ignoring their stare down, I studied the screen.
If by chance Logan is not wrong, who would he speak to? More importantly, why would they be interested in Diana and her sister?
I don't know, but I do know there was an energy spike high enough that it not only affected every bit of technology, but hit satellites as well. We may not be able to reach realms, but
nothing. It's impossible.
Their bickering faded into the background.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Logan was not wrong about the spike, but it was the line that followed that made the noises, lights, and world fade away. It dropped immediately after Gabby died. A flat, steady line that dragged across the screen. Her echoing scream roared back into my head. Thank you, Logan. I interrupted them mid-argument before turning to leave.
We still have one interview left.
Cancel it.
I can't.
Well, you do it then.
I took the elevator up several floors, my eyes scanning, memorizing that graph as 1,000,001 possibilities ran through my head. If Logan was correct, who cared enough to want to witness such a thing? I pushed open the mahogany double doors, the lights in the conference room already on. The dark leather chair spun toward me and stopped, facing me. Manicured nails tapped on the desktop, and she smiled at me.
Is this new?
Diana. Diana. Her name left my lips on a whisper, and I damn near crushed the tablet. She stood and walked around the desk. I took a large step toward her and engulfed her in my arms. Her body pressed flush against mine, and I nearly wept. Her warmth seeped through my clothes, the part of me that belonged to her screaming awake. I had missed her so damned much. She was here, whole and well. I could touch her, feel her. I lowered my lips to brush against hers, needing that connection. But she turned her head away. Then I realized I did not feel her arms around me. Her hands gripped my arms, and she pushed me back, forcing me to let her go.
This is expensive. Do you mind?
My heart lurched as she stepped back, adjusting the open suit jacket that clung to her. She ran her hands over her top, as if brushing away the feel of me. I have been looking for you. Where have you been? It's been weeks, 2 to be exact.
You counted?
I count every second you're gone.
Coming on a bit strong, aren't you?
My heart stilled as another part of me suddenly set up on high alert. What's wrong with you?
Nothing, actually. Oh, you mean since my whole freak out? I'll admit that was a bit dramatic. Sorry about your building, but you fixed it, so that's good.
She paused as if thinking. She waved the pen in the air before tapping it against her palm. I don't care about the building. You left after your...
Oh, that. Yeah, well, I have a lot to do and needed to clear my head, you know?
Diana! I had felt her pain, remembered it, and now she sought to bury it.
Oh, don't make that face. I'm fine. Pinky promise.
She winked at me, extending her small finger and waving it in the air. Have I done something to wrong you?
Wrong me? Gods, I forget how anxious you are sometimes. What does that even mean?
I'm just trying to understand where you are coming from.
Which parts?
Us.
Us? There is no us. The mark is gone. We don't work together anymore. Remember?
Is that all I was to you? Work.
Listen, it was fun. We messed around, but it doesn't have to be a thing. You know, I thought given your history you would understand.
My history?
You've had flings before. Remember? I've seen them.
Blood thrummed in my ears, my heart pounding tenfold. This was wrong. She was lying. This wasn't her. I knew it. I knew what we had both felt. The ache in my heart turned to blistering resolve. I had trained warriors to lock their emotions down and shut them off to prepare for battles that could cost them their very lives. That was what Diana was doing, trying desperately to shove me away to prepare for war. Her war. I folded my arms over my chest. Why are you doing this?
Because I know you. I know you'll worry and get in the way, but I'm really fine. I just have to kill a few people. Or a few hundred.
I closed the space between us. You know I will not let that happen.
I know. That's why I am here to warn you.
She took a step closer to me, her hands caressing my chest. I flinched as she nipped my chin, her lips curving in a smile. The corner of my lips ticked up in a half grin. Warn me. Diana, are we back to threatening each other after everything?
It's not a threat, so much as a promise. So you stay out of my way, I stay out of yours, and everyone goes home happy.
A promise? You can't hurt me, you know this. That was a lie. Her words had done nothing but rip me to shreds, one after the other. I felt gutted by the way she looked at me, as if not an ounce of her cared. That was pain. She spun away from me, dragging the pen across the edge of the long desk.
I like the cleanup you all are doing, by the way. Do you ever tire of looking so pretty in front of all those cameras? I mean, I like the new hair. So dashing.
She flashed another smile over her shoulder. This time, I noticed it didn't reach her eyes. It was a faded shadow of her true smile, and I ached to see it again. Diana.
Also, going back to Sam Keel, huh? Giving up on the whole Liam thing? Makes sense, I guess. Eventually we get tired of pretending to be something we aren't. I mean, I did. Also, you won't find them with research. They're probably gathered in their estates hiding like cowards.
Diana. I reached out and grabbed her arm, turning her toward me. Listen. I know you are hurting. Regardless of what you say, let me help you.
I just told you how.
That's not... My words trailed off. The rational part of my brain taking over. The shock of seeing her had eased, and I had finally registered the heavy scent emanating from her. My stomach turned. Why do you smell of mortal blood? Her smile was downright venomous. 1 second, I was in front of her. The next, she had flipped me onto the desk. Diana gripped my throat and leaned over me. I tried to sit up, but she held me with surprising ease. Shock was an understatement. Even when Diana and I had trained, she had never been stronger than me, or able to pin and hold me down. She had been feeding on mortals, and a lot of them.
Let's get one thing straight. I know you. You're nice and good and all those things we are not. You will want to help me, but there is no help. The only thing you can do for me is to stay out of my way. I came here to ask nicely. I will not ask again. You get in my way, and you will pay in blood, just like them, just like him. So how about you turn a blind eye like you did 1,000 years ago, huh?
You know I don't respond well to threats. My hand clasped her slender wrist, but I didn't try to pull her grip from my throat. I could feign submission if I must. I would let her think she had the upper hand, as long as it kept her talking.
Fine. Just remember, you may be immortal, but your friends, family, and those who look up to you aren't. So how many do you want to lose because you won't let me do what I need to do?
The pieces clicked together in my head, and a dark picture formed. You mean to slaughter all those responsible for her death? That was her plan. I remembered the cry, the scream when her sister died. It had been the center of my nightmares for weeks. I could still feel the pain of my body flying through walls, windows, and metal from the force of it. This wasn't her. This emotionless, empty shell was not my Diana. This isn't you, Diana. No matter what, you'd never speak to me this way. Threaten me.
You really take this whole hero thing to heart, huh? Is this the part where you tell me you know the real me? Please, I'll barf my entire lunch up.
I rubbed at my throat, easing the slight ache, and pushed to my feet in one smooth motion. I looked for her. For Gabby. And I searched for you the second you left. Diana paused, her false smile dropping. Something festering behind her eyes. Whatever pseudo-persona she wore fractured at my words. I saw the flicker of life behind those crimson eyes. I couldn't find her, but I tried. I assumed you had, but your face tells me otherwise. She said nothing and only stared at me. I reached out, clasping her hands in mine. Her gaze fell, looking at them, but she didn't move. Didn't flinch from me as she had before. I know you're in pain, Diana. No matter what you say or throw at me, I know where this comes from. I've been there. You also know that. You are hurting and alone, and just let me help you. Please, this isn't you. Her eyes snapped up, our gazes clashing as she ripped her hands from mine. I knew what I'd said had hit a nerve that rattled her in some form.
It is now.
No, I don't believe you and never will. You showed me who you were months ago. I remember every second of every day. You helped me and cared for me when you didn't have to. You risked your life for everyone. I may wear armor for war, but this is your version. You're locking everything away to protect yourself, suppressing it, but I know without a doubt that my Diana is still in there.
I managed to address your recent concern.
Gregory glanced at me and then at Diana. 1 second. That was all it took. Diana reached behind me, swiped a small object off the desk, and tossed it through the air. It flew at lightning speed, and I heard the sound as it hit its mark. My heart clenched as a thud followed, and Gregory hit the floor face first with the pen sticking through the back of his skull. The blue light emerged from his body, hovered around him for a second, before shooting through the ceiling.
Believe me now?
I said nothing. How could I? I'd barely processed the last few minutes, and now Diana had slaughtered a Celestial in front of me, as if it meant nothing.
There's one dead body. You get in my way, and I have no problem adding another. I will have my vengeance. They knew the price of touching her, and if you get in my way, you will too. Turn a blind eye, Sam Keel. This isn't about you.
An alarm blared. The power flicked off, and a swirl of silver beams lit up the area by the door. Smoke filtered into the room, laced with a chemical to make otherworld creatures quake. It was a new defense mechanism Vincent had installed after her last rampage through the guild. But it was already too late. Diana glanced toward the flickering lights, then back to me.
When I burn this world to embers, and you paint me as the villain, remember, I really did try to be good. Once.
Her form shifted, the dark mist engulfing her, until I was alone in the room. And the simple truth was, I was terrified on so many levels, I didn't know where to start.
Camilla, we must gather what we have and flee. The island is not safe anymore.
I tapped my finger on my glass. The soft glow of the overhead light illuminated Quincy and the other members of the coven in the doorway. All were packed and ready to leave, their bags littering the floor around them. I felt her eyes on me, the satchel she had slung across her chest full of the small skulls she had collected. Nowhere is safe, Quincy. Not anymore.
The Hand has already secured every other location, but they don't know about the hideout off the coast. I mean, where else do we go?
Yasulan, probably?
Leave. Take the rest of them. It won't matter where you go. She won't come for you.
Quincy placed her hand on my arm, her grip light.
May the goddess watch over you.
All the old gods are dead, love. I forced a smile, and she nodded before turning away. The others picked up their bags and followed her.
This feels wrong. She's not coming with us. We should have left days ago.
The wind had stilled. The island the quietest it had been since I'd laid claim here. Cool glass touched my lips. The sweet, tangy flavor of the wine exploding in my mouth. I'd been saving it for a special occasion that would never come. I savored the taste and stared into flames of emerald green as they danced beneath the mantle. What have you done? I yanked Drake's sleeve, making him turn toward me. Several otherworld creatures filed out of the room, whispering among themselves. The corpses Tobias had used for Caden's little show dropped to the floor, no longer of service. Drake glared at me, agony darkening the vampire prince's golden eyes.
I did what Caden commanded. What we had to do.
This was a mistake and you know it. You know it. She was your friend.
And she was your ex-lover. You handed her over just as much as I. I had no choice, Camila. None of us do because of Caden. Because of the Order. Listen. Ethan is my brother. My only family. No matter how I feel, I couldn't let him lose his mate.
His eyes softened behind the monstrous mask he wore. I knew some part of him regretted what he had done, but he was family-bound. She will come for us now. All of us. You heard the death cry and felt the whole world shake? Gabby was a leash that held a rabid beast, and now that tether is gone. There's no stopping her. I can feel it now. All of us can. Something shifted, something old, and I didn't have words to explain what I felt. But it sent terror skittering through me.
Maybe death will be a mercy after everything we have done.
Drake! We need to go, now!
Ethan's voice cut through the departing crowd. His face held no remorse as he clung to the wife that had condemned us all.
Go home, Camila. Spend time with your coven because she will come. And I don't think Caden or Sam Keel can stop her now.
An icy chill went through me as I watched him leave. I wrapped my arms tighter around myself and turned back to the room. I had one last thing I needed to do. Some would call it remorse or guilt. But either way, I refused to give Caden another weapon. I tilted my head back, folding one arm over the other, my hair spilling down my back. What had we done? Even if our relationship hadn't ended on good terms, taking the only thing from Diana she loved was unforgivable. Caden and the Order were older, more powerful than all of us. They were unstoppable. My hands were just as dirty as Drake's, as everyone on Caden's council. In her eyes, we were all responsible. And we were. Maybe Drake was right. Maybe death would be a mercy. I swirled the shimmering red liquid in my glass. Thunder clapped above. But when I glanced out the window, I saw not a single cloud in the sky. I knew then it wasn't thunder that shattered the night. I didn't jump or move when the screaming started. I glanced at my glass and watched as ripples formed in the blood-red liquid.
No! Please, no! Stop us!
My heart didn't flutter or change in beat when I felt my home shake. I felt the song of magic along my skin as they tried to fight back. But there was no fighting. Not against vengeance. Not against ruin. Not against death. The double doors slammed open and crashed against the wall with enough force to crack the heavy wood. Cold air filled the room, and my exposed skin prickled. My dress a ridiculous attempt to protect me from the chill that ran through me. The candles along the walls and ceilings flared and died. A hush filled the mansion. No more screams or spells. Not even the sound of a heartbeat in the house other than mine. I took another sip of my wine, not lifting my gaze from the green flames in the fireplace. Even they appeared to cringe from what I just entered.
You know, I forgot all about Quincy.
She was a young witch.
She was cute. Fragile, but cute. I remember seeing her curls on the screen. They were always so shiny and bouncy. I need a good moisturizer.
I knew exactly what screen she meant and remembered how my stomach sank when Tobias had whirled that camera toward us. She'd memorized every face there, and now she wanted blood. I was wrong. No one in my coven was safe. I had damned them all.
You redid the place since I was here last. It's nice. Well, it was, at least.
I turned and nearly dropped my wine glass. The green flames leaped higher, my magic flaring as if to protect me from what had walked toward me. Her nails scraped the table, chipping away at the smooth stone. The dark, archaic power emanating from her made my body tremble. I remembered her being a fraction of what I felt in this room. But then that was before, when Gabby was alive to drag her back from the brink. Now there was no Gabby, and that sharpened edge she always teetered on was a thing of the past. She had dived headfirst off it, slicing herself to pieces on the way down. Deanna's once hazel eyes now bled solid crimson. The Igmaruthan making its presence known, the beast no longer hiding. Her cheekbones were sharper. The pantsuit she wore clung to her deceptively lean and feminine muscles, showcasing the best of her curves. The hem of her coat waved in some unseen breeze behind her. She had been feeding. A lot. Yes, I had to get new furniture after you and Semkil nearly destroyed the place. I swallowed the last of my wine. She paused and I saw it then. The rage, anger, and hate disappeared for a mere second. My magic felt it too. The harmful power she held around her as a shield fractured, as if his name was a lover's song, coaxing a trembling beast. But my hope, along with that song, lasted only a second before she corrected herself. I didn't think even she realized the visceral reaction she displayed at the mention of him. Oh, Diana, you can't hide your heart even when you are fully gone. Caden knew that too. Why do you think he acted so rashly? Where is Semkil, by the way? I was right. I had been right when I first saw them together. Caden had seen it and that was the true problem. Her reaction while minuscule was only further proof. Her eyes flared a shade darker and she was in front of me. She grabbed me by my chin, lifting me and cutting off anything else I might have said. Ugh.
You know, I haven't had a taste for witch since... well, you remember.
Her smile was light and devious as she scanned my face before her gaze dipped lower. Ugh. Just do it. She released me.
Oh, don't be so dramatic. It's not you.
I fell to the ground. She stepped around me and pulled out a chair.
I don't know if it's sheer cockiness or idiocy that would make you come back to the one place you knew I'd search for you.
What can I say? I had no interest in delaying the inevitable. I pushed myself up, wiping my hands on the front of my dress.
I always knew you were the smartest witch. I never understood why he wanted Santiago so damn bad.
Santiago obeys orders better than I do.
I guess we'll see about that.
I shifted on my feet. Deanna's words made it seem as if she wasn't here to whip me to pieces. You're not going to kill me? I hadn't even considered the possibility. She acted as if she wasn't the threat in the room right now, but I knew what she was capable of when she truly fed. It made her damn near untouchable. I remember the first time she'd slipped. It was so long ago, but I had never forgotten. Only Gabby could bring her back. And she was gone.
Kill you? Camilla, let's be honest. If I wanted you dead, you would have been gone the second I got here. I'm here to talk.
Talk? Somehow the prospect of that was even more terrifying.
Yes. Now sit.
I refused to obey. Deanna was behind me in a second, grabbing me by the back of my neck and forcing me to the table. Ugh! How had she moved so fast? She hadn't even disturbed the air. Steely hands forced me down and my ass hit the chair. She reappeared on the other side.
There, that's better. What's wrong, Cam?
She cocked her head, scanning me. Cam, my nickname. Only she used it and I hadn't heard it in ages.
Where is all that witchy badassery? The snark and magic? Where's the one who tricked me? The one who stood there while she died?
I didn't think he would do it. No one did.
Really? You know him as well as I. So let's not play the I'm innocent game. You know what happens now. You all do. But it's okay. Because you have something I need.
She leaned back, plucking at a long gold chain necklace. I don't know where he is. He left after it happened. He opened a portal when he heard Tobias and him. They left. She leaned forward, and the room went dark. The doors behind her closed slowly, the creak from the hinges sending a chill down my spine. Her eyes glowed, lighting up the room. They were nearly as bright as her smile. How much had she consumed to have that much control?
Oh, I don't need you to find him just yet.
Then what do you need? My question hung in the air, and I regretted it almost immediately. Her smile grew, her canines on full display. It seemed she wasn't trying to hide the Igmarutan anymore. I remember when she would religiously check the mirror to ensure her reflection still portrayed the mortal shell. Now it seemed she had lost that part of her too.
More power.
My eyes scanned her face, and I squared my shoulders. If we're going to skip the formalities and not lie, as you put it, your power far outweighs mine. You have Caden's power running through every part of you, plus you're feeding again. With all due respect, you're wrong. You don't need me. She wagged a finger at me.
That's where you're wrong. I'm not dealing with just Caden. I'm dealing with Samkeel and his legion of Celestials who all believe in peace, love, and fuzzy feelings. Any of who would be more than happy to show up when I destroy everything.
What do you mean?
I messed up. I assumed he was like Caden, you know? He wouldn't care what I did. There were times when Caden wouldn't talk to me for weeks. I was wrong about Samkeel. But I don't understand why. We didn't even have sex.
She placed her head in her hands and shook it. You know, people can care about you without having sex, right? I hoped I wouldn't get my head chopped off. Her eyes lifted and any hint of humor was gone. She placed her hands flat on the table. I didn't know what I'd said, but a flicker of emotion passed across her features. She quickly buried it. I would have missed it if I hadn't been looking at her. All I'm saying is, he'll try to stop you. He will stop at nothing to get you, and not like Caden. We have all seen the way Samkeel looks at you and how he is around you. Caden had people watching the minute you left. Caden wants to possess you, but with Samkeel, it's more than that. And a part of you knows it. I waited for her to snap, correct me, or maybe lift a hand and set me on fire. But her response was completely unexpected. A forced smile curled her lips.
That's lovely. Anyway, with that being said, I need you to make me something.
I blinked. This wasn't Diana. Whatever broke when her sister died changed her on some deep level. She really didn't care? I slid a tad bit of magic beneath the table. It hit a wall before ever reaching her and screamed. Very well. I tossed my hair over my shoulder, trying to maintain the facade of being unbothered, but it was slipping. Diana's lips curved in a small smile and she waved her hand at me.
Look at that. See? You're already helpful.
I lowered my gaze, eyeing my nails as I ran one thumb over the other. What choice did I have? Fight? Even if I did, I knew I couldn't stop her. I knew what Caden truly was, and I had no chance. I'd hoped she would kill me quickly when she arrived, so I wouldn't have to speak the next part aloud. It would have been better for her to find it after she reduced me to ash. But if I kept it to myself, it would be so much worse when she discovered what I'd done. I have her body. The room stilled. I took it after it happened. They left as soon as they heard your cry. I think every other world creature heard it. Even from miles away, we felt it. Power rippled through the world when you screamed, even if you didn't realize it. I looked up. The small smirk she'd worn mere seconds ago had slipped from her face. Her jaw tightened. Her expression reminded me so much of the World Ender. Did she not realize how deeply they were connected? Did she not feel it? And now she wanted my help to avoid him while she tore Onual apart. I know in your culture there are rites that must be performed, and I didn't want Caden to have her body. I didn't want Tobias to raise her and attempt to hurt you even more. Besides, it was a simple spell to preserve her. Darkness thick and heavy gathered in every corner, sucking the very air from the room. Diana's eyes bore into mine, and I knew she had been looking for her sister and had come up short.
Where?
I stood from the table, her eyes never leaving mine as I raised my hand. A wall shifted behind us, a door appearing in the far corner. I headed toward it, and she stood to follow. We walked down the hall, the silence between us oppressive. Emerald flames lit in the sconces on the walls as we passed. The hairs at the nape of my neck stayed up with her at my back. My body screamed danger, yet I kept going, one foot in front of the other. The hall opened up into a large room. I twisted my wrist, and more magic hopped from one torch embedded in the wall to the next. Jars of bones and feathers rested on the shelves. A discarded, half-torn painting of my home covered the far back wall. Ancient art and relics I had collected littered the room. I stopped at the entrance and moved to the side as she walked by. The flames on the walls bent away from her as she passed. There, in the center of the table made of stone, covered by a thin sheet, lay Gabby's body. Deanna ripped the cloth back, and the world stopped. I expected a yell, a wall of flame, violence, and rapture. My breathing quickened. I expected my head to hit the floor, separated from my shoulders by one of her blades. I expected her rage and vengeance. But what I got seemed so much worse. Deanna stood over her sister's body, her eyes never leaving her face. She raised a single hand and lovingly brushed Gabby's hair from her colorless face. I saw Deanna's nostrils flare and knew reality had slapped her hard. The spell I'd cast helped, but I could not stop death, even with all my magic.
In my culture, they say only a shell remains when you die. The soul leaves, taking every part that makes you who you are with it. You are welcomed to a great paradise of light and love. There's no more pain or worry, just paradise. She's so cold.
She ran a hand over the other side of Gabby's hair as if trying to put it back in place. Deanna's eyes never left her sister. Not a breath or flicker of emotion marrying her features. I clasped my hands together and pressed my knuckles against my lips, swallowing back tears at her pain. The room went deathly still, tendrils of darkness reaching from the shadows, drawn to her in her agony.
I thought at first that maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was a terrible dream and I could still find her, you know? How stupid is that? Even after I felt that mark sear my palm, I had hope. But seeing her like this, I really have no one left now.
She placed a kiss on her forehead before straightening. Roaring flames engulfed Gabriella's body, and I gasped, forgetting my words of comfort. Deanna stood silhouetted against the angry glow, both hands extended, fire pouring from her palms. I stumbled back, shock washing over me as the sister she loved so much burned between us. She stared into the crackling flames, their tips reaching, seeking more fuel. I feared my home would burn with us in it. Yet, as I watched, they never once licked the ceiling. She controlled them, the heat and the intensity.
I buried my father. I buried my mother. Now I will bury her.
Deanna didn't move. She just stood in front of the burning pyre. Phantom pains shivered over my sides, chest, and throat, and I remembered the clawed beast that had attacked and nearly shredded me only a month ago. I tried to keep my spine straight, but every cell in my body screamed for me to strike out, defend myself, or run. She felt so much like Caden now. Every dark and sinister power she inherited from him etched into her skin.
Fear isn't a good smell on you, Camilla.
You're different. Everyone can feel it. I tried to regain my composure. Her eyes met mine through the flames, the stench from the burning body turning my stomach.
Good.
I'll make what you want.
I know you will.
The crackling of the fire and the smell were too much, even for me, and I turned to leave.
I'll need an urn and one other thing from you before we begin.
I turned toward her, my heart racing. Begin what? She glanced at me, the flames illuminating her dark silhouette.
Dismantling an empire. "182 days. I swiped at the loose strands of hair that danced across my cheek as the ocean breeze passed, heralding in the night. Heels at the beach was a terrible idea, my feet sinking further into the sand. No birds or mortals murmured nearby. The only sound was the lapping of the waves. The sun, a fiery beast, cast the clouds in a pink and yellow glow as it set. I squinted behind the shades I wore, the sunlight already starting to give me a headache. Nightfall was on her way. breeze growing a fraction cooler as I felt her call. I closed my eyes. That voice whispering back to me as my grip tightened on the urn I carried.
What do you think about going back to Sandsun Isles? They have a secluded, unmarked part of the beach I found while I was in hiding. They have cliffs we can dive off of, and it's so beautiful. We haven't been to a beach together like that in at least 30 years. I won't even invite Rick. It will just be a nice, relaxing, fun sister trip. Let's make it our first vacation. Please, please, please.
My eyes snapped open as her voice faded, my fingers digging into the urn lid. Not the ideal vacation, but this is where you wanted to go. Better late than never. I glanced at the black and gold urn in my hands. Camilla had found it, and I had scooped every bit of her ashes into it. The ritual of Havlusine had to be done. It was what our father and mother had taught us. Our culture demanded it to ensure a final resting place beyond the stars, although now I didn't know what I believed in. Paradise seemed like a joke, yet here I was, scattering her remains so every part could be reused. Our parents taught us that the body was just a vessel. Only a shell remained when the soul, the most essential part, left. Maybe that was why I felt what I did. Was I just a shell now? My chest felt as if 1,000 rocks were crushing it. There was no movement, no life, not anymore. I knew I should cry and scream, but nothing came. You needed me, and I wasn't even there. I was so distracted with... My throat closed as I pictured his face. Sam Keel. Another emotion hit me, making my gut turn. I shoved it down, another lock forming in my head, on my heart. I should have just left with you. We could have hidden, let them fight each other over that stupid book. I'm so sorry, Gabs. I paused, searching for words. My fingers brushed the lid, the relentless waves lapping at the shore, the steady beat filling the quiet. You know, I thought about it. Maybe it would have been better if we had died in Eoria. I should have just stayed with you there instead of begging whatever god that would listen to save you. Then Drake wouldn't have found us, and we wouldn't have ended up before Caden. My lip curled, remembering that very day. Merkah was my birth name, Ain was Gabby's, and Eoria was the home where we knew peace so long ago. Shattered.
Follow me. This way.
He tipped his head toward the flap of cloth that acted as our door. He carried her in his arms like she weighed nothing. How strong was this strange man? I swallowed and nodded, following along. As long as he had Ain, I would do whatever he said and follow him anywhere. I exited our home, my feet barely a whisper behind him. He didn't check to see if I followed, moving silently and quickly as if he were walking on air. We passed empty stone homes left and right. Half of our village had left the second the pieces of the sky fell. They knew something bad was coming, but my parents didn't listen. They didn't believe the danger existed. Now, watching Ain cough, I wish I would have pestered them more. Where are you taking us? He turned slightly, offering me a small smile over his shoulder.
I have a friend who may be able to help.
I nodded again to avoid his eyes. They seemed to dance with molten fire, and the gold edges were unnatural. He was beyond gorgeous, with dark curls that framed his face. His skin was the same shade as Ain's and mine. I had never seen another that looked like him. Maybe he was from another world, too. I had begged for a savior. Maybe he was mine. He did look like the pictures my mom had shown me of the winged angels she believed in. She told me stories about how strong and powerful they were, and this man certainly seemed to be. He carried my sister without effort. Not that either of us had much weight on our bodies at this point. We'd run out of real food weeks ago and had been living off what rations I could find. I gave her the most, even when she fought me, but I had promised my mom and dad I would take care of her. She was my baby sister. I wouldn't let her starve. I watched the back of his dark curls as we walked, heading toward an abandoned part of the city. Unease shivered through me when he stopped before a broken and misshapen temple that was half collapsed. He started down a brown stone stairway, the statues on either side chipped and worn beyond recognition. We can't be here. These are closed off because they are unstable. They are not safe. We could get crushed. He turned, looking at me as if I were insane.
Wait here. I need to speak to them. I'll return for you.
Them? How many are there?
Just wait.
You are not taking my sister gods nowhere without me. I stepped closer, looking between him and the empty, dark hole in the ground. I would fight him if I had to, even knowing I wouldn't win. His muscles were apparent through the thin garbs he wore. The unusual fabric crisscrossed over his entire frame, faithfully clinging to his physique. He must have read my expression, because he smiled soothingly once more. Look, I appreciate you trying to help, but she can't be alone in there. I don't know who you are, but she barely breathes as is.
My name is Drake. Now you know who I am. Please, wait here.
I started to protest, but his eyes shone a shade brighter. My mouth closed, and the anxiety left my body. Maybe it was a good idea. Okay, I'll wait here. He smiled once more, then turned, disappearing down the stone steps and out of my sight. I paced, despite my exhaustion, twisting my fingers as I waited. And waited. And waited. I stopped and stared at the stone staircase. Wait here, he'd said. I had to wait here. But why? He had my sister, and he was going to help her. I needed to wait. But why again? I moved my foot, tapping it on the sand, my body resisting the order he'd given me. I flexed my hands once, twice, my stomach lurching. I needed to get to Ain. He'd taken her, and I didn't know him or who else was down there. What had I done? Wait here. No, I couldn't wait for her. I moved, my feet scraping on the sand. I didn't think about anything other than getting to Ain as I started down the steps. I splayed my hands against the walls nearest to me, trailing my fingers along the dirty stone as I carefully started my descent. It was pitch black, and I couldn't see anything. This was a bad idea. I knew it, but what choice did I have? The walls ended as my feet made it to solid ground. I outstretched my hands in front of me, trying to grasp onto anything. Drake? Drake? I'd forgotten about the sand vipers that loved the dark, cool places. What was I thinking? Okay, I could do this. It was for my sister. I made sure I avoided the area where I'd heard that little movement and turned toward the opposite side. I kept my hands outstretched, not wanting to run into anything as I walked slowly but surely forward. A solid wall finally met my fingertips, and I traced the uneven texture of the wall and the symbols carved into the stone. Gods, I wished I could see. It was still so dark. How did he see anything? My rambling thoughts stopped as I heard voices. Someone was arguing.
We don't want a carcass that's decaying from the inside out. I'm not going to eat that.
She is not to eat. I brought her for Caden.
You intend to feed me scraps then, vampire?
Vampire? What was a vampire? I shuffled closer and their voices grew. I saw a dim light ahead and stalked forward. It wasn't a lot of light, but enough to draw me to them. It spilled out at the end of the temple, casting dancing shadows across the far wall. Lots of shadows.
No. I intend for you to save her. I know you can.
And why would I do that?
There was a slight pause as I drew closer.
Maybe another person to help you with your plans.
I stopped in the doorway, afraid to interrupt their conversation.
I don't need any more. Kill her.
My heart dropped, and I didn't think before running into the room. No! I skidded to a stop in front of Ain and spread my arms wide, trying to protect her with my body. Ain clutched her arms around herself, frozen in fear. Terror swept through me. I hadn't just walked into a room with two men talking. I'd walked into a room with more than a dozen people. They were all dressed in various colored garbs, and they were all staring at me. You're the travelers they spoke of. The ones who crossed the desert on foot and made it in one piece.
Is that what they call us?
I stared up at the large man in front of me. He was taller than me, and that was saying something. My eyes trailed from the thick black sandals he wore to his pleated skirt and over the wide expanse of his muscled chest. His skin was darker than mine, not like the sands of my home, but richer. The red garbs that covered his shoulders and part of his chest contrasted beautifully with the rich tones. This had to be their leader. The power radiating from him was nearly physical. He'd woven his dreaded hair into a thick braid that disappeared down his back, the sides cut so loose you could see his scalp. He was breathtakingly beautiful, but deadly, like the colorful sand vipers that could strike at any moment. His hazel eyes met mine. Only those blessed by the gods could cross the great sands and survive. I glanced around the room as the others looked between us, as if just waiting for his command to kill Ain and me.
Blessed by the gods. I guess it depends on who you pray to.
Drake stepped forward.
Kaden, I apologize. I compelled her to wait outside. I don't know how...
Kaden, the scary, beautiful man, turned toward him and lifted a brow. Drake lowered his head and stepped back, stopping near another man that looked strikingly similar to him. The others in this room looked at each other, whispering together.
Why is his head?
Kaden focused on me again.
Compelled, and yet here you stand in front of me.
I moved closer to Ain and wrapped my arms around her. They spoke back and forth above our heads.
Raktenavaru, Shator Kervanar,
Koral Denal Sarathna,
Vorath Inshai.
I glanced toward the misshapen door. I could try to run with her. Maybe we could make it before...
Excellent. She stays. She is mine now.
His words hit my skin like acid, and something inside me snapped. Not caring that I was outnumbered and in a room filled with people that could kill my sister and me, I reached down and unsheathed the small dagger hidden against my inner thigh. Kaden watched, seemingly unconcerned. My father had given me the blade when he showed me how to defend myself. At the time, I didn't understand why he was so insistent on the instructions. But once the sky fell, I wondered if my father was blessed with the sight the high priests always murmured about. Had he seen what was to come and wanted us safe? It didn't matter. I thanked the old gods for those lessons because I needed them now. I belonged to no one. I remembered my father's words about where to hit and how to hurt even the biggest opponent. Groin, throat, or go for the eyes and gouge them out. I held the hilt sideways, the blade at an angle, keeping it in front of me. He looked at me, his smile growing wider, before he erupted into laughter again.
Feisty, I love it. Tell me, do you keep all your weapons between your legs?
His comment was crass and crude, but I didn't falter. My father taught me not to play into the tricks and words of an enemy. Come closer and I'll show you. His smile didn't fade as he took a step closer.
Like this?
I lashed out, swiping the blade across his face. Eyes in a variety of colors lit the room. Several men raced forward faster than I could track.
Oh no!
Kaden's eyes no longer gleamed hazel, but had turned a pure blood red. The cut on his cheek stitched itself closed. Monsters. I was in a room full of monsters.
Oh, feisty indeed.
He wiped the blood from his cheek as if it meant nothing, but the murmurs behind me told me otherwise. What are you? He crouched and reached one massive hand toward me. I scooted back, blocking Ain's body. He grabbed the dagger I had dropped, placing the tip against his finger. He twirled it, the blade shimmering in the dim light of the cavern. It had reminded me of glass when I'd received it, but now it shimmered like a gemstone.
This is lovely. Where did you get this beautiful one?
My father.
Roscorva du Vesirar.
A woman with hair as red as blood shuffled on her feet. Another man, far too tall and thin, repeated Kaden's words.
Roskrova du Vesrara.
And then a hush fell. Kaden nodded and held the dagger over his shoulder. A man covered in garbs, his face and hair hidden, stepped forward to take it. Kaden folded his hands and studied me. What are you?
Something that can help your sister.
No, I heard you. You threatened to kill her.
True, but I have since changed my mind. Now you have something I want.
And what's that? His eyes roamed over me, and as innocent as I was, I had my answer.
You?
For what? He smiled once more, glancing at the creatures behind him before looking back at me.
Drake was not wrong. I do need more people for what I am building. Your sister is weak, dying. She's useless to me, but you are perfect.
My chest hurt at how he spoke of her. I knew how close to death she was, which meant I had no time to waste. Can you save her? I knew I would give myself up to these creatures, these monsters, if I had to. For her, I wouldn't even question it. How could I?
Tobias?
He waved a hand, but didn't look away from me.
Alistair? Take our sister downstairs, please.
A man emerged from the shadows. The bronze of his clothes cast a beautiful glow to his dark, rich skin. He wore his hair in a shorter version of Caden's. Red tinged his eyes as he focused on me, his face a mask of unreadable emotions. He prowled toward me, followed by a second creature. This second man's complexion was as pale as moonlight, but the most striking thing about him was the color of his hair. It was the pure white of sugar, and he wore it in a mass atop his head. I had never seen a shade so pretty. The one called Tobias stepped around me and reached for Ain. I shifted, moving to protect her. In the next breath, I was on my feet, held in a vice-like grip. Caden lifted me high and turned me away from the two men as they picked up my sister by her arms. Gabby tried to keep herself awake. She reached for me and I her, our hands stretched toward each other. Ain! I struggled against Caden as they took her away from me.
Shh, it's okay.
He tried to call me, but all I saw was her leaving. I looked up at Caden, my panic a living thing inside of me. What are they going to do to her?
Nothing. Yet.
I struggled harder in his grip, but only managed to bruise my arms more. He was strong, too strong, but I should have known by the red glow of his eyes that I was dealing with something else. You liar! You said you'd help her!
And I will. But first, I must ensure this works. Otherwise, there is no point.
Make sure what works?
You will have to want it.
Caden smiled once more and shifted his hold. He held me easily with one hand and brought his wrist to his mouth. I watched in horror as fangs like a sand viper descended. The sharp tips pressed into his skin and I grimaced. He held his hand above my face, blood, darker than I had ever seen, falling toward me. I turned away, but he grabbed the back of my head, keeping me still. I opened my mouth to scream, and he shoved his wrist against my lips. Warm liquid filled my mouth, my throat, and my lungs. It tasted like poison, burned like acid, and made me scream against his flesh. More and more spilled down my throat as I thrashed. The harder I struggled, the brighter his eyes glowed. He leaned closer, resting his head against mine as he fed me. My stomach rolled, the blood making me want to vomit.
Shh. Think of your sister. How much you want her to live. How much you need her to live.
I stopped thrashing, stopped struggling, and he leaned back. He knew my weakness. He had already figured out what it would take to control me. I wanted Ain to live. How could I not? My hands reached up, grabbing at his arm and pressing his wrist deeper into my mouth. I forced more of that terrible liquid down my throat. I did want it. If it would save Ain, I wanted whatever he gave me, even if it felt like my insides were being ripped to pieces and remade. His eyes met mine, the taunting humor dying as I took more. My grip tightened, squeezing as much out as I could. He'd said if it worked, I'd have power, and power was what I needed. If I had enough, no one could ever hurt Ain or me again. I felt something in me shift. A part of me cracked and died, while something else awoke and crawled beneath my skin. The burn slowly eased, twisting and turning into something else, something darker. The candlelight in the room flickered, and the creatures watching us shifted restlessly. Caden's smile widened, as if he realized something I did not. He ripped his wrist away. My lungs and chest felt like they were on fire. He grabbed my arm and pulled me to my feet to steady me. I watched as the skin knitted together on his wrist and wiped my face. How do I know if it works?
You will have the kind of power you have only ever dreamed of.
Caden reached up to stroke his fingers over my cheek and settled his hand against my neck.
But that's only if you survive.
That was the last thing I heard before he jerked my head to the side. It was merely a snap, and yet my world changed forever. The memory faded, the harsh light of reality coming back as my hands began to heat. The sun dipped into the ocean slowly, sucking the light from the world. I was so selfish because I couldn't imagine a world without you in it. And then Caden gave me no choice. Just like I gave you none. Maybe I am just like him. Flames flared around my hands, the jar cracking. So be it then. The flames roared as I concentrated, the urn turning to fiery dust and releasing her. I stood there, watching her ashes dancing and twirling around me before drifting into the starry night sky. The crescent moon reflected off the water, softening the unrelenting darkness. I stayed until the last bit of embers floated far enough away that I couldn't tell them apart from the stars. One star seemed to glow a bit brighter, twinkling merrily at me as if it were waving. A flash of emerald appeared behind me.
It's done.
Good. I could hear Camilla's heartbeat quicken. I could hear a lot of things now, far more than I used to. Every sense I had was heightened. I hadn't realized how much I had been suppressing my true nature. I stayed silent, gazing intently at that twinkling star.
And now?
I don't remember you being this cowardly before. Calm your stupid heart. I'm not going to kill you. You brought her back to me. As long as you do what I say, you've just earned yourself immunity.
One week later. My fingers danced across the clean silk bedsheet. Our scents lingered here no more. Only the memory.
This will be your room while you're here.
The short, dark-haired vampire shoved the large, dark carved doors open. I stepped inside. The smell of cologne attacking my senses. My head swung to the massive dressers that I assumed held more items in them than I needed. A suit like the one Logan had provided for me lay in the center of a large canopied bed.
My lord Ethan has provided you with everything you should need. But if there's anything we can do for you, personally, please let us know.
Her gaze trailed over me suggestively. I heard the snickers from the other vampires from where they lingered by the door. The heat of her gaze should have stirred something inside me, but it did not. Not like the woman upstairs, who had ignored me from the moment she met her friend. My lip turned up at the idea I would lower myself to care. He was nothing. That won't be necessary.
Well, if you change your mind.
She stared at me a moment longer, her gaze lingering far too long for my liking, before she left, closing the doors behind her. I wondered if Diana's was the same size, or larger. Wait, no, I did not. Shaking my head, I glanced up, calming my nerves. Everything here was overly cumbersome, as if they compensated for the power they knew they did not possess. After showering and dressing, I picked up the small device Logan had given me. I buttoned the last button on my shirt before calling him. The phone rang a few times before a small, feminine voice filtered through. Miss Martinez, Diana's sister, had answered.
Oh, hey. If you're calling for Logan, he's not here.
And why has Logan abandoned his station?
Diana is right. You talk funny.
Her comment made my chest react in a strange way. A small flutter, like a bird's wings, spread warmth through me. Diana speaks about me. Silence fell, as if she realized she'd said something she shouldn't have.
Speaking of my sister, how is she?
She is... well.
And you guys are getting along well?
The way she said that word, mimicking me, reminded me so much of Diana that it brought a small smile to my lips. It seemed I was becoming attached to the feisty, dark-haired woman. I could feel her even now. The running water in her room shut off. I wondered if the Vanderkais had put me in the room beneath her as a way to taunt me. Would she take lovers above me? I shook my head. Why would that thought even cross my mind? I blamed weariness, travel, and being engulfed in her scent for too many nights. If we stayed here, would she stay away from me too? I glanced at the bed. I knew I needed her to keep her distance, especially after the dream I had mere hours ago. I wanted her too much. And if I were honest, I had no resistance against her when she was near. Where is Logan? You are not to be left alone.
Calm down. He is close by, or kind of. Navera and he usually sneak off for about 30 minutes or so to do it. I guess they were trying to respect my space, although it wouldn't bother me.
They left you alone to do what?
It. You know, sex.
I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Crass. Definitely her sister. Okay. Please have him return my call as soon as Navera and he return.
Do you plan to do that with my sister?
Miss Martinez, I can assure you that is not my intention. Even if the dream from last night told me otherwise.
Why? Do you think she's ugly?
Absolutely not.
Too loud?
Never.
Is she mean to you? She was mean to me when we were little sometimes, but I stole her toys and then her clothes when we got older.
She is not mean to me. No more so than I deserved. And only when she was mad at me.
Oh. So it's because you think she's a monster?
I never... Why are you questioning me on my intentions toward your sister so thoroughly?
I'm just checking.
My intentions are clear. They always have been. We are to find this book and then secure it. No more. No less.
Well, that sucks. My sister has been through a lot of bad things. Some of those things I had to help her crawl out of, and I wasn't always sure she was going to make it.
Diana's words from above drowned out whatever her sister said as she spoke to someone. My teeth ground as I realized who was in the room with her.
If you don't believe me, that's fine. All any of you have done is encourage me to grow a backbone and leave Caden. Then the second I do, the second I find a way, I get shit about it.
I have only been around you two for mere minutes, but I see the way you look at each other. You may lie to yourself and him.
It would be nice to have someone with good intentions in her life.
Well, I would not worry about that. It seems the vampire with whom we are staying has plenty of intentions.
Drake? Please. If they were going to have sex, it would have been when I first got her back from Novas. She was in a dark place then. Very dark. I helped pull her out, but it was a scary time. She and Drake became really close after, but it was always just a friendship, nothing more.
You helped her? What transpired?
That is top secret sister information. Maybe one day, if your intentions change, she will tell you. Or maybe she won't. All I'm saying is that anyone would be lucky to be cared for by my sister. I never gave up on her. And if you guys are going to be partners in this whole mission, maybe don't give up on each other.
Okay. A small smile escaped me as I moved to sit on the bed. I reached down and put on one shoe and then the next.
Also, here's a piece of top secret information while you guys work together. She will never ask for help. Trust me. She is headstrong and will go into things without thinking. Diana thinks she is invincible, so please watch out for that too. She's hard on herself and thinks she messes up when she doesn't, which is annoying because I think she's perfect, but whatever. Also, never tell her I said that. She has this face she makes when she scrunches her nose when someone tells her something sweet. It's hilarious. Oh, and watch her if she gets quiet. Usually that means she is planning something extreme. She likes to lock herself away in her head. She always has.
All of this is very valuable information.
Listen, I'm just trying to make sure my sister returns to me in one piece.
I assure you, she will.
Good. She's not whatever you or anyone thinks. She's nice, funny, smart, and kind. Well, when she wants to be.
Yes, I am learning.
Good. Also, don't tell her we ever had this conversation.
I swear I will not.
Thanks. You're not as terrible as she said.
I grinned and started to respond. But the words died on my lips when I heard what sounded like a sniffle or soft cry.
No more rulers. No more tyrants. Isn't that what you said Caden was? Liam can kill him. I'm just trying to do the best I can, okay?
My head snapped back, my gaze locking on the ceiling. I listened intently and heard the rumble of that annoying vampire's voice. Drake.
I know. And I promise, I'm not being mean.
I apologize, but I must go. I didn't wait for her to respond before hanging up the phone and rushing upstairs. If he had heard her, I would skin him alive.
Samkeel.
Logan snapped me from my memory. What?
The vans are loaded and everything is ready. We just need to escort them.
He gripped the door jamb with one hand. Logan looked a bit worse for wear. He looked how I felt. His facial hair had grown thicker, along with the hair on his head. It had been 3 weeks since the destruction in Silver City. 3 weeks since Nevera had been missing. 3 weeks searching for those Diana had sworn she would come for, leading me back to Zeral.
I will be down in 1 moment.
Logan left the room, his footsteps disappearing down the hall. I should have taken her from there. Regardless of those stupid minuscule leads and her trust in the ones she assumed were her friends. We could have returned to the guild and spent more time researching my way. I could have kept her safe, kept her sister safe. Guilt threatened to devour me like a raging, flaming beast. I turned away from the bed and headed out of the room. My feet were at the edge of the door when I caught her scent. The subtle spiciness of cinnamon. Between one breath and the next, I had portaled from one end of the room to the other, my powers more erratic than ever. My hand trembled slightly as I reached out, picking up the gray garment. I gripped it with both hands and lifted it to my nose. With her scent came the memories. Images flashing through my mind one by one. Diana smiling, laughing. And the sound of that god's awful whimsical music playing as rides creaked in the background. I lowered the jacket from my face. It was the one I'd given Diana that day at the festival, when she'd gotten cold. It was a gesture I had seen a mortal man do, and one she'd laughed at. As I lowered the jacket, I noticed a tiny white and gray strip poking from one of the pockets. My chest tightened as I pulled the narrow piece of paper out and gazed at the images. Diana laughed in one, smiled in another, and scowled at me in the last. But the middle one was my favorite. She gripped my face, turning me toward the camera. My heart ached. I was so afraid I would never see her laugh or smile again. I had not realized how deeply my feelings for her had grown over the months we spent together. How utterly attached I had become to my fiery temptress. I had not realized it until it was too late. And she had already left, taking a part of me with her. My head spun as thick, blinding rage swept over me, eclipsing the sadness. They did this. They took her happiness away, and they would pay greatly for it. I slid the pictures into my pocket and strode from the room with the jacket gripped in my fist. Several Celestials passed me in the halls as they went about removing every single thing from the Vanderkai's estate. I stopped a young female who had several sample bags lined with red tape. Take this and load it into the van with the rest of the evidence. She nodded and placed it inside a plastic bag before disappearing down the stairs. I took the steps 2 at a time, voices filling the main floor, heads bowing as I passed. The front doors remained open, Celestials passing through to place various items into the vans out front. I came around the banister, moving fully into the main room. Logan stood with his arms folded across his chest, 2 Celestial guards flanking him. More guards surrounded the vampires, watching them closely.
Everything you own is mine now. Every property, home, item, relic, and bank account, mine.
Drake looked at me before glancing at Ethan and his wife, Naomi. Ethan loved Naomi so dearly, he doomed the world for her.
You own nothing any longer. You will own nothing in the future, assuming you have one, once your trial is done.
The rage that had risen within me upstairs bubbled in my blood as I prowled closer to Drake. Was it worth it? Do you sleep well knowing what you destroyed? My eyes bore into Drake's as I stood over him. The sweater, slacks, and scuffed shoes he wore were not the overpriced items he usually sported. The once flamboyant, gleeful prince seemed a shell of the man who had flirted, laughed, and joked with my Diana. No. He seemed almost broken. His eyes, bloodshot and empty, stared at me.
I did what I had to do for the one I love, for my family. I would think you'd understand.
She hid you and your family from Caden, and in return, you took hers.
The lights in the room flickered in response. You let him take Gabriella. You stood by and allowed him to murder the last living member of her family, and you think I would understand that? Do you really think you can justify what you have done? I hope you enjoyed your short time together, because by my power, none of you will see the other again. I saw Drake's head drop from the corner of my eye. Ethan's wife, the short, dark-haired woman, stood at his side and gripped his arm tighter.
That was not part of the plan, I assure you. Caden wanted to lure Diana out, that was it. He has always wanted Diana, and he always will. He is willing to do drastic things to get her back. I'm sure you understand that too.
My jaw clenched. He did not know the lengths I would risk to get Diana back. I needed her. I needed her happy and whole with me. You will all be taken to the Council of Hadramil to stand trial. You and Drake have committed treason. Not only did you kidnap Gabriella, but you also took a member of the Hand, a crime punishable by death. All of that, and we haven't even touched on accomplices to murder. You will be lucky if I do not send you all to oblivion by the time this is done. I glanced at Ethan, then at Drake.
Have I made myself clear?
Ethan looked at his wife and reached up, squeezing the hand she had tightened on his shoulder. The matching marks on their fingers caught my eye before he turned back toward me.
We are very aware of the consequences, but I cannot say I regret it. I love my wife and I knew the risks. We did not feel there was another way.
There was!
Several lights burst, raining shards of glass onto the floor. I felt the room condense 1,000 or more atoms vibrating with a power I barely had control over these last few weeks. Charged. That's the word Logan used. Everything around me felt charged. I felt Logan move next to me. A slight shift, as if he was on guard, protecting not them, but me. Thunder cracked on the horizon before I reined in my temper.
We spent how many weeks in your home? You could have told me, told her. I could have helped you, all of you. Yet you did nothing. You've damned your family, not saved them. Had you told us, maybe the outcome would have been different.
He is not what you think he is.
Besides an arrogant megalomaniac, I know what he is.
Drake and Ethan looked at me as if I were a fool. He is one of the kings of Yageddon. It does not matter. I have fought kings, beasts, and gods and won. You all knew that. Yet you expect me to feel sorry that you aligned yourself with a psychopath. Pity is not what I feel for you.
You don't understand, you.
Ethan spoke, but I did not hear what he said. I did not care for any more excuses. My eyes shut, and I rubbed a hand over my forehead. The headaches were returning. I hadn't slept since it happened, since she left, and neither had Logan. You know, we have a name in our world for what you are. There is no translation in your language, but it means the lowest of men. You are cowards, traitors. I've met skinless grisly beasts who fight harder than you two have. You're even less than the shit rodents leave behind. You claim to love and care for her, yet you let him have and take the one person she loved. You have taken someone from me with your actions. Someone very precious to me. And now, you have helped the lunatic corrupt her already damaged heart, shattering it into 1,000,000 pieces. They are pieces I will pick up and fix, but what you have done is unforgivable. I plan to make you suffer for that transgression. Death would be a kindness, and you deserve none. Get them out of my sight. I want separate cars and prison cells for them. They will not speak to one another until the trial, and they will be lucky if I even let them eat. Drake nodded and glanced at his brother, as Logan's Celestials moved toward them. The guards took out cuffs and securely locked them around the 3 vampires' wrists. Ethan and his wife were compliant, until the Celestials pulled them apart.
No! Please! You can't do this!
They took Naomi from the room. The guards escorted Drake out next, his head hung low.
Please, Samkiel. I just got her back. Just let me rot in a cell with her. I don't care what happens afterward. Please.
I did not respond. Logan nodded toward the Celestial standing beside Ethan.
Look, I know how you feel. I get it. I know you love her. Caden knows it too. Why do you think he did what he did?
I narrowed my eyes at him. Every word he spoke added fuel to my rage.
He will keep her away from you if it's the last thing he does. You're too strong together, too powerful for what he has planned, what they have planned. If she'd stayed with you, it would have messed up everything. You two were never supposed to meet. Ugh.
The blistering rage that threatened to consume me went cold at his words. What? I raised my hand. The 2 guards stopped just inside the door. What do you know?
We knew we couldn't fight him, couldn't kill him. But you two, together, the 2 of you are enough to shatter worlds. And he and everyone else know it. You are a threat to him and to others, and so is she. Why do you think we pushed so hard while you two were here? Even Camila tried. Regardless of us being bound to Caden, we had to try.
Had to try. Had to see. The words played over in my head.
We had to try.
The prophecy remains. One falls, one rises, and the end begins. It was foretold and will remain. One carved from darkness, one carved from light. The world will shudder.
I'll tell you nothing more unless you promise I can at least stay with my wife while you have us.
Energy burst from me, shattering the remaining lights in the mansion. I clenched my fists, cloaking the entire house in darkness. The guards let go as I hefted Ethan off his feet. I held him high, his arrogant demeanor long gone. He was no longer a king, but a broken man. I wondered what Caden had done or said to make even Ethan cower into himself. Deals are done. There are no more. I will make no more bargains, no more alliances. You will tell me what you know. My skin prickled, and my words stopped. The hairs rising on the back of my neck. The world went still with fear. I heard the wings of several birds flutter into the sky, and the retreating footsteps of small and large animals moving swiftly away from the area. Then, I felt it. Her. My heart thudded rapidly against my chest, the sound competing with the noises of weapons firing outside.
What is that? Hold steady! Block the door! Don't stop shooting! Move! Move! Move!
I dropped Ethan to his feet, not bothering to see if he would run or follow. I rounded the corner, taking the stone steps 3 at a time. Logan raised his ablaze weapon.
She's closer. Stay in line.
Logan's men were yanked into the thick forest, one by one. Followed by any vampire not detained in one of the vans. Drake's hands pressed against the window of the van. He stared through the glass of the darkened forest, fear lurking in the depths of his eyes. Headlights spotlighted sections of the forest, but an unnatural stillness had consumed it. Not a single living thing remained in the surrounding trees. Only the heartbeats of my celestials echoed here. Every living creature in a 50-mile radius had fled for their lives. I stopped beside Logan. Werewolves? Logan shook his head, keeping his eyes on the forest's edge.
Not werewolves. Only one wolf.
I shook my head. The scent I caught was not of a beast. Not a wolf. An Igmoruthan.
She's here.
Where's my wife?
His answer came a second later. Diana emerged from the darkness, her crimson gaze sweeping over the Celestials and holding on me. I felt Ethan shift behind me, and her eyes flickered to him, her expression twisting. I knew two things with absolute certainty. First, when she came out to fight, she wore her hair back from her face as she did now, her long ponytail swinging behind her. Second, this cruel creature wasn't my Diana. Years of war had steeled my stomach to gruesome atrocities. But seeing her so casually holding the head of Ethan's wife in her palm had my gut twisting. My body pulsed, the power inside me rushing to the surface. It wasn't in lust, but in fear of her. My body prepared to act, to protect. Power swirled around her, her magic so much more than when we first met. It bent and coiled, encasing her entire being, the strength of it multi-layered and rich. I felt my power coalesce in my hands, light bursting to life on my palms. I snuffed it out almost immediately, but I could tell by the grin that tugged at the corner of her mouth that she had caught it. She was different. We all sensed it. Even the forest acted as if it wanted to retreat. Her energy rubbed against mine, almost abrasive. Logan shifted next to me, as if he were willing his own power to calm down and not react, because this was Diana. She wasn't dangerous. She wasn't deadly or a threat to us. I knew it in my soul. She was Diana, my Diana. Diana cleared the edge of the forest, moving with the easy grace of a predator. She was on the hunt. The vampires her prey. She tossed the fleshy mass from one hand to the other, and I heard Ethan's knees crash to the ground beside me.
Was this all my sister was worth?
Her gaze flickered between Ethan and Drake, where he still sat in the van.
A pound of flesh?
She stopped, holding the severed head on one palm. The skin cracked, red embers showing through the fractures before it burst into flames. It burned true death, taking what had once been Ethan's wife. Diana leaned forward, blowing the ashes from her palm. The act was as cruel and sadistic as I had ever seen.
You don't listen.
Diana wiped her hands together and turned toward me.
I told you to stay out of it.
She took another step, and the Celestials closest to her took one back. And you know how I respond to threats.
Well, like I said.
Her eyes scanned me from head to toe. A smile tipped up the corner of her mouth, a single fang making its appearance.
It was a warning.
My body reacted almost violently as she stopped near me. Her power, how she smelled of blood, the scent radiating from her told me one horrid truth. She had been feeding gluttonously. Every cell screamed danger, even as my soul whispered what a lie it was. My heart skipped a beat, and I'm sure they all heard, but I couldn't help it. No matter what, Diana stole the very breath from my lungs without even trying. I was a fool to have denied what I had felt for her. A complete and utter fool. I could never lie about that again. Nor did I plan on it. And right now, regardless of the bloodshed, one simple truth rang true. I missed her so goddamn much. Where have you been? Not the question I had originally wanted to ask, but my concern and worry for her bubbled up, overriding the rational part of my brain.
Sorry, I took a few days off. I had a funeral to deal with.
My heart sank. A cold realization hitting me like a tidal wave. You found Gabriella. She lifted a single finger as if it was non-consequential.
Actually, Camilla did.
You're with Camilla?
Oh, don't look so hurt, lover. Or should I say ex-lover? I'm not with her. She is only alive because she proved herself useful, and I slaughtered her entire coven. So I guess we're kind of even for now. Besides, she did a nice little spell that told me I had to wait, so you would all come out of hiding.
She glanced at the still kneeling Ethan, and then at Drake, locked in the van.
I mean, I know a pussy when I see one.
Diana wasn't stalling. She was calculating her odds, and making a plan, and how to get through me to them.
Where is Nevera?
Her eyes jerked toward Logan, as if his voice alone was an insult. Her head tilted slightly, venom filling her smile. All traces of the woman who had joked and laughed with me were gone.
I don't know. Maybe check the morgue. But I guess that wouldn't help either, since you all burst into 1,000 particles of light when you die.
I caught Logan glancing at the mark of Desheen on his finger. He knew that if she were truly dead, the mark tying them together would be gone too. I could see that he clung to that hope.
You know, this was smart.
Diana's eyes cut back to mine. Our gazes clashed. Something small and brief flashed beneath the glowing red embers of her irises, but just as quickly, anger replaced it. Her lips pulled back in a silent snarl, revealing the sharp, elongated canines.
Getting to them before I could. Do you plan to save everyone involved in her death?
No, I'm here to save you.
Me? That's so sweet, but you're 1,000 years too late on that one.
Regret flashed in her eyes. They will pay for what they did, Diana. They will face justice for...
Justice? Oh, you really are noble. We both know there is no justice in our world. Blood must be paid with blood.
No.
There it is again, your favorite word. You really are a knight in shining armor, are you not? Or at least you pretend to be. So kind to help those who maim and slaughter. But then I guess you can relate, since you maim and slaughter. Just like your father, and every king and monarch before him. Isn't that how empires work?
Don't! Logan stepped forward. She knew what could hurt me, and was using the knowledge as a weapon against me.
Did I hit a nerve? How about another? The great and powerful king, except you're not. You're not powerful. I know what scares you, makes you weak, makes you hurt. They don't call you the world ender for the fun of it. So what? You believe in fairness now?
She placed her hands on her hips, her bloody fingers tapping restlessly.
Fine. I can be fair too. For protecting her, for giving her a home, I will grant you a boon. Leave. Take Logan and your men and leave.
Diana.
Just go home. Go back to your castles and towers of silver. Go home and let the monsters handle their business.
My heart sank because I knew what I had feared was coming. I knew it with every cell in my body. I did not have the words to describe the ache I felt. What was about to happen would change everything for her, for us, and for them. Diana, I can't. There has to be order in any realm. There has to be.
Since when? You were gone 1,000 years. Go another.
You know I can't. There has to be a line. You know that, and you know that's me. Otherwise, there would be nothing but utter chaos. Slaughtering them isn't justice or getting even. It's eradication and vengeance. Once that vengeance is done, you'll have nothing. You only make more enemies that way, not less. Trust me. I know you are hurting. A small smile danced across her features before her brows drew together. I knew that look. It was one of the many I had memorized, and I knew what she was thinking. Don't mistake my words. I want to help you. You don't have to be alone. You don't have to go through this tremendous grief and loss alone. This, killing them, isn't the way to heal any of it. And once all that anger and grief wears off, you'll be left with nothing but an empty void. Trust me, please. Diana paused. It was a slight one, but it ignited the ember of hope I carried within my chest. Hope that she was still in there.
I trusted you once. When we were on Novus, I trusted you when you said that Caden wouldn't harm her. You said she was a tether, so I listened. I stayed and waited with you, and I...
Her eyes closed tightly, as if willing some deep part of her closed. Her eyes snapped open the next second.
There is no version of this where anyone involved stays alive. But you know that already. You know that I'm going after Caden.
I also know what you have to do for the strength you need to do so. What you must consume, and how long it's been since you last partook. I know what that will do to you. What it's already done. She smiled again, the crimson of her eyes flaring a shade brighter.
Yes, because you know your enemies, right? The treacherous Igmaruthans. They are the one thing the gods feared. The one thing designed to hurt them.
There can be another way. I know it. I'll help you. As you helped me.
Okay. Kill them.
What?
You want to help? Help. Kill them. Right now. Start with Ethan. Make sure Drake sees and then kill every member of his coven. Save him for last, so he knows how it feels to lose everyone.
Diana.
Do it.
She lifted her hand toward them, waving it.
You want to help? Help me.
I didn't speak.
That's what I thought. Because when it comes down to it, there will always be a line. Just like you said. You on one side, me on the other.
It doesn't have to be.
Doesn't it? Doesn't this remind you of the first time we met? When I snuck into the guild? Did you know that I wasn't even supposed to be at that meeting? I was supposed to look for the book with Alistair and Tobias while you all attended downstairs. But I couldn't help it. I wanted to protect her so badly that I strapped a dagger to my thigh and went in. As soon as I stepped foot in that building, I was overwhelmed. I didn't even have to look for you. I could feel you through the walls.
She closed her eyes, swaying slightly on her feet, as if tasting the air between us. I clenched my hands, trying to stop their trembling as her eyes snapped open, their depths a swirling blood-red mass that centered my very world.
You are pure, blinding energy. You make my entire being tingle. Do you feel it too? Do you feel me?
I cocked my head, staring at her. Come to think of it, I didn't, and she knew it. The pull I felt toward her led into the forest. You're distracting me. Her lips spread into a slow smile.
You know me so well.
The trees behind her shook, and her form in front of me vanished in a swirl of green magic. A mighty scaled head rose above the trees, several horns jutting back, protecting the massive skull. Its jaws gaped wide, an orange glow blooming deep in its throat. I had a second to react, a second to decide who to save, and a second to succeed. A roar of flame shot from its mouth, decimating everything in its path. I grabbed Logan and portaled, reappearing several miles deeper in the forest. The explosion erupted behind us. Heat licked at my skin, flames engulfing the jacket I wore. I stood and tossed it off. The mansion burned, a smoke plume reaching for the sky. The deep glow of flames peeked through the canopy of trees.
Barkon, Droshek, and Thira!
I had just used a portion of the incantation my father had taught me eons ago to force them away from the mansion. Get the others out of here. I started back toward the burning mansion. The forest around it screamed as the trees broke and burned.
You're insane. I can't leave you.
I will be fine, Logan.
You saw her? Do you feel that heat? It's hotter than before. She's stronger, Samkiel. And I can't lose you too.
I knew he was coming from a place of fear and lack of sleep. The logical part of his brain in survival mode. Have you forgotten that I am truly immortal and also fireproof? Her flames do not harm me. You are in danger, not me. Logan looked at me and then glanced at the mansion, a glint sparking in his eyes.
Do you remember Shangulian?
My brows furrowed before realization clicked in. Yes.
I have a plan.
Flames licked the walls, climbing higher as they ate every curtain, framed picture, and painting. Rubble fell as another part of the mansion crumbled into ruin. I tipped my head back and lifted my arms. You know, I have to be honest with myself here. I really am a selfish fucking bitch. His body lurched up before slamming back to the ground. I hate when people touch what's mine! Another kick had Drake skidding across the floor, slamming into the far wall hard enough to crack the stone. Also, you want to know what's so funny? I honestly believed it was another fucking illusion. How stupid is that? I picked him up by the front of his shirt. One punch, and his cheek split open. Imagine how I felt when that blood deal broke. The searing pain as I watched her fall to the floor. And my stupid self, realizing that the one person I thought was my friend had betrayed me. Blood dribbled from the corner of Drake's split lip as it slowly healed, but the cut on his cheek tried and failed to seal.
We didn't know he was going to kill Gavi. We were only told to bring her to him. That's it. I swear.
You don't get to say her name. You don't ever get to say her name! He crumpled forward, not even fighting back, not like before. Can you believe I risked everything to hide your family from him, while you sold out mine?
I'm sorry. I really am, Diana.
Yeah? I wrenched his head back, forcing him to look at me. I'm sorry, too. Sorry I ever trusted you, believed you, helped you. I'm sorry I ever followed you into that damn desert. I am sorry for my gullibility in thinking that you were an angel sent to save us. Most of all, I'm sorry I ever thought I had a real friend. My eyes burned and my vision blurred, tears threatening to spill over. It was the same every time I talked to Sam Keel. I closed my eyes, imagining another lock on a chain on a door in a faraway house. I swallowed and opened my eyes to glare at Drake, shoving those emotions away. Relief flooded me when the new lock formed and snapped closed, leaving only cold, hard hate. You betrayed me in the worst way imaginable. I hope when I reduce you to ash, you don't get to see your family in the afterlife. The same way I will never see her again. Drake only nodded, defeat settling over him.
Do it.
I gripped the back of his head, pulling until his neck was exposed. He didn't fight, didn't move. My gaze danced across his throat. I will. But first, I want to see how it happened. The muscles in his neck flexed, the vein below his jaw pounding. I lowered my mouth to the rapid pulse. My fangs slowly extended, piercing his flesh. Blood poured into my mouth, sending me away from this room.
I stood at the large framed window of the mansion, watching Sam Keel and Diana walk further into the garden. Dinner was less of a disaster than I thought it would be, which was great, considering Ethan hadn't exactly played nice like we'd agreed he would. You really think what Camila saw is true?
Camila's ancestors go too far back for even us to date. If some magical force suddenly gives her visions, then yes, I do.
Some magical force? You sound like father. What, do you think fate is intervening?
I don't believe in fate.
Why antagonize him so much? I turned away from the window as they disappeared into the garden.
Says the antagonizer.
Ethan took a pull from his cigar. The orange ember flaring at the end. I thought the dress was a good idea. I just wanted to see if he looks at her like Caden does.
And how is that?
Like a prize to be won. A slab of meat. Ethan tapped his cigar on the ashtray in front of him.
And how does the world ender look at her, brother?
Like I looked at Seraphine all those years ago. And how you look at Naomi. Ethan met my stare. As if the world doesn't exist without her. Ethan's eyes darted from mine.
I hope for the sake of the world, you are right.
Ethan's gaze caught on the mirror across the room. It was humming, and the reflection wavered.
He's calling. Turn some music on to drown out the sound, and make sure they stay in the garden.
I gave him a salute. The vision shimmered, and the setting changed. Sunlight danced across Silver City, and I adjusted the sunglasses on my face.
How do you even know about this coffee shop, Drake? You haven't been to Silver City, have you?
Gabriella jokingly poked my side with a single finger.
My head reared back from his throat, his blood slipping from my lip and coating my chin. Crackling flames danced behind me, the burning, crumbling mansion coming back into view. Gabby?
Have you?
Her voice had been so clear, crisp, and happy. Had I forgotten it? Already? Had the blood I'd consumed already stolen my memories of her? I held Drake's head as he sagged against me. Her smile danced across my subconscious. More. I needed more. I lowered my head again, sinking my fangs deeper. I could feel the vibration of the sound against my lips. My hand cupped the back of his neck, forcing him closer.
Silver City came back. Only this time we were in the shop, standing in line. Get whatever you want. My treat. I smiled at her, hoping to be convincing. If vampires could sweat, I'd be shedding bullets. She smiled up at me, and I hated it. Don't smile at me, Gabby. I am afraid we are not here for fun. The dark-haired celestial with her caught my gaze, her eyes narrowing slightly. She hovered next to Gabby protectively, keeping her within reach. Diana would love it. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the thought before plastering on my best fake face. And anything you want as well, Mrs. Nevera. That was her name. She was Logan's mate. Luckily, he was away. The only problem was Rick. The mortal male had been glaring at me from the beginning.
So, how do you know Gabriella?
A hint of jealousy wafted off him as he clung to her side. I pitied him for loving her, knowing what was to come. Gabriella popped him, knowing why he asked. The interaction reminded me so much of Diana. I work with her sister. We go way back.
So, Sam Keel sent you here?
Yes. I winked back as the line moved forward.
He is so nice. The stories are completely wrong.
Gabriella tucked a strand of hair behind her ear.
How is Diana?
Of course, her only concern would be for her sister. They had that in common, too. Sassy as ever. She smiled up at me and nudged me playfully, just as her sister always did.
I've missed you. You should visit more after this is over.
Don't say that. And don't smile at me, please. Of course. The barista smiled at us as we reached the counter.
Welcome, what?
His words died, his eyes glazing, a puppet no longer in service. The entire cafe stilled as the cord controlling it all snapped. Caden stepped from behind the wall separating the cafe from the kitchen. Tobias flanking him on his right. Caden took a sip of his coffee and lowered the beige plastic cup.
You know, for a highly respected city, you would think they wouldn't let just anyone walk in.
Caden swirled the coffee in his cup. My stomach sank as he smiled at me, and I saw the exact moment fear suffused Gabriela.
Drake, we have to leave.
I took a step away from her, away from them all. The space a final divide in so many damned ways. I'm sorry, Gabriela. For what it's worth, I truly did care for you both. Her eyes gleamed, and she gripped Rick's arm.
What did you do?
My stomach clenched at the accusation in her voice and the betrayal in her eyes. What they told me to do. Get you far enough away from the guild so backup had no time to arrive. Nevera didn't hesitate. 2 blades appearing in her hands, power rippling off them as she stepped in front of Gabriela.
Both of you will die here.
She was such a powerful and fearless celestial.
Oh, I do so love it when you all try to fight.
Caden grinned at Tobias, who only smiled in return. Caden's smile turned deadly. Tobias lifted his hand, and the people in the shop bent and broke, the corpses returning to what they were in death. Then they circled us one by one, preparing to help their master. Nevera stopped, watching in horror. Gabriela raised her hands to cover her mouth, her terror obvious.
You won't win here, little Celestial, but I do want to see you try.
The room shook, and the images became distorted. Nevera spun toward Caden, her sword singing through the air. It didn't matter how many bodies she dropped. They were outnumbered. With one hand, Caden caught Nevera by the throat, a flaming portal opening the floor. She fought, but he was stronger. Her blades fell. And he tossed her into the gaping darkness. The coffee house shook, reality distorting as if time was on fast forward. Tobias held a limp Rick by his neck, bruises covering his face as if he tried to fight and lost. The world trembled again. Gabi kicked and screamed in Caden's grip, tears streaming down her cheeks. He jumped with her into the portal and disappeared. Darkness consumed me as I followed them.
I leaned my head back, the memory fading. I had drained almost all the blood from Drake, and I didn't care. He'd led her to Caden. To see it, to feel what he felt, and to know he didn't even try to stop it. He hadn't hesitated, or even thought about changing his mind, and it broke any connection or care that might have remained. The sliver of my heart I had left was in tatters. I had no real friends. I never did. And because of him, I had no family either. The final connection snapped, and every emotion inside me seemed to die.
I'm sorry.
My fangs retracted. No, but you will be. Her memory floated away from me. You all will be.
The forest broke apart. Trees snapping and blazing as the wildfire spread. Thick smoke choking the air, casting the world into the darkness that ate at her now. Fire danced in every direction. The force of the power she sent out scarring Anua and blanketing everything in thick black ash. Nothing survived in its wake. Nothing. The trees sparked and exploded, releasing embers into the air. Heat came at me in waves, blistering in its intensity. This fire was born of rage and grief, and she was burning too hot and fast. Opaque ashes lay near the front steps of the half-engulfed mansion, and I knew Ethan was no more. I moved toward the charred van that had held Drake. The door had been ripped off, but there were no ashes inside. I wondered if he had escaped to avoid the flames, or if she had pulled him out. One of the upstairs windows in the mansion burst, flames rushing out, seeking the air. The stone side had crumbled from Diana's assault, while the frame creaked, holding on for dear life. The place would collapse soon. I swallowed the growing lump in my throat and took the blackened steps up to the destroyed home. The front door was no more, and I stepped through cautiously. The once prestigious and cumbersome interior reeked of charred wood and stone. Smoke rolled from the far right corridor, so that's where I headed. I strode around one corner and then the next, hoping to find her before she killed him. I couldn't let her, but not for the reason she thought. A part of me worried that if she did, I'd lose her forever. It was quiet and dark. This part of the mansion still untouched by the chaos that reigned outside. I took one step, and then another. My steps light. The pretentious chandelier above me swung slowly from side to side. The only thing moving beside me. Darkness built in every corner. And I felt eyes on me as I moved deeper into the house. I opened my senses and listened, trying to track them down, but heard nothing.
I saw it.
Her voice whispered into my ear, startling me. I spun, expecting to see her right behind me, but there was no one there. Impossible.
I saw how he tricked her.
I turned slowly, searching the room for her, but she was nowhere to be seen. Her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, but it was still an intimate caress against my ear.
When I fed from him, I saw how he lured her, what he said. Drake was always so elegant with his words, you know? She was happy to see him. She believed him because I had told her he was safe. I told her a lot of things.
I walked further into the mansion, the air growing heavier with every step. I stepped into another room, the large doors slamming behind me. The rings on my hands vibrated, sensing a growing threat. But it wasn't a threat. It was Diana. My Diana.
It is not your fault!
A voice of velvet and ice caressed me, raising goosebumps on my skin and flooding my subconscious, engaging my fight-or-flight instincts.
Isn't it?
I spun toward her voice, now solid and whole, and froze. She stood in the arched doorway to the hall, holding a bloody and bruised Drake by the collar. The large gash across his neck bled, soaking his mangled clothes. I stepped closer with my hands outstretched at my sides.
Always the hero.
Her eyes roamed over me before she met my gaze.
I always thought of myself as a monster, and I suppose now it's true. You have no idea what I've done, all I will do. I used to hate that part of me. I didn't realize how freeing it would be just not to care and fully embrace it.
A slow smile crept across her face, her fangs glistening as she gripped Drake's throat so tightly, blood spilled over her knuckles.
I don't hate it anymore.
Diana! I kept my hands open, showing her that I meant no harm.
You know, that's not even my real name.
What?
It's Merca. Ain made us change them when we first ended up in Onua. A fresh start, she preached. They're from another stupid show she foolishly idolized. Diana and Gabby, sisters in some small town, with lives, jobs, and everything she thought we could have too.
Vengeance burned in the depths of her gaze, so strong and pure it caught me off guard.
But you and I know the truth. There is no normalcy in our world. There are no happy endings. We can't even save the people we love.
That look was back. That harrowing, brutal look. I never told you I spoke to Gabby. She stopped and cocked her head. The movement alien. In this mansion. Months ago. It was when we first arrived here. I glanced behind her as Logan approached. His hands moved, runes appearing beneath her feet. I needed her eyes to stay on me, focus on me. I called to check in on the others, but Gabby answered. She spoke of a time similar to this. How when you first changed, it was easy to pretend you were something you were not because of the guilt you felt. She also told me she never gave up on you. I will not give up on you either.
You're not her.
She held Drake a fraction tighter. I held that brutal, chaotic gaze steadily. Of course not. The way I care for you is vastly different. The lengths I will go to for you are unfathomable. I refuse to let you hurt yourself, no matter how vile or mean you are to me. I know you're in pain. You are mourning. And someone like you will grieve just as hard and deeply as you love.
You're wrong.
Her nails dug deeper into Drake's neck.
I'm beyond that now. Now, I just want blood.
Her hands blazed, flames licking at Drake. Drake's screams blocked the sound of Logan's approaching footsteps. He snuck up behind Diana and wrestled Drake from her arms, dropping him at my side. Drake slumped to the floor, and Logan came to my other side, murmuring under his breath, "Do not flee!"
Damn it!
Diana stalked forward, her hands engulfed in flames. Her body hit an invisible wall, and as the last rune formed under her feet, she glanced down and back at us, sneering. Using an emblazed dagger, Logan cut his palm.
Keth Noru, Mortun, Elas Vethim.
The light of her prison lit up, the column containing her rising to the ceiling. It encased her in a cylinder of silver meant to hold. The ring sealed, fully locking her in. Her scream made me wince. Her fists slammed and beat against the column as rage seared to her surface. She was like a wild animal caught in a snare. She had consumed too much, and the prison would not just contain her, but torture her while she was in it. The realization made my gut churn. She can't stay like that. I glared at Logan as he wiped his brow, trying to catch his breath. She was already in enough pain. I wouldn't cause her more.
I didn't use an incinerating rune. It's basic and only meant to hold.
He looked at the engravings on the floor, then back at her.
I don't think she is in pain. I think she's pissed.
The fire had reached us here, but at her glare, the flames scattered. They drew back, smoldering in the dark corner, waiting impatiently for her command. Clouds formed outside, rolling across the sky. No thunder, no lightning, only encroaching darkness.
Samkiel, I swear I am not hurting her.
I assumed I had caused the sudden change in weather. It wasn't me. And I realized it might have never been me. The rings of my fingers began to vibrate. Danger! Danger! I glanced at Logan, who looked at the rings on his hand, then back at me. He felt it too. Diana went still in the center of the room containment, her eyes meeting mine as her hands opened at her sides.
You cannot contain me anymore. No one can.
As soon as the last word left her lips, she slammed her palms into the floor beneath her. Fire bellowed from her, filling the circle with orange and red flames. It rose toward the ceiling, a column of destruction seeking a way out. I couldn't see her anymore because the flames were so thick and heavy. Logan and I took a step back. We watched the runes on the floor burn out one by one. They sizzled, smoke puffing from each mark as her power overwhelmed and extinguished it. The ring of containment faltered briefly, then reformed, but barely. Diana, stop. I know this hurts, but think, please. You go after him alone, and he will kill you. Look at what Tobias did to us. They are the kings of Yajedin. It took gods to defeat one. Gods, Diana. Plural. She didn't listen, unleashing another thunderous roar. Wings whipped free as the circle burst, followed by that massive, deadly tail. My heart stopped, and I didn't think, acting on pure instinct. 1 minute we were in the ruined mansion. The next, we were half a mile away in the dense forest. I watched her massive form launch into the sky. She swooped down, breathing fire onto the trees, before passing over the burning mansion to head toward the garden. My heart broke further at her determination to erase every memory she had of this place, even us. One last horrible roar split the air. Those thick, powerful wings beat against the wind, launching her into the sky and away from here. I swallowed back the rush of sorrow and turned away. Logan leaned over a crumpled form, flames crackling behind him. In the distance, the destroyed mansion imploded. Ashes billowed in a thick cloud, blocking the moon and stars. Do you see now? Do you see what your betrayal has cost me and the world? I gripped the collar of Drake's burnt shirt and lifted him. Logan grabbed my sleeve, stopping my tirade. I finally looked at Drake. He was not fighting at all. Burns marring his skin, the side of his face, and his torso. He wasn't healing. I placed him on his feet, my anger subsiding and dread taking its place. His legs gave out when his feet touched the soil, his back hitting the tree next to him. We have to move. The ash, smoke, and embers made it nearly impossible to see or breathe. Memories of Rashiram on fire flooded me. I knew the true power of an Igmoruthan and the damage they could cause. They could reduce even the strongest worlds to ash and ruin. I just never thought I'd see my Diana succumb to the destructive urges. My aching heart reached out to her, hoping for an answer, but none came. I felt hollow and overwhelmed at the same time, unsure if it was me or if I was feeling her.
I can't.
You have to. I don't have time for this.
The alternative was Drake dying, and I did not want that. He was her last hope, the last flicker of life in her, and I needed him alive for her. He pushed off my arm, catching me by surprise, sliding down the tree until he sat with a thump. Logan stepped around me and leaned down to grab Drake, but he swatted him away.
We can rest when we get to Silver City. Now, get up!
No, I really can't.
Drake gave me a bloody grin and removed his hand from his bleeding chest. I saw it then, and my hope died. A half-broken, forsaken blade protruded from the middle of his chest, wedged deep. Diana's last-ditch effort because she knew I would try to save him, so she'd ensured he would die regardless. I was on my knees in an instant. One hand splayed on his chest while I tried to dig the piece out. No.
Diana likes to keep tiny daggers on her.
His hand caught mine.
It's too late. World Ender. I can feel it. The final death is what we call it. Not as bad as I thought, really.
No!
The silver lines ran up my arm. If I could concentrate, I could remove it and repair as I went. I just needed to focus.
I knew you liked me.
Drake's cough only lodged the blade deeper. Fuck.
I cannot lose you! You are my last hope!
Trust me. I'm not.
I pinched the bridge of my nose. My fingers slick from his blood and ash. Something in me snapped. Tears stinging my eyes.
How am I supposed to get her back?
You don't need me for that. I betrayed and lost my truest friend.
I can't lose her!
You won't.
I glanced up at him.
What do you mean?
I saw it. When she first stepped out of the forest. A flicker in her eyes as if a part of her tried to crawl to the surface for you. I thought Gabby was the last tether, but you are. You are her only link to whatever mortality she has left. So don't let Caden win. No matter what she says or does. Trust me. You are the only thing she cares about now.
He tried to sit up and winced in pain. The light from the flames behind us played shadows across his bloody and charred face as he looked at his ruined home.
I should have tried harder. You're right. I wanted to help my family, but she was my family too. It sucks that I realized that too late.
Drake's yellow eyes gleamed with tears, one after the other, spilling down his cheeks. I knew he felt some remorse for what he'd done. Logan kneeled beside Drake, his face seeming to soften. Drake turned back to me.
Diana is stronger now. Every other world creature felt it when Gabby died. The world shifted. But she is still Diana. She is still the girl I saved in the desert who cared so much about others that she followed a stranger into a terrible world. She's still the girl who likes flowers and pretty gifts from overbearing god kings. She is sweet, kind, funny, and loves with her entire being. That's why she is like this. She's hurt. She's in pain. If you love her, truly love her, don't give up. True love is worth it. It's worth fighting for. Remember that.
I nodded, hearing the rhythmic beat of his heart stop for a moment too long. His amber eyes dimmed slightly. He was no longer the prankster vampire prince, but a man who knew his actions were wrong. He smiled, the tears running down his cheeks, sizzling as lines of orange and gold cracked through the skin of his face. Pain twisted his features, the flesh of his arm splitting.
Just don't give up on her, huh? Gabby wouldn't.
I won't. I swear it. Drake turned to look at Logan.
I'm sorry about Nevera, but she is alive.
Something eased in Logan's expression, and I realized he needed to hear it said out loud, even if the mark on his hand remained.
Caden has her. You just have to find him. Look, where the world opens.
It was the last thing he said before his body crumbled to ash, his remains joining those of his family and home on the wind.
What the fuck happened?
Logan and I stepped out, covered from head to toe in soot and blood. We headed toward the main conference room. There was something I needed there. Celestials ran around in circles with phones held to their ears. A red banner flashed across the many screens hung throughout the room. A distorted image of Diana's Igmor Ruthen form, flying away from the devastation of a burning Zeral plastered on each one.
Hey, I'm talking to both of you.
I had to extinguish a forest fire.
I don't see what the problem is. You would be lying if you said you would protect them over someone you care about.
What? What happened?
It's insane to be upset with her. I'd do the same thing. I'd kill anyone who hurt Nevera. So why do we care if they live?
We don't.
Who are we talking about? Why was all of Zeral on fire?
I tuned them out as Logan filled Vincent in on the last few hours.
Lost all control. How bad was the containment? Runes failed.
We reached the main conference room, and I headed straight to the pile of books and scrolls on the table. I began digging for the one I wanted. Vincent hovered by my side.
Samkiel, if she is killing...
I know.
Know what? As I said, she is killing the bad guys. That's what we want, right?
My heart ached as I found the one text I wanted. Kadros, The History of Many Wars. I opened it and flipped through, looking for what I needed. I do care about her, not them. But killing them will not be enough. You and I both know that. She will need more power, especially if she's going after Caden. In our time together, she never fed on mortals or blood. She is now, and that will make her spiral even further. What happens when an Igmor-Ruthen consumes too much? They went quiet as the text suddenly flipped open, the pages expanding out in a diagonal line, exposing the words across the top. The first rule of Farthar. Created when the Igmor-Ruthens first appeared, it depicted exactly what I feared may happen. Pure and absolute desolation. That's what I fear. I may be the world ender, but they were the first destroyers of worlds. I took a step back, my hand running over my eyes. My head throbbed, flashing back over the last hour. Seeing her, but not her. Feeling her, but not her.
Okay, but this is Diana, not a ravenous beast.
I know, but there is a myth. One I remember from when my father and I first besieged Jernigan. He told me I had the ability to feel Igmor-Ruthens. Although we may have our differences, we were all made from the same floating chaos of the universe. When gods experience traumatic events, they petrify and turn to stone. Every molecule hardens as if it wishes not to exist any further. Igmor-Ruthens are different. Bloodlust can consume the cognitive function of the Igmor-Ruthen brain. They consume in more ways than one. Overindulgence in blood can lead to massacres, mood swings, and erratic behavior. I ran my hand through my hair as I tried to remember every single bit of my training. It's as if a switch gets flipped. Anything mortal in them snuffed out like a flame, only the beast remaining. My father said the truly nasty ones are starved of light and love, reeking of absolute havoc. He said some of the oldest and most powerful even feared the sun. There are stories of Igmor-Ruthens being burned by sunlight, as if the dark power used to create them despises it. Diana follows no one, but she is on the path Caden set out for her. I will not lose her because of a tyrant. I refuse. The room grew silent. From now on, you are completely with me, or you are not. And if you are not, I held their gazes.
I am.
The Council of Hadramil remains oblivious to this subject. Blames are all on a rapid thunderstorm and terrible lightning. A slip of my power.
Okay. I'll get all the guilds and ambassadors on the same page.
I nodded. Vincent left. His mission clear, and I knew he would accomplish it. Logan stayed, as always. He glanced down at the mark on his finger. He released them.
What?
Caden released the ones responsible with no protection. He wants her to kill. To feed until she is no more. And then I feel his hope is she will have no one to turn to but him. Another sick way to have her back. He is hoping I will be the king of legends, the slayer of monsters and beasts, protector of realms and worlds. But she is my... I was unable to say the words.
I know.
Of course, Logan knew. He knew me better than most, and was the closest thing I would ever have to a brother. If you knew there was even a slim chance of saving the one you cared for, you'd take it too, correct? Any means necessary, regardless of the title?
Of course. No second thought.
Logan glanced at me, as if what I'd said was absurd. Vincent may agree now, but no matter what happens, what I dictate, you have my back, correct?
You never have to ask. Never.
I nodded once more.
If there were even a fraction of a chance to save Nevera, I would take it.
We will. We can do both. Save Nevera, Diana, and the world. I placed a hand on my forehead. A headache growing behind my eyes. Logan managed to force a smile, even if I could not.
One month later. My thumb ran over the cold metal of the lock as it solidified in my hand. I glanced up as another row of chains scraped across the wood. The door bulged, loud thumps coming from the other side. I snapped the lock closed, wiping my hands on my pants, and turned away, heading down the hall. The murmurs behind the door grew quiet as I rounded the corner.
You're running out of time.
I reached down and grabbed a brush from the rectangular bin on the floor. I dipped it into the paint before stepping up next to her. What? I slid the brush against the wall, the thick white coat erasing the thin, torn wallpaper. The house was older and definitely needed work, but it was ours. Our first real place since Eoria, and the first thing I spent money on after killing a syndicate Caden needed gone.
We don't have long left to decorate.
She glanced at me with streaks of white paint on her face, hands, and clothes. She lowered her brush and smiled at me, her loose pigtails dancing around her shoulders, pieces of hair sticking out around the edge of her face.
You know those months when Anya is farthest from the sun? It's always been my favorite. I love the celebration of the fall.
I rolled my eyes and leaned down to add paint to my brush. We had already replaced the flooring and kitchen. Now the last task was to paint the walls. The living room was the largest room, and the room we'd saved for last. You would like the bitter cold.
Not just the cold, but I love the lights and the music.
Mm-hmm. And it has nothing to do with the gifts? Her grin reached her eyes as she shook her head.
Okay, fine. I mean, I like that too. But it's just the months of happiness for me.
I bumped my shoulder against hers. I know. You know I just like giving you a hard time.
I can't believe it. After this, we will be done. I feel like we have been working on this house forever, but at least it's ours. Our first real home since... everything.
It's ours. And I will make sure no one finds it or can take it away. She smiled, setting her brush down as I did mine. She placed her hands on her hips, staring at the part of the wall we had completed. I leaned closer to her and reached out to trace the letters into the wet paint.
What are you doing?
Making it ours. When I finished, I stepped back, the letters QRMA written on the wall. Gabby smiled and stared at the first letters of hers, our parents, and my names. There.
I think Mom and Dad would like it here too. Especially given the seasons.
And the celebration you like so much.
Yes, that too. We should decorate this year. If you are around.
I'll be around. I want to spend time with you before you go to university. She was quiet for a moment.
But only if Caden allows it.
Well, if Caden says no, I'll just sneak away. You know I'm good at escaping. I winked, trying to make her smile once more. She was not a fan of my current terms, but here we were, alive and whole. That was all that mattered to me.
I guess.
Hey, you know I'd do anything for you. I stepped closer, forcing her to look at me. This time, her smile didn't reach her eyes.
I know. Now get back to work because I am not finishing this by myself, slacker.
She tried swatting me with her brush. Pathetic attempt, Gabs. You gotta do better. She stuck out her tongue at me and I grinned. We need more paint. Wait here. In the kitchen, I grabbed several cans from the stack. She had overbought again. Did you really think we needed 20 of these, Gabs? A small hum came from behind me, and I paused, my grip tightening on the can I held. I slowly turned. The front door rattled, the knob vibrated, and a red light shone from around the edges. It flooded underneath the door, the tendrils slithering toward me, illuminating the room. I backed up as the light grew and the door shook.
Beware the blood-red moon.
What? I spun to face a dull, fractured version of my sister. She stared back at me, a faded shadow of her former self. Her pale, lifeless eyes looked through me. A thick band of bruises formed on her neck, and the sound of that horrible crack flooded my ears once more. She looked at me again, her skin gray and sickly. My chest heaved as she stepped forward. The house shook, a crack forming on the ceiling and debris raining around her. She lurched forward and grabbed my shoulders. Gabby's voice echoed in my ears.
Remember that I love you.
But she no longer haunted me. Sunlight drifted through the open curtains, revealing the high-end hotel suite. A warm body nestled against my naked side, reminding me why I was here. I sat up and stretched. The arm around me fell to the floor with a soft thud, no longer attached to the guy who had taken me back to his lovely room. I turned to look at the mess on the bed. Webster Malone was one of Caden's lackeys. Now he was an arms dealer with no arms. Webster wasn't terrible to look at. Handsome until I had gotten a hold of him. He had blonde hair, his green eyes staring off to some faraway place, just like hers had. I wanted to cry, to scream, to do something, but nothing came. I felt it in those rare moments when I would sleep. The pain would clench my chest, the force of it raging up my throat, but then it would just stop. I hadn't cried or shed a single tear since the accident. I felt numb. Maybe I was broken. A shimmering emerald green light manifested in the room.
You are being careless.
I half-turned, seeing the hollow image of Camilla standing near the bed. She glanced at the wreckage and body parts all over the room. All of them had aligned themselves with Malone. That had been a mistake. I don't care. I threw the sheet to the side and stood. Camilla's eyes darted away.
You should. Leaving a trail when you want us to stay off the grid will only make Samkiel find you faster.
I wiped the side of my face with the back of my hand. I know. That's why I am leaving him a little present this time. I staggered, passing through the hollow image she projected.
Is this retaliation for the worldwide curfew?
Maybe.
I swear this is just another prolonged version of flirting for you two.
I am not flirting. This will be a clear sign to him that the girl he is looking for is long gone.
A clear sign to who?
I ignored her, but stopped when she snapped her fingers, and the large screen on the wall flicked on. It was muted, but the banner at the bottom flashed the highlights of the current news. Even as far away as Camilla was, she could still wield power here. I never understood why Caden chose Santiago over her when she was clearly more powerful. His loss, my gain. Camilla pointed at the screen.
You kill and he hunts you. Diana, he shut the world down looking for you. No one is allowed out past nightfall. Every place he thinks you might be is being watched. He's looking for any sign of you, and this is a fucking beacon, Diana.
Don't tell me you're scared. Camilla shook her head.
No, but I can't cover this up. Look for the others and hide a temple in the middle of Ioria.
I waved a hand at her and headed toward the shower. I don't want you to clean this up.
Why?
I paused, one hand on the doorframe as I turned toward her with a half-smile playing on my lips. I told you, I want to send a message.
Well, this is one way to do it. I think they will get the message.
While you're here, can you magic me some new clothes without all the blood? Thanks. I didn't wait for her to answer before stepping into the bathroom. Camilla wasn't wrong. Samkiel shutting the world down put a damper on how quickly everyone moved. Finding even one of Caden's informants had been a struggle, and this shutdown only made things more challenging. Who knew kidnapping a witch, slaughtering a coven, and destroying a vampire line would put Samkiel on such high alert? I turned on the shower and waited until the steam rose before getting in. The water slid across my skin, but I didn't feel a flicker of the heat. It wasn't hot enough. It never was. I couldn't feel anything, not the water against my skin, nor the lips, teeth, or hands that had touched me last night. I felt nothing but that now familiar, painful emptiness. A void had ripped open the second she died, and I didn't know how to heal it. I thought about it as I grabbed the soft sponge and scrubbed at my flesh, unsure if I wanted to go back to feeling. My skin gleamed clean, slick, and unmarred. The only wounds I carried were within me. I stepped out of the shower, steam curling and playing around my body. I slipped the robe off the back of the door and stepped in front of the mirror. My hands swiped across the cool glass, the haze melting beneath my touch. The reflection that stared back was me, but not quite me. My skin glowed, my eyes were brighter, and my features sharper and more enticing. An alluring, captivating creature stared back at me. A perk of being what I was always meant to be. A predator. A monster. I spun away, heading back into the main room. Camilla's astral self remained. She bit at her nail, watching whatever played on the screen. I walked around the room, moving past the plush couches and chairs, looking for the briefcase I had spotted last night. A small smile curved my lips when I spotted the case tucked into the corner. I grabbed it and dumped the files and 2 guns onto the table. Camilla's form appeared next to the table.
Is that what I think it is?
I nodded and scanned a couple of pages. Come on, Webster, where is the shipment? I'd tasted it last night, a flash of a memory when I had fed. I'd seen some underground places, a few ships near a dock, and a meeting room of some sort. The vision had been fuzzy, which was new for me, but I remembered him sitting around a table. Maybe Caden suspected some of his men might be on my hit list, and he had found a way to block even my blood dreams. I wouldn't be surprised. A word stuck out to me on the receipts. Iron.
Why iron?
I don't know, but I intend to find out. I lowered the pages to the table. My finger slid over the numbers and the names beside them. I paused on Donvir Edge. I knew that place. It was an old docking site in the Betrayals Sea.
You think he is shipping stuff to Novus?
No, the island is practically gone. I shook my head. I leaned forward, thinking. If he were using the docks, he was shipping something. But to where? Novus was nothing but rubble and ash after I had finished with it, so not there. I'll go to the meeting Malone was supposed to attend tonight, and...
You keep killing with no leads, Diana.
Fine. I'll torture them until they talk. Then kill them. I pushed away from the table and reached for the clothes Camilla had created for me.
We are well aware of the growing threat, but I promise, it is not what it seems.
I stopped mid-motion, my chest clenching at that voice. My hands curled into the fabric of the robe as I clutched at my chest, the steady beat of my heart stuttering as if trying to find a new rhythm. Sam Keel. My head whipped toward the screen, Sam Keel's face taking up the screen. Camilla folded her arms, and I knew she had been waiting for this before unmuting the television.
They make him look so... normal with those suits and ties they tossed on him, or tried to at least. He's too handsome for that. He still looks too godly to me. I wonder how often they make him do these interviews to make everyone feel safe.
I said nothing.
I know it's been quiet for about a month with the new rules and regulations, but how can you confidently say that after everything that's happened? We all saw the threat, and now, with you being back here, I think we are all a little nervous.
I watched as he leaned forward in his overly priced suit and folded his hands. Camilla was right. He was far too goddamn handsome. My heart fluttered at the sight of him. He smiled, making that stupid, perfect jawline stand out. The anchorwoman ate it up like cake.
Well, with the new curfew and more Celestials per city, I think...
My head went silent as his voice flooded the hotel room. The screen showed every fucking perfect line of his features, but it wasn't his beauty that made my heart ache so badly it felt like it would explode. Ice pricked my skin, a wave of cold threatening to consume me as my mind served up the memory of another room and another screen glaring me in the face. The hotel melted away, static invading my ears. The only thing I could hear were those damned words.
What were your intentions with this failed relationship? You are nothing to him, and you never will be. Do you really think he will choose you after all of this is over? Be realistic. Even if I don't win, you will still lose.
Remember that I love you.
My hand whipped out. A tunnel of flames ripped forward, burning through Camilla's shadowy form and creating a hole through Sam Keel's damned face and that scream. Camilla disappeared. The room became a blistering inferno. Sparks sizzled and flames climbed the wall, smoke filling the room. I walked out, leaving the room burning.
You're late, Malone.
The brutish man spit a stream of tobacco juice to the side. His bald head shone in the moonlight, tattoos decorating the side of his neck. Mortal. He smelled mortal, and I could hear 84 others nearby. That included those within the small dive bar. As long as Tobias didn't show up, I would be fine. These were low-level criminals of the mortal variety.
The message I got said 10 tonight.
He kicked the side door. A small metal window slid back, and someone peered out before closing it tight.
Yeah, boss moved it up. He's getting nervous. Look, dude, I don't make the rules. Just get your ass inside.
Dante was his name, hired muscle and one of Webster's bodyguards. His size would intimidate most, but he stood no chance, unless he was secretly otherworld. The door swung open, and music blared, the sound coming from beyond the adjacent wall. Dante and I strode past the scrawny door guy. I heard the voices of 2 men grow louder as we moved down the red-tinted hall.
Ow, fucking cheater. I don't have extra cards, you dipshit. You're just a sore loser.
Dante pushed the door open, revealing a small storage-type room. Someone slammed a fist against the table, and chips rained to the floor. I counted only 5 men here. Well, 6 if you included me. Their heartbeats told me they weren't otherworldly, and my stomach growled.
Hey, hungry, boss?
That got the room's attention. Several heads swiveled toward us as the door closed.
About fucking time you showed up, Malone.
I recognized him from Malone's memories. His hairline had receded until it curved around the sides of his head, the gray hair revealing his age. Edgar. Yes, that was his name. The other men listened, one shuffling and dealing out a new hand.
Care for a game while we wait?
Edgar took the cigar from his lips and knocked the ashes off to the side. My fists clenched at my sides, my gaze narrowing. The scent wafted through the air, arousing painful memories of friends I thought were true, but had betrayed me in the worst way. Traitors. They were all traitors. You would think I would have learned by now. No one truly cared about me or had my back. No one but her. And now she was gone because of them. I hated cigars.
You think we have time for fucking games?
They all stopped and looked at me. The 2 men on either side of Edgar gawked at me, a shade of pink darkening their fair skin. My comment only got a grunt from the tanned man studying his cards.
In a hurry, Malone? You know damn well we don't move until he calls.
Edgar shifted in his seat, giving me a hard stare over the top of his cards. I nodded slowly. They were all just fucking pawns.
Fine.
Dante stayed by the door, watching quietly. I grabbed an empty chair, its legs scraping against the floor. I adjusted the jacket I wore and sat down gingerly. Webster wasn't the smallest guy, that was for sure. The man reshuffled and dealt the cards. I leaned back, blowing out a breath as I glanced at the hand I had been dealt. 2 kings, an ace, a 3, and a 5. My memory was shit when it came to this game. I'd only played a few times, and even then, it was out of boredom more than anything. It was something Alistair made Tobias and me do when we were waiting for Caden. It seemed I was always waiting for Caden.
You suck at this.
Alistair took his cards back from me while we sat at the table in Novus. I'm sorry, it is not my strong suit. It makes no sense to me. Tobias grumbled under his breath, earning himself a glance from Alistair. I shook my head as Alistair grabbed the cards and shifted closer to show me.
Look at this.
Alistair flipped the cards over, placing them in front of me.
Which one do you think is the strongest?
I rolled my eyes and pointed. Obviously the king and queen.
In chess, yes. But in this game, no. The ace is the deciding card on who wins the main battle, so to say.
The ace?
It's the one that looks completely unassuming next to these pricks. But when you have it in your hand, you could rule the world. Well, I guess the table, so to speak.
He pointed to the king and queen.
Can we play now?
There are a shit ton of other rules and tricks. But let's just get the basics down so Tobias doesn't cry all night.
Alistair grabbed the cards and shuffled them as he looked at me. He shuffled once more and handed out cards.
Just remember, Diana, the ace is what matters. And if you can put an ace with a king, unstoppable. Whew.
The grumbling pulled me from my thoughts.
If he makes us wait any longer, I'm going to be pissed.
You're already pissed.
Everything is being watched. We're lucky we can move as much as we can.
Fucking curfew has us meeting in shitholes like this.
Can't move product worth a damn anymore.
I had 3 shipments delayed this week alone.
I've sat and supplied these damn materials for weeks now, and he still hasn't paid yet.
Each man threw a card down. Weeks. My brows furrowed as I tried to sort through what Malone knew, but I'd eaten too much. All the memories were either blurry or weren't there at all, but it still didn't make sense. Caden always paid. Usually he paid in blood if you messed up, but he didn't lie about business. That, amongst other reasons, was why he had such a heavy following. Caden supplied them with whatever they needed, and they followed like whipped dogs. I inhaled deeply. And that's when I smelled it. The scent emanating from the man on the other side of the table was brief but unmistakable. I glanced at him. He was maybe just out of his 20s, but the fucking overpriced leather and thick gold chain around his neck with the crisscrossed goddamn symbol screamed Santiago and his fucking coven. My jaw clenched. That's the boss they were speaking of, not Caden. I needed more information. I tossed out a card, losing on purpose.
So, we're waiting on Santiago? Typical.
Yeah, well, he has the ship we need, and I am not having my men or anyone else carry that much fucking iron.
Iron? Perfect.
Malone, did you bring the transcripts with you? You seem a little empty-handed.
Edgar pointed his cigar at me. Every movement of that damn cigar sent the beast inside me whipping and lashing against my skin, begging to get out. I wanted to rip it out of his hand and shove it in his eye.
I'm not bringing anything in here right now. Don't trust you all.
I folded my cards once more. Silence fell before the room erupted in laughter.
That's fair. Caden's fire-wielding bitch has been fucking up a lot of our routes and efforts.
Don't speak her name.
Why? Are you afraid of summoning her? Don't be such a superstitious coward.
Coward? Or smart? Look what's left of the Vanderkais and Camilla's coven. They are nothing more than ashes and ruin. They say you hear a clap of thunder before she arrives, but it's not thunder. It's its wings. Winged death. Then all that's left is fire. Fire hotter than the sun.
Bah, blow me, Emmett. Stop listening to everything someone whispers to you.
Please. She got what she deserved. I don't know what she expected after betraying Caden, killing Alistair, teaming up with the World Ender, and then fucking him. It's her own damn fault. She is the reason the world is fucking shut down, and we have to meet in rat-infested dive bars.
Silence fell once more, and I stared at the cards in my hands.
You know, I wonder if they were screwing while Caden murdered her sister.
The man closest to Edgar scratched his uneven beard. A chorus of laughter and crude jokes followed, but I heard nothing, my blood boiling. The pounding crescendo filled my ears like drums on a battlefield. Darkness whipped in every corner of the room as an ache, deep and primal, grew in my belly. He had voiced the one thought that plagued me, the one thing that haunted me more than anything. The truth. It's her own damn fault. A lock on a door in a house rattled.
For the record, I never fucked the World Ender.
And I fingered myself more times than he ever did. The room fell silent, and every eye turned to me. By the way the color drained from their faces and their heartbeats stuttered, I knew the piercing red glow of my eyes shone beneath Malone's disguise. I felt the Igmaruthan in me stir. All fangs, teeth, and impenetrable scaled armor. Unbreakable, primal, and pissed. I didn't see anything, my vision blurring with bloodlust.
Kill them, kill them, kill them, kill them all. Feast.
They laughed over her death as if she deserved it when she was the kindest, most loving person in the world. And now she was gone because of me. I gripped the edge of the table and pushed so hard it severed the man sitting across from me when it collided with the wall. The remaining men jumped to their feet, reaching into their waistbands for weapons. I turned to the lowlife next to me and ripped his head off his shoulders, his body slumping forward, painting everyone nearby in red. Dante grabbed the gun from the far corner. I didn't feel any pain, only that roaring, vengeful wrath pumping through my blood. First, I needed to secure the leader. I would worry about the others in a second. Edgar's eyes fixed on me, and I could see the moment he figured it out. He knew why I was here. I stalked forward, and he took a few steps back. I kicked out, slamming the side of my foot against his knee. It shattered, and he fell into a heap, his mouth opened on a silent scream. Stay here. We need to talk. Santiago's man with the gold chain tried to run, but I ripped the leg off the overturned table and threw it so hard it went through his chest. His knees hit the floor hard as he dropped.
Where's Webster, you bitch?
I looked down at my suit and stuck a finger into a hole in my shirt, feeling my skin knitting back together. I raised my hand, licking the blood from my fingers as Dante watched, his eyes widening.
They deserve Make them pay.
Webster is in pieces. Do you want to know what he tasted like? My form melted, the black smoke drifting away as the cloak of Webster disappeared, leaving only me.
You devil.
To him, maybe I did look like the demons from his legends. I wore a red pantsuit with a matching jacket and heels, my hands covered in my own blood. Actually, it's Diana. I pushed him against the wall, his gun clattering to the floor. I reared my head back before I sank my fangs deep. His body shook as he tried and failed to fight me off. The ever-present hunger roared, demanding more, never sated, never full, never complete. Memories flashed quickly through my brain, moving at a blurring speed. I pulled away when I heard movement behind me. I turned, allowing Dante's body to slide to the floor with a thud. Edgar's head whipped toward me, his face scrunching in pain as he tried and failed to stand. He held onto his leg, scooting back and away from me. You know, I have been feeding more than I ever have, thanks to my dead sister. You know, the one you all love to taunt. It's unlocked this whole new world of power in me. It is pretty fun. Want to see a trick I learned? I walked toward him, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. I raised my hand, and the growing darkness in the room crawled toward me. It whipped and curled as if it understood every thought and feeling I had. I don't think it's mine. I think it's Caden's, but he made me and created this. So here we are. The darkness whipped up, grabbing the hanging light bulb in the center of the room. It burst, leaving the room in pitch blackness. I drew closer, my heels echoing on the cement floor. He scanned the room for me, but his mortal eyes failed him. As I passed, I leaned down and broke another leg off the table, fear twisting his face as he tried to scoot further away. I stepped over two dead men, victims of Dante's terrible aim with the gun, and stopped in front of Edgar. Kinda cool, right? I leaned down and grabbed him by the back of his shirt. I lifted him with one hand, tossed him toward the wall, and drove the table leg through his center. He scrabbled at the wood. Don't worry, I missed the vital organs. Gabby taught me all about mortal anatomy. I would help her study for tests over ice cream and note cards when I was home. Those moments were few and far between, but I cherished every one. I twisted my wrist on the last word. I know if I take this out, you'll bleed to death in minutes.
You know, they often wondered what would happen to you if you finally snapped that leash. I guess now we know.
I twisted the broken table leg a little harder. Where's Caden?
I don't know.
He tried to get a hold on the wood, holding him to the wall. Pity. I actually believed him. Fine, Santiago. Tell me where to find that fucking weasel. I lifted a single shoulder.
Santiago doesn't tell us anything other than when to make the drop and what dock he will be at, that's all. He's too busy hiding from you.
Good. He's being smart for once. What time is his next drop? I didn't twist this time.
I don't know. He texts us the day of. That's it, I swear.
I paused to search through his pockets. I threw a wallet onto the floor. I dug deeper, fishing out his cell phone. The screen lit up as I looked at it, revealing a picture of Edgar and a woman. Laugh lines crinkled around her eyes, matching his, and against my better judgment, I paused. Who is this? I turned the phone to him, the screen illuminating his features. Fear, plain and simple, flared in his eyes.
My wife.
Aw. So you do have someone you love? Great. Tell me where Santiago is or I'll find her. She can join Ethan's wife.
You're too late. Death took her from me years ago. She died in a hospital bed while I was trying to get the money for her cancer treatments.
Edgar bared his teeth in a blood-red smile at whatever he saw on my face. He nodded.
Surprise? You shouldn't be. You, above all, should know that even monsters love something.
I looked into his eyes, and we shared a moment of brief understanding before I changed the subject. What's the code?
9 186.
I let him hang there as I unlocked the phone. The screen lit up, several boxes glaring back at me, containing a few unknown numbers and a new message about the docks. Looks like he did give a drop date. I turned, taking the phone with me as I headed for the door.
You know, your reactions make sense now.
I don't know why I indulged him, but I stopped, my foot resting at the door's entrance. What?
I lost someone. We all have. Grief is mourning, but you're not grieving. You skip straight to anger and revenge, and it's because you feel guilty.
Guilty. The word rang in my head as it charged toward a door wrapped in chains. I felt my fangs extend, the tips pressing against my lips.
You hesitated, girl. I saw it during the card game, even through your disguise, and I saw it when you looked at my phone. I know that look. All monsters love something. You and the world ender. That's what hurts the most, isn't it? You fell in love with him while Kaidan took your sister. I've been there. You guys might not have been fucking when he took her, but you weren't there when she needed you. You weren't there because you...
I moved so quickly that he only registered it once he was on the floor, clutching his midsection with blood pooling around him. You saw nothing. Now say hi to your dead wife. I turned and left that damned place.
I yanked at my tie the second we were in the newsroom hallway. Vincent and Logan flanked me as we strode past the mortals. Several tried to stop us, wanting to speak to me or have me sign something.
Okay, can you sign this for my daughter? She's a big fan.
We just need a statement about the restrictions.
Please, sir, one question about the curfew.
I avoided everyone. With a final jerk, I managed to rip the tie off. I detest these. I detest the suits, the meetings, interviews, all of it.
Sorry, boss. I have to make you look professional and all for the rest of the world.
Ugh, why does everything in this world have to be so damn constricting? I popped the 2 buttons of my shirt. The jacket was the next to come undone. It wasn't just the clothes. It was the spaces, the rooms, the whole damned world. I felt caged. Vincent moved in front of me and held the door open. The sun cast a golden glow over the world. The day too beautiful in the face of the slowly building war.
It's just how mortals are. They need to trust and believe in you. We have to let them know that everything Kaidan said is a lie. They need to feel safe.
How many more appearances? Logan made a face and I knew I wouldn't like the answer.
About 8.
No, I did not like it. I did not want to do interviews. I wanted to find her. It had been a month since she'd killed the Vanderkais and burned their mansion. A month of silence with no answers. A month since I'd locked the world and set up new regulations for all living beings on Anua. The world knew of monsters and gods now, and the mortals more than happily obliged. Vincent had made several new advancements regarding the alert systems for the mortals, devices and tools to make them feel protected. But my rules still applied. No one out after nightfall. Strict policies on where they went, what they did, identification for traveling, you name it. I wanted no more blood spilled in this world over my mistakes. I needed to find her, but I had no leads. I'd hoped it would have happened sooner rather than later. Yet days turned to weeks. It seemed the more I tried to restrict the world, the easier it was for her to hide. All I could do was hope that she would slip up. The very few otherworld creatures that remained locked below Silver City had stopped talking after a few questions. Considering the charred remains we had to dispose of, my hold on my powers was slipping. That was just one reason I had decided to leave the questioning to the others. Frustration was wearing on me. I had no other otherworld creatures to ask. She had killed those closest to her, and the one she hadn't gotten to had gone into hiding.
If we leave here now, we can make it to...
A sharp ring cut me off, and Vincent lifted his phone to his ear. His eyes met mine, then Logan's.
Understood. We'll be there right away.
He nodded. I didn't need to ask what they said. I heard it. A burned hotel. Celestials sifted through the rubble, gathering anything that might be evidence to take back to the guild. Some carried bags, while others had small devices that glowed with celestial energy, looking for anything otherworldly. I stepped over another charred piece of wood in the blacked hotel room. The smell of blood, ash, and death hung heavy in the air, plummeting me into memories of battlefields, war drums, and destructive flames. Cities burned to metal skeletons, buildings melted and twisted, and the same damn smell. I crouched, turning over the remains of a broken chair. What looked like pages crumbled to ash. I knew a handful of celestials and gods that could bend flame, but nothing like this. No one like her.
We have to call the council, Samkiel. We can't sweep this under the rug. There are bodies here.
The room, or what was left of it, was a complete and utter disaster. The hallway and neighboring rooms seemed fine and clean. This looked as if she had lost control, anger spewing from her in a fit of rage. Not yet.
Why? Because you don't want Imogen here?
Vincent.
The council wants to make her your advisor once more.
We're not talking about this right now.
They said that?
Yes. And you know Cameron and Xavier will follow.
While Diana knew of my previous history with Imogen, her presence might still ignite Diana's jealousy, making her even more volatile. I did not wish to test that theory just yet. If I summoned the rest of the hand, it might push her further over the edge. It would also solidify the one thing I did not wish to be true. If the hand were here, then I'd lost her forever. I do not summon the hand lightly. You know that, and I do not need all of you here yet. If I summon you, all of you, it's not for capture, it's for war. Caden will see it as such, and we do not even have the slightest hold on Diana yet.
And you don't want to fight 2 Igmaruthans?
Tobias makes 3.
Nevertheless, we are not talking about this at the moment.
I wouldn't jump to war. But judging by this room, we could use the help. We have no leads, and we're a step behind her and Caden. Again, we need more people.
Not yet. Vincent didn't fight me this time. My gaze caught on the dark smudge on the far wall, and I stared, transfixed. It blossomed in the telltale splatter of arterial spray, and I wondered just how hot the fire had to burn to brand the blood so deeply into the wood. A young Celestial came through the door, tripping over the rubble as he approached.
We collected data from the owner as you requested.
He focused on Vincent, seeming unable to hold my gaze.
This was the only footage we found of anyone coming in and out of this room.
He spun the tablet toward us, pressing a few concave buttons. Blue light sparked above it before the screen came to life. A video of the hallway showed a few mortals entering and leaving. I moved closer, Logan and Vincent flanking me, towering over the Celestial. He remained in place even as his hands shook, causing the tablet to wobble. My heart stopped as a handful of women appeared, giggling and dancing. One that stuck out amongst the crowd. There, I saw her. Only it wasn't her. She wore another mortal disguise, but I recognized Diana no matter what form she assumed. It was the way she moved. Her every gesture inherently Diana. She could not hide behind cloaks and gimmicks, not with me. Her skin was shades paler than her natural gold and bronze in this form. And a pink that matched her minuscule dress tipped her short blonde curls. She squealed and laughed with the others as the crowd approached the door. My head lifted, and I glanced around the room. Now I knew why the reek of blood and death was so pervasive. They were all still here.
At first, we didn't think it was even her. Not until... well, you'll see.
I looked at the tablet and recognized her body language. She always used the same tactics in her seduction. A sway of her hips, a flip of her hair, and the slight touches to her upper torso. Diana reminded me of a serpent, slowly, deliberately drawing in its prey before she snapped. It hurt to watch, but I couldn't tear my gaze away. I rubbed my hand over the smooth line of my jaw, hungry for the sight of her, even if she wasn't in her natural form. The outfits she favored always showed a little too much, but she didn't need them to garner attention. Her smile lit up the entire room, drawing men and women alike to her. Her laugh was like music to my soul. A man ran up behind her, grabbing her around the waist with one arm and swinging to her side. My stomach turned. He handed the suitcase he carried off to another man and opened the door. The women ran inside, but Diana hung back, leaning against the wall. She beckoned him closer with a slim finger and an invitation in her eyes, a temptress baiting a trap. He fell into it eagerly, his hands running down her sides and over her hips to cup her ass so tightly she grunted and jumped. My teeth ground and my jaw clenched as he pushed his body against hers before claiming her mouth. I knew what it felt like to kiss those lips. It was pure bliss, and I hated him for tasting what was mine. Pain twisted my gut, the agony enough to make my breath hitch. I had been nearly cut open in my youth learning how to wield a blade in battle, and this felt worse. It was pure, intense agony, and I wanted to summon oblivion and rip into him. How dare he touch her, caress her? He did not know her or care for her. She was just another body to him. The lights flickered in the room, and the tablet screen went black for a brief second. Everyone stopped and looked at me. I needed to get myself under control. What was wrong with me? I tried to calm myself and settle my emotions. My fists clenched behind my back, and the screen came back on. No one said anything, and for a good reason. The primitive part of their brain in charge of their survival told them to stay very still and quiet. I was not 100% certain I would not incinerate them by mistake. I have not wanted nor craved anyone for over 1,000 years. But Diana woke some long-dead part of me. The emptiness and loneliness that had become a reality of my existence faded when I was in her presence. Now she was gone. She had shown me what it meant to feel at peace, and then ripped it away. On the screen, the man lifted Diana. She wrapped her legs around his waist before they disappeared behind the door.
Why are we playing this?
I'm sorry.
The Celestial pressed another button. The small white numbers on the edge of the screen fast-forwarding through hours. They had been in there for hours. Anger rippled off me as I struggled not to imagine all the things they could have done. Had he taken her in every part of this place? Had she liked it? Had she made the same noises she'd once made for me? I bit back a groan, feeling as if I were being eviscerated.
See this part?
He slowed the video, the seconds clicking by. The door opened, and an orange glow lit the dark hall. Diana stepped out in her true form, her beautiful dark hair cascading down her back in waves. She turned and strode down the hall without a backward glance, ignoring the flames that followed her from the room.
She left without the suitcase. The man she came with had a suitcase, and she left without it, which means it is still here.
You made me watch that for a suitcase you could have merely mentioned. Your position is terminated. Vincent plucked the tablet from his hands, and the Celestial hurried away. I turned, fighting the urge to go after him and strangle him.
Samkeel, think clearly. Why would she allow herself to be caught on camera? She knew it was there. That whole display, this, she wants to send a message. She is unhappy with your decision to close Anua. Think reasonably, and with all due respect, don't fire anyone else.
I ignored Logan. unable to process what he was saying, even as he tried to make sense of the situation. The other Celestials avoided my gaze, returning to work. I moved further into the room, aiming for the center. Logan and Vincent followed me but stopped short when I rolled up my sleeves. They reversed direction, waving the Celestials back to the edges of the room. Focusing on the growing knot of pain in my chest, I pulled on my power. The skin along my arms lit with the intricate design of my people, the tattoos burning with molten silver. I knew they matched the lines on my face and the irises of my eyes. The room vibrated as items, charred and damaged, began to mend. Celestials clung to the walls, trying to stay upright. I lifted my hands, returning the room to what had been only hours prior. Chairs, tables, and couches reformed from the destruction. Several Celestials jumped back and out of the way, as the room became what it had been before the fire.
Oh, gods!
I didn't need to look to know what was there. I could smell the blood and death. It was no longer a lingering scent, but fresh, and without the underlying stench of burnt meat.
Samkiel.
I saw Logan's face, terror and pain filling his eyes. It wasn't compassion for what had remained of the man on the bed, nor the other bodies that littered the room, but fear for his missing wife. If Diana could do this, what could Caden do? We will find her. I promise. I reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder and squeezing tightly. He nodded and forced a brief smile. I looked past him. A young woman who worked for Vincent leaned down and picked up a pair of lacy red underwear. My heart froze. I lifted a handful of thin fabric held together by crisscrossing strings. If these were restraints, they didn't look suitable. Maybe they were a weapon I wasn't familiar with. What is this? I turned to Diana. She had left some drawers open in her room, and curiosity had gotten the best of me. Diana left the large closet wearing a baggy shirt and loose-fitting gray pants. She'd showered and changed out of the gown I had made for her after we'd returned from the garden. Her eyes widened when she saw what I held, and she rushed over to me.
Oh my gods, Liam, give me those!
Diana grabbed the bundle of material from my hand and pushed me away.
Stay out of my dresser, please and thanks.
You are the one that left it open. I was just curious about what your friend had bought for you. She shook her head and smirked at me before padding to the bed. Huh, what is that? Is that something you wear? She hopped on the bed and crawled to the center. I would be a liar if I said the sight didn't affect me. She was pleasing in a lot of areas.
They're panties, Liam.
That word seemed foreign to me. Or maybe I had not been paying attention to the videos Logan had supplied. My brows furrowed as I walked to the other side of the bed. What's that? A smile curved her lips.
You're joking, right?
I sat on my side of the bed and shook my head. I didn't understand why she would assume I would joke about a question.
Rule number 1 of our friendship is that you won't lie to me. I have literally, and against my will, seen you take them off of women with your teeth.
Realization hit me like a meteor. I felt my face go slack and my body run hot. Those are undergarments. I pointed toward the drawer.
Yes. What did you think they were? Torture devices?
I didn't respond.
Oh my gods, you really did!
She nestled into the bed and grabbed the thick comforter to pull around her. I slid into the bed and rested an arm underneath my head. Another thought gnawed at me like a feral beast. And before I could stop it, the question erupted from my lips. Why does Drake know what you wear beneath your clothes? Has he pulled your undergarments off with his teeth? Her hand reached out, and she playfully slapped at my chest. I reacted like I always did because it made her smile. Not a normal smile, but a brief one that made her nose wrinkle. Ow. I rubbed the spot where she'd popped me.
Oh, that didn't hurt you, big baby. And no, He was just with me when I took Gabby shopping in Rumen years ago. Now go to sleep and stop thinking about my underwear.
There it was. That smile. I needed a name for it. I promise, that is not what I'm thinking about.
Sure you're not.
Diana closed her eyes, snuggling further into the bed. I swear it. And it was a complete and utter lie. The memory faded as I watched the woman put that scrap of red lace into a clear bag and seal it. My hand fell to my side, and Logan turned to see what had caught my attention. I turned away. I need you and the team to find out who this man was and what he was into. I need names, next of kin, anything you can find.
Samkiel.
What?
I don't think you'll need it. Looks like his name was Webster Malone, and these records show transactions from an account tied to Donvir Edge.
He scanned some pages he picked up. What's that?
Let's find out.
Vincent handed the papers to the Celestial hovering at his elbow. The man grabbed them and quickly scanned them. His fingers flew over the thin tablet he held, and a few minutes later, he turned the device to show us an image of a dock. Ropes hung from a wooden bridge, and a large ship took up the background.
It's a shipping dock, transportation of goods, mostly foods. There have been a few arrests for illegal activity and gambling in the last couple of years.
Okay, a shipping dock. I'll go there.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Logan strode toward the door. No, Logan. I want all of you to stay here and see what else you can find. See who he worked for, and what else he might have known.
You'll need a ride. We can get a convoy.
I do not! I didn't know if it was rage that bubbled inside me, or that the room now smelled of arousal and death, but I had to leave. I had to get away from it, and all of them. Tendrils of electricity danced around me, and the room shook from the pent-up rage inside me. One minute I was in the room, and the next, in the clouds. A booming echo followed in my wake. Lightning struck, and rain poured from the sky as I turned toward Donvir Edge. Rain poured from the sky, droplets bouncing off the metal chains that swayed in the growing wind. A storm had followed me here, one I'd created by accident. I changed out of the suit as I landed, the fabric of my new clothes light but durable, like the ones we used to wear on Rashirim. The black long-sleeve shirt and matching pants made blending in with the shadows at the end of the alleyway easier. The nap Logan had forced on me days ago had helped. Sleep, even for a moment, let me recharge, even if all I dreamt of was her once more. I stayed low, surveying the area as several people moved large wooden sealed boxes onto a ship. I counted at least 50 heartbeats, but from the magic that hummed off their skin, they weren't mortal. Witches. That explained how they were moving those large crates so easily.
Come on! This storm isn't letting up, and we have 2 more! We can't be late!
A gust of wind battered the docks, and the massive gray ship swayed. I needed to calm down. The rings on my finger vibrated, begging me to summon a blade. I would welcome the opportunity to let off some steam. It had always helped in the past, but then I had never been tied up in knots over a woman. It had never been about someone I cared so deeply for. They loaded the remaining crates and closed the thick doors on the back of a large truck. The engine revved, light shining as it pulled away. Now that the vehicle was out of the way, I realized this was no ordinary cargo ship. It was massive. How much material was it moving? The trees behind the fence bent beneath the force of the howling wind, and the rain continued to pelt the concrete. I pulled my hood up and studied the tree line, my eyes straining against the darkness. It felt as if someone or something was there. Yet I saw nothing. I shook it off, turning back toward the ship as the last few people boarded. I waited until the ship left the harbor before I shot back up into the sky. My feet hit the deck with a soft thud. I landed in a crouch and remained there for half a second to make sure no one heard or came from below. I had followed them from above, riding the storm for a few miles. The city lights were so far away now, you'd have to be a netherworld or otherworld creature to see them. Where were they going? Originally, I had wondered if they were going to Novus, Caden's previous base of operations and his home. But that was in the opposite direction from which the ship sailed. They seemed to be headed to the middle of nowhere. I moved, staying close to the bridge. No one was at the helm. The witches on board had taken control. I could feel the magic they wielded. Voices echoed from below.
I'm not going back up front. It's fucking freezing. And now it's raining. It's like the damn storm is following us.
Oh, his instructions were clear. He said we need someone on watch. So you go.
No, you.
There was a pause. And then the stench of anxiety floated through the air.
You heard what they said. They're calling her winged death. You hear a clap like thunder before she descends and rains fire. She's hunting anyone fucking involved in that girl's death. We're done for. And of course, the idiot had to tape it.
Well, I would love for you to call Caden an idiot to his face.
I will, if you go watch.
Okay, you have a deal. I want that recorded.
Shadows slowly climbed the stairs. Their footsteps were heavy against the metal steps, neither trying to stay quiet.
I'm surprised Santiago hasn't told him that to his face.
The man in front half-turned, laughing with his friend. He stopped as his friend's eyes grew wide. He turned his head slowly toward me, looking to see what made his friend suddenly drip sweat. His eyes stopped at my chest, and then slowly traveled up.
Oh, fuck!
Your magic is weak compared to the goddess who made it. I flipped open another crate. This one matched the others. Boxes and boxes of sheets and rods of iron. The ship rocked, the heavy waves buffeting it. The room smelled of iron, and the burnt flesh of the witches that had tried and failed to attack me. Santiago hung from the ceiling, suspended by my power. I flipped through the pages on the clipboard, circling two of the crates.
Why are you moving so much iron?
Go to Iyasulin.
Santiago struggled against the invisible hold. My head tilted up, and I lowered the clipboard in my hand. You know of Iyasulin. I'm impressed. It's a realm outside of time and space, a place so brutal, only the vilest and damned end up there when they die. I waved my hand, and his body dropped to the floor next to me, landing chest first. He raised his head, the gash on his nose threatening to open again.
You took my fucking hands!
Yes, I did. I warned you what would happen if you put your hands on her. You should have listened. I kneeled next to him.
Gods, you really are sweet on her. Pathetic.
Says the man who... What was that she said? Oh yes, couldn't take the word. No. My blood boiled, remembering what she had said that day in El Danuma. I know he had never fully touched her, but that he would even try made me want to summon oblivion to end him.
Oh, hey! You can't blame me for being curious. Everyone that's touched her has turned into a whipped dog. Even gods, I guess.
With a flick of my hand, his body hit the ceiling once more. Have any of you considered that maybe it's her that is so mesmerizing, and not what's between her legs? I used my power to press his body hard enough against the ceiling that the metal groaned.
He wasn't kidding. You really are in love with her.
I held him above me and turned to rip off another crate lid instead of answering.
Oh man, you are so fucked! Do you really think Caden of all creatures will let you have her? Let anyone truly have her. She is the first and only one he has ever made. He isn't letting her go.
The pressure of my power grinded against him. I knew that. Everyone knew that. Caden had proven he would do anything to keep her, including dragging her back in pieces if he had to. I am very aware of how far he is willing to go. He has poisoned her, degraded her, threatened her, had monsters drag her back to a hole in the ground while she screamed, ripped her to pieces, manipulated the people closest to her to betray her. And then he took the one person she loved away from her, all because she refused to return to him. With another flick of my hand, Santiago slammed to the ground. I turned as he rolled over onto his back. He was half smiling, as if it was the funniest thing in the world that Caden had done so much to hurt her so badly. My control snapped. Do you find that humorous? The lights in the ship went out and the engine died. Total darkness fell as thunder, loud and heavy, cracked the sky. So strong we could hear it in the bowels of the ship. I laid the clipboard to the side, the black and silver ring on my finger humming. Tendrils of purple and black mist wafted off the death blade, and Santiago's eyes went wide, the smile and laughter fading from his expression. I saw my eyes flare silver in the reflection of Santiago's gaze. Do you know what oblivion is, Santiago? I moved the tip of the blade closer to him as he struggled against my invisible vice-like grip. It's a weapon I made long before you were even a thought. It was meant to be an instrument of peace, formed at my accession. Only I carried too much anger and grief at the time. Feelings I couldn't control spilled over, and created this instead. It is every horrible emotion a god should not feel, yet here it is. It is a true death blade. There is no peace, no Astaroth, no Eosulin, no nothing. It makes you into particle matter to be reused as the universe sees fit. Your conscience is gone. No you, no quirks that make you special, no memories, dreams, or nightmares. It is true death. I glanced at the blade in my hand and back toward him. I had not summoned it since Rashirim fell. Not until her. Do you know why? Because there are no boundaries I will not cross if it means keeping her safe. Especially after everything you all have taken from her. It is the highest law not to touch anyone in my court or what I consider mine. That act alone is punishable by death, and she is mine. It will be your end.
Well, from what I've heard, I don't think she knows that.
His smirk died as the tip of the blade touched his suit jacket. The material beneath broke off and turned to ash, floating into the air around us. Santiago's eyes bulged as he watched it spread. And then he snapped.
Listen, I don't know, okay? I don't know! Caden doesn't tell any of us anything, especially after Alistair died and she left. He trusts no one but Tobias now. If you want answers, real answers, find him.
I lifted the blade from him before it spread further.
Why the iron? The ships?
All I know is he's building something.
My brows furrowed.
Caden can't build a god-killing weapon with Etherworld metals and minerals, and that's what he would need to kill me. Only Azrael can make something from nothing, and he is long dead.
Santiago pulled his worried gaze from the blade and looked at me like I had grown horns.
Who said Azrael was dead?
My head reared back. I saw it. When the Igmor Ruthens attacked, he died helping his wife escape. The light burned the sky. How can you tell me not?
Alistair could make you see whatever he wanted.
Alistair? Alistair never set foot on Rashirim. You're trying to buy time with lies.
Why? Why would I lie? The kings of Yejedin have almost as much power as your lot.
He was afraid I'd place Oblivion close to him again. Kings?
Alistair was no king.
You really don't know who Caden is at all, do you?
The information ran too fast through my brain. If Alistair was there, did that mean Caden and Tobias were too? But how? I needed more answers. Were they the last 3 kings of Yjedin? Had Nismera and the other traitorous gods not only called on the Igmor-Ruthens, but the kings as well? I had seen Azrael dead. Seen him turn into that clear blue light. I started to tell him how idiotic his words were, but I paused as thunder slapped the sky again. Only the power behind it wasn't mine this time.
Winged death.
Santiago's heart raced, the beat like a drum. He was terrified. And this time, not of me.
Get me out of here alive and I'll tell you everything I know. I promise!
Stop talking. That's all he had done. Her arrival had reduced him to a shriveling mess. He knew she was here for him, and he'd practically pissed his pants. I waited to hear the fire I knew she would send through the ship, but it did not come. The witches I had knocked unconscious should be awake by now, but I didn't hear a single scream or murmur. The worst part was the quiet. I grabbed him by the shoulder, his shirt bunching in my grip, and pushed him forward.
Keep walking.
Don't you think it's safer to head away from the main area of the ship?
He dug his heels in and tried to turn back. Make no mistake, your safety is not my concern. I placed the tip of the blade against his back.
What's the point in threatening me if you are just going to kill me anyway? You already took my hands. I can't cast magic now.
I remained silent and pushed him forward. He stopped at one of the oval metal doors and looked at the handle before raising his arms to display his missing hands. My jaw clenched as I stepped around him to turn the large lever and push against the heavy door. It swung open, revealing an empty room with no exits. I shifted to the side and waved my blade, gesturing for him to enter. I did not trust him at my back, no hands or not. You are alive for 2 reasons. The first is that you have information I want.
What's the other?
He turned when he realized I hadn't followed him in. Bait. I grabbed the edge of the door. Santiago's eyes bulged, and his face went slack in shock as I slammed the metal door.
Hey! You can't fucking leave me here! She will kill me! Aren't you supposed to be the good guy?
I twisted the handle, locking him in, and leaned against the door. I never once said that I was good. That is just a fable you all tell yourselves, I suppose. You tell yourselves that I will show mercy. You believe that to be the law and govern the realms, I have to at least be neutral. But sometimes a king has to be a monster. I pushed away from the door and called on my fire. Directing it through my eyes, I melted the edges of the door. I will admit that I do seem more erratic, and I am aware it is because of Diana. It's confusing and frustrating. I've never felt for another how I feel about her. She makes me feral and possessive, but not in the way your master is. I would never hurt her, and I cannot allow her to keep hurting herself. That's what she's doing, and her pain grows every time she kills. She feeds and takes others to sate the part of her born from grief. She is trying to bury herself under those kills and prove to herself that she is the monster you all believe her to be. None of you know her. She is so much more. Diana was kind to me and helped me when I did not deserve it. So I must also be that for her. She has no one else. Caden and all of you made sure of that. The pulsing heat in my eyes died, and I watched as the metal cooled. The beating against the door stopped as soon as I started speaking.
You're a hopeless, romantic idiot.
It was the last thing I heard him say, as I took the metal stairs 2 at a time. Thunder clapped again. and I knew it had not originated from the swollen clouds crowding the sky. I stood on the deck, unable to take my eyes off the massive dark wyvern that circled the ship. She knew I was here with Santiago, and I could feel her calculating her odds. She cut through a swath of clouds, and I turned, waiting for her to reappear. The rhythmic beat of her powerful wings stopped, and the only sounds were the howl of the wind, the ceaseless brush of the sea against the ship, and the patter of the rain. Where had she gone? I knew she wouldn't just leave. I turned in a slow circle, stopping when lightning flashed, illuminating the deck for an instant before darkness fell again, concern and tension building in my chest. Another bolt danced across the sky, and my heart skipped. One moment, I was alone on the deck. The next, she was standing a few feet from me. It was as if she'd appeared from the darkness itself. Gods, was she always this beautiful? It had been far too long since I had seen her last, and I was hungry for the sight of her. She stared back at me, her eyes glowing red, their depths too alien for me to read her emotions. The outfit she wore hugged her body lovingly. I had memorized every one of those curves in my dreams when sleep took me against my will. The wind cut, blowing sharp and cold, the storm growing. She cocked her head, her body still, as if listening for something below. I realized she was searching for him, even as she stood here with me.
I dislike being apart from you this long.
Her head snapped toward me, those crimson eyes shifting for a split second, and I swore I saw a hint of hazel. Joy sparked through me that my words had some effect on her, even if it was fleeting. It hinted at a chance, a small sliver of hope. Her eyes stayed on me this time, but she still did not speak. The rain and wind building to a tumult around us.
See something you like?
I gave her a slow smile, working at keeping her focus on me.
I forgot how massive you are. Too many mortal men, I suppose.
She meant for that jab to sting, to distract me, and it did hurt. She was not mine, not entirely. Given what we'd been dealing with at the time, we'd never discussed being exclusive. But it burned me to my core that she was with anyone else, and she knew it. I saw it on her face.
Thanks for leaving your clues, by the way. I thought you'd at least be more careful. Unless you wanted me to find you.
Diana moved to the right, slowly, deliberately, then back to the left, pacing. She reminded me once more of the Ristori beasts. Large, beautiful, sleek, yet fearsome felines from Rashirim. She was all of that. And here she was, sizing me up like prey.
Webster was a low-life arms dealer who sold more than weapons. He deserved what he got.
If you didn't want me to find you, you probably shouldn't set places aflame. Or leave your lacy undergarments behind.
Lacy undergarments? They are called panties, Sandkeel. You know that, and you've seen plenty.
Yes, but I distinctly remember yours.
I'm glad. I left them as a parting gift. Another way to tell you that the girl you're so desperate to save is long gone, and she is not coming back.
I ignored her blatant attempt to push me further away, even as it ripped at my heart. I had another plan.
I will admit, I enjoy the fact you thought of me while you were with others. Did it help you come, or are you still deprived, my Diana?
Whatever retort she prepared died the second those words left my lips. She faltered, and even though she corrected herself almost immediately, I saw her reaction to me calling her mine. I saw the flicker of recognition in her posture, as if she still craved and treasured those words. In that moment, I knew I'd won. She knew it too.
I'll take your silence as a no.
I watched her shake her head, rain plastering her hair to her face.
Please, is that jealousy I hear? Does the mighty world ender, the legend himself, get jealous? I don't remember that in your memories.
I am not fond of others touching what's mine.
Yours? When did we agree on that? When we hated each other? The one night we finally touched? Or was it when I stayed with you when they took her? Which part?
A huff of smoke curled from her nose.
Diana!
Sam Keel. Besides, your jealousy is misplaced on Malone. He only lasted a few minutes before I ripped him to pieces.
Her smile was deadly. I tried to act as if her mentioning her tryst so nonchalantly didn't set my nerves and temper in overdrive. But the sky betrayed me. A bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a clap of thunder, my energy disrupting the atmosphere. She caught it, her head tipping back as a laugh made of sin left her lips. The rain poured on her face, water flowing down her neck.
Are you still having issues, lover? Not sleeping?
I'll be honest with you if you will be with me.
Honesty?
Yes. Honestly, you helped me more than you know. And I plan to do the same for you. No matter what words you toss at me or taunts you know affect me, I refuse to let you continue down this destructive path, Diana.
She glanced down, nodding, as if she were contemplating my words. Water dripped from the tip of her nose before she glanced at me again. Beautiful. She was beautiful even now. Not one single part of her scared me, no matter how hard she tried. The fangs, the eyes, every part was still her, and she was the only one I wanted. I longed for her just as she was. From the thick lashes she closed against the rain, to that full, sensual mouth now painted a deep shade of red, to her hair slicked back from her face and hanging far past her shoulders. I could see how losing Gabriella, how the blood she had consumed had changed her. But to me, she was still my sweet, protective, caring, fiery Diana.
Honesty, then. Fine. I'll be honest.
A flicker of emotion danced behind her eyes, that raging persona slipping for a second. Her throat bobbed as she continued to stare at me.
This was a waste of time. Every second I spent with you was a waste of time. You were a means to an end. You were to keep my sister safe, and you failed even in that. I should have left the second I had the chance. Anyone smart would have. Now she is dead because of you just as much as me, because we couldn't keep our hands off each other. Caden killed her because of you, because of me. Once again, I was reminded that I am not a normal girl with a crush on a normal boy who gave her flowers and told her she was pretty. I was stupid to think that I could have even a semblance of normalcy in my life. I was weak and pathetic and didn't realize that normal died the second I did in that fucking burning desert. And honestly, I'll never be her again.
There it was. Diana tried to hide behind the violence and lovers she took, wearing it like armor to protect her shattered heart. She'd left the message, trying to prove to me she was truly gone. Only I felt in my soul how wrong it was. She was Diana, my Diana, and I saw clearly how broken she was now. The words she threw at me were meant to hurt me, but they originated in her overwhelming grief and pain. The same pain that clawed its way into my soul when Rashirim fell. You're wrong, Diana. You're trying to convince yourself, but you know I would have done anything for you and your sister. Blaming yourself and me will not bring her back. I still care about you, need you, want you. I always will. My heart sank as she turned ever so slightly, her eyes glowing a shade brighter.
Well, then I guess that's a problem, because I don't care about you. Not when the cost of it took everything from me. You're not worth it.
Her lips pursed into a thin line. I had hit a nerve, and she'd struck back. Don't project onto me. I know you, even if you hate it. You care about me. And I know what I felt then, and I know what you felt. It was real. It's the only thing I can still feel from you. And I will stop at nothing to have you back with me. I won't let you suffer alone. You know I won't. I'm too damn stubborn. A corner of her lips twisted up as she glanced at it. She swallowed, the long, narrow column of her throat bobbing as she tilted her head back.
They wrote stories about us. Me, the Igmaruthan, and you, Samkiel, the world ender. Two creatures destined to spill each other's blood until the cosmos bleed, not fuck each other.
She looked at me, her gaze meeting mine and holding. Well, times change. She smiled, but it was one of annoyance, not the bright one I craved. She clapped her hands together.
Well, this was fun, Samkeel, but I have a witch to kill. So...
I knew what she was doing was wrong. Her attempt at avoidance was apparent. But it was more than that. I knew where she was better than anyone. When my father died, and I destroyed Rashirim, I'd locked myself away on the remains of my world. She was only locking her emotions inside, trying to push me away, trying to block me out, trying not to feel. Diana. I took a single step forward. She thrust her hand toward me, a dark ring on her finger glowing for a mere second as she summoned a sharp, jagged, forsaken sword made of serrated bone and held it between us. Shock grounded my feet in place, my stomach twisting. Inconceivable. How? She'd summoned a blade from a ring. It was impossible that she had the raw magic it took to even stabilize the power it contained.
Another honest moment between us. I remember the things you taught me. How to fight better, be quicker, how to take down something far larger than me, how to be lethal. Every little thing you showed me in that damned mansion when you just wanted to be close to me after our little argument. I remember every word you said, including how you must always have a weapon.
She lifted the blade, assessing it.
Camilla made it for me. Took a while, but here we are.
That's what you needed it for? To fight me? Why did rage and jealousy flare to life in my gut at that realization?
I knew you'd only get in my way. Just like the blood that runs through that perfect body of yours, saving people is ingrained in your DNA. And honestly, how cool is this? The rings really are a great idea.
Camilla had forged a blade-born ring. I knew her powers were unparalleled even here, but that much power and strength were catastrophic. And now, two of the most powerful women I knew had joined forces.
I am a creature born of chaos, born to destroy you. You are the protector of all 12 realms and every dimension in between. Shall we be what we were always destined to be, lover?
She lifted her blade, pointing it at me. She moved quickly, too quickly. I summoned my blade and raised it, stopping her strike just before it connected with my face. The heavy sound of steel rang out, and a part of me broke. My body hit the floor, all of the air exploding from my lungs. I pushed to my feet, summoning another ablazed weapon. I refused to give up on her. She was still in there. It had only been a flicker, buried under anger and vengeance, but I'd seen it, and it was enough. Lights flashed, casting a gray-blue tint with every rotation of the focused yellow beams. I scanned the hole she had made in the deck after hitting me with enough flame to sting. My clothes remained intact, minus the few cuts she'd gotten in with her blade. She practically danced with that weapon. Even as her target, she was damn impressive. I peeked into the hole and followed her in. The moment my feet hit, I went to my knees. Diana's sword hit the metal just above my head and struck. Her eyes blazed as she yanked the blade from the wall. I rose and stepped to the side, out of her reach. How did you get so good at wielding a sword? You despise swords. She rushed forward, and I blocked the swipe she aimed at me. I held her there for a few seconds, the force behind her strike tenfold. She leaned in close and smiled, snapping canines sharp as the blade she wielded. Her first shot connected with my jaw hard enough to send me into the neighboring wall. I pushed off, ducking once more as she swung, the blade sparking against the wall where I'd stood.
You can only perfect something if you train. Another lesson you taught me.
Oh, so you do pay attention to what I say. A pipe burst where she had struck the wall, sending a plume of steam hissing into the hallway.
You know, I saw you on the screen, prancing around and smiling at those stupid mortals as if nothing had happened. So precious, telling everyone how they have nothing to fear. What a joke you are.
She stalked me through the gray steam, spinning the blade as she rotated her wrist. I have to maintain face, Diana. That's all that was. You know that. The mortals are already in an uproar.
Yes, you looked so miserable with everyone practically drooling over you.
A thought crossed my mind. Is that how I looked? How long did you stare at me?
He put her on display, Sandkeel, just like that. And you go on there like it meant nothing. Lie to me again about how much you care for me.
I rubbed at the lingering ache in my sternum and stood. Yes, she was definitely stronger and meaner. As I caught my breath, her words sank in. Diana, I have to make the world, the mortals, feel safe so the Council of Hadramil stays away. That's all. I would never willingly do anything to cause you more pain. Steam continued to billow from the pipe, filling the hall with a thin fog. I could only see her red glowing eyes in silhouette as she took a step back, then another.
I wouldn't worry about me being in pain.
Her white teeth flashing in the gloom. 1 minute she was there, and the next gone. I shot to my feet and dashed to where she had been. Smoke twined around my body, but the corridor was empty. Oh, fuck. Another word Diana had taught me spilled from my lips. She was baiting me, feeling for him, zeroing in on his location. But once I was far enough away that I couldn't reach her, she'd vanished. I turned, summoning the ablazed weapon back into my ring before darting down the hall. Knowing I wouldn't reach him before she did, I stopped and portaled, reappearing outside the metal door. I grabbed the lever and yanked, ripping the door from its hinges. Santiago jumped, his eyes wide with fear and shock. Not giving him time to react, I reached inside and grabbed him by the front of his shirt, pulling him out.
You look terrible.
His face was grim as he took in the cuts and blood on my jacket. I had not noticed how many swipes she had gotten in during our battle, but apparently she had done some damage. I dragged him along, looking down every hallway and around every corner, waiting for her to appear. I was surprised she hadn't gotten to him yet. Santiago caught on to my unease and hurried to keep pace with me.
You know, I could have just portaled both of us out of here if you hadn't taken my fucking hands!
Shut up! I reached the end of the hall. I peered right and left, but the only movement was the shadows created by the dull flashing of the lights. I pushed Santiago toward the right and the exit sign at the end of the hallway.
Why are you protecting me?
My shoulders bunched as I stopped and spun to face him, forcing him to take a step back. I'm not.
Sure looks like it.
Santiago's eyes went wide, his gaze focusing behind me. I turned slowly to face Diana. She leaned against the wall, tapping the Forsaken sword against the tip of her heel. How had she snuck up on me? This was the second time. Why can I not feel you anymore? Her eyes connected with mine. She pushed off the wall and twirled the sword in her hand just like I had taught her.
It's a secret, and we're not best friends anymore.
My lip curled, ready to tell her once more how deeply I loathed that word.
You are more Caden than ever before.
Something like that. Are you ready to die now?
A slow half-smile crept over her face. I moved, blocking him with my body. Diana, as much as I want him dead, we can't. You can't.
Oh, yes, I can. Do you want to watch?
Think about it. He knows where Caden is and where they are shipping this. He said Azrael is alive, Diana. Do you know what that means? I raised my hand. She closed her eyes briefly, her shoulders sagging as she tipped her head back. I saw her lower the blade, but her grip tightened.
That's all you fucking care about.
What? No, he's valuable, Diana. That's it. I dropped my hand.
No, she was.
She looked at me, and for a second, I saw the hurt and pain flash in her ember-filled eyes as she pointed the blade at me. She was, and he is going to pay for that. Do you really think I care if Santiago lives after everything he has done to you? I need information. and I plan to extract that the same way I have done for centuries. Diana tipped her head, listening. I had her attention.
So that's your plan. Use the energy you did on me until he talks and tells you where Caden is?
Yes.
And then what? Kill him after?
He will pay for his crimes. The Council of Hadramil will see to his execution, as they have done for eons. I waved a hand.
For his crimes? Such a hero. You're adorable. Always so kind to help the monsters. But we could skip all that, and you could let me have him. You don't even have to get those perfect hands dirty.
Or we could come to an agreement and work together as we once did.
Been there, done that. Didn't work out for us, did it? So I'll pass. You have to do everything by the book, and I'd much rather maim, you know? I mean, he would be what? A captive for you in this mythical council?
He would be a prisoner of war, yes.
Well, your prisoner of war is gone, so...
She tapped her foot on the floor as she glanced down for a moment. I turned behind me and saw nothing but an empty hall. The small lights down the corridor still spinning. Fuck, how did I not hear him?
You were really into your speech. Honestly, I didn't want to interrupt you. Santiago is a creep and likes to spell his feet so he can sneak around. He's a weasel like that.
Diana unfolded her arms, her long wavy hair bouncing against her shoulders as she shrugged. A part of me missed this. And all of me missed her. It felt so right being in her presence, hearing her voice, bantering, the way we had worked together, all of it. Even if she denied our bond, I still felt it with razor sharpness. Gods, I missed it all. But my nostalgia was short-lived. Did you see him leave?
Yeah.
And you let him?
Yeah.
Why?
To be fair, I was going to come for you after I finished Santiago. But since you're here now, I have a better plan.
Her voice dropped an octave, her eyes blazing a shade brighter, fangs lowering to grace the edge of her bottom lip, as if the Igmor Ruthen inside of her had risen to the surface. Diana lunged, swinging her sword over her head and toward me. I sidestepped, calling a blade from my ring and raising it to block her. Her attacks were hard and brutal, making even me grimace at the sheer force behind them. She was strong before, but now her strength was damn near terrifying. I pushed away from her second blow, forcing her to step back. It was only a second before she came forward again, so quickly I didn't even see her bend the shadows around her. 1 minute she was in front of me, the next behind me, just like when we fought in Zeral. My sword swept behind me, knocking away her blade as she tried to slash my back. I spun toward her, but she was gone again. Pain shot across my shoulder blade. Another brush of air and fire slid along my side, followed by a deep sting and a rush of blood from my arm. She was so fucking fast. I tried to block her, but another slash hit the back of my knee, dropping me. Her heels clicked across the floor as she walked around me and stopped, facing me. A smile graced her lips as she forced my chin up with the flat of her blade.
Look at that! Gods do know how to bow!
If you wanted me on my knees, Diana, all you had to do was ask. You know that.
Tempting.
She rocked the blade under my chin, forcing my head back.
You should grow the scruff back, though. I like the way it tickles.
Whatever you want.
Whatever I want?
Her smile was all fangs and cold brutality. Always.
I do want something from you. I need you to bleed.
Faster than I could track, she grabbed me by my throat and lifted me with the predator's ease. The small muscles in her arm bunching from my weight. My feet barely touched the floor, which said a lot given that I towered over her. I didn't have a chance to say anything before she drove her blade through my midsection, pinning me to the ship's metal hull. I reached for the blade as she pushed it farther into my gut. Her eyes stared into mine as she bit the side of her lip and leaned in close.
Did I ever tell you how much I love the sounds you make? Make them again.
Her nails dug into the side of my neck. Her voice was like liquid velvet across my skin, my soul, even with a jagged blade through my midsection. She released my throat slowly, trailing her fingers along my neck, tracing my collarbone to caress my chest. Blood pooled and dripped from my wound, but now it was rushing toward another part of my body. She heard my breathing hitch, and her grin spread, revealing canines sharper than daggers. She sliced through my shirt with a single nail before dipping her head. The sound I let out when her tongue flattened against my bare flesh was not one of pain. She glanced up through thick lashes, and it was a look I had fantasized about since Kashin.
There it is.
Diana followed the trail of blood below the blade with her tongue. She stepped back, my body going cold without her near. I watched as she pulled a small vial attached to a chain from between her breasts. She popped the lid off, spitting my blood inside. Desire morphed into worry as she filled it up, closed the top, and tucked it beneath her blouse once more. I jerked forward, but to no avail. Whatever she had run through me and into the wall made it so I couldn't budge. My toes barely touched the floor, and I couldn't gain any leverage to pull it out.
Hang tight.
She winked at me before disappearing in a cloud of black mist.
Diana! Diana!
I walked down the hall using the back of my long sleeve to wipe Samkiel's blood from my tongue and lips. I needed the fucking taste of him off of me. Out of my head, out of my mouth, out of my... I stilled as I heard Santiago's damned heart thumping a floor below me. Fire danced in my palm, and I sent a powerful column of flame into the metal at my feet. It lit with a red-yellow glow and melted, dripping onto the floor below. I jumped through the hole I'd made, landing in a crouch. Santiago glanced back, and I saw him mouth the word, fuck, before disappearing around a corner. I elongated my nails and reached out to scrape them along the wall, taking my time walking down the hallway as I hummed an old Eorian melody. I was coming for him, and I didn't care that he knew. This was a hunt, and he was my prey. I wanted to savor it. He was trapped with nowhere to go and no one to save him. I came around the corner right as a thick metal door closed. It was mere seconds before I was in front of it, and with one solid kick, it flew off its hinges. Seriously, Santiago, this is getting embarrassing, even for you. I stepped inside the small, dimly lit room, expecting to find him huddled in a corner, pissing himself. But it was empty. What the fuck? I saw him come here, and there was no way out.
Looking for me?
I spun, my lips curling back in a snarl, as I prepared to rip his throat out with my teeth. He lifted his hand and blew a fine powder in my face. I blinked reflexively, sending whatever it was deeper into my system. I stumbled back, feeling the metal dent when I hit the wall. Searing pain made my eyes water and my throat burn. I grabbed at my face, clawing and scratching at my eyes, trying to get it off.
You know, that's terrible stuff. Not only can it blind you, but it also attacks your central nervous system. Caden knew you'd come after us and gave everyone a little way to defend themselves. Although, I guess it didn't help the Vanderkais and Camilla.
Opening my eyes, I had to squint to see him, my vision blurry and uneven. I saw two of him, his form wavering until I concentrated and forced him back into focus. I'm going to rip you to pieces. My body began to tremble. My legs and arms felt weak, but I struggled to my hands and knees, trying to push past it and stand.
Your boyfriend really thought he did something by cutting off my hands, but you didn't tell him about that little gift Caden gave me when I joined, did you? He really does fall for that whole helpless act, doesn't he?
Santiago wiped his hands on his pants. You're a piece of shit, Santiago. Always were. I grabbed at my midsection and rose to my knees, using the wall to brace myself as I stood. It felt like half of my powers had been sucked right out of me. Standing straight, I tried to wipe more of that damned powder off as I walked toward him. There were multiple Santiagos again, and all of them laughed at me. Which only enraged me more. I slashed at them with my claws, but hit nothing but air as I stumbled. I swiped again, and their positions changed once more.
Stop fucking moving! Be still and let me kill you!
His fist shot out, hitting me in the face and sending me to the floor. The effects of that powder had taken over a little quicker than I liked. Fucking witches. A hand grabbed me by the back of my hair and twisted hard enough to make me wince. He kneeled behind me, yanking my head back. His face came into view mere inches from mine. His sneer filled with lust as he looked me over, his eyes dropping to the deep neckline of my jumpsuit.
I always pictured taking you like this, you know? Call me curious, but I just wondered what felt so goddamn good that Caden would haunt plans for 1,000 years.
His mouth was hot against my cheek, making the bile in my stomach rise. I could feel the beast in me, writhing and bucking, fighting against the spell he'd cast. Slowly, my strength was coming back.
I can't wait until Caden gets you back. Maybe he will let me have you then as punishment for your tantrum. I mean, that's what this is. He has more important things to worry about than you crying over your dead sister.
My hand shot up, grabbing him by the back of the head. I twisted and flipped him onto his back as he pulled a handful of my hair out. Before he had time to react, I was on top of him, lifting him toward me as my fangs descended upon his neck. Blood, hot and bitter, coated my tongue, and I focused on shuffling through every memory he had. Pain, sharp and blinding, burst through my skull. My head felt like it would explode. What did you do to me?
You really think we didn't have a contingency plan? Gods, how dumb are you?
I struggled to my feet, my head pounding as he summoned more energy in his hands.
Caden spelled the blood of every otherworld creature, everyone in the world that is important to him so that you can't find him. You should know by now that he won't be found until he wants to be.
Gods, what a bunch of pussies. You can't even die with dignity. Good to know you're all running around with your tail between your legs, like the good little bitches you are. I hit a nerve. Santiago's hand flicked out, the tangle of green energy blasting from his palm. It hit me in the chest and sent me through the metal wall at my back. The bones beneath my skin popped back into place as I sat up, thankful I had been eating enough, or that blow would have knocked me damn near unconscious.
You're stronger now. Powerful! I like it. You finally gave in fully, huh? I guess he was right. All you needed was a little push.
I tossed my hair from my face as Santiago stepped inside, ducking to avoid the sharp points of metal lining the hole my body had made. He glowed, dimly illuminated by the energy he wielded, and it shone brighter as he summoned more power to his hands. Bands of green energy shot out, clasping my throat and hauling me up. My feet dragged across the floor as he pulled me toward him. Santiago's teeth flashed white as his fingers curled, tightening the band around my neck. I just needed him to get a little closer, keep him talking, and keep him thinking he had the upper hand.
You know, I don't think you could kill Caden even if you found him. It will take an army to stop him at this point, and you're all alone. You have no one. And once he opens these realms, you will wish you'd stayed.
He stopped me a few feet away, the green tendrils releasing me. That's Caden's master plan? He wants to open the realms with iron? The realms only open when Samkiel dies, and iron cannot kill an immortal fucking god. You're both idiots.
We are? Please. It's just one ingredient.
I hid the smile behind my facade as he did the exact thing I needed him to. Talk. Oh, just one? The smile fell from his face as he realized what he had just said.
You are a bitch.
I know, but I'm a smart bitch. I summoned the Forsaken blade from the ring Camilla had made for me and rose to my feet in one fluid motion. Santiago leaned back in shock, swirling green energy dancing across his knuckles. He threw the magic toward me in desperation. I stepped back and brought the blade up, his power bouncing off of it, just as Camilla said it would. He cast another ball of energy, then another, and we danced for what felt like forever. Every hit was intentional and deadly. There was a reason Caden favored us both. I slid across the floor, landing a kick that sent him sailing across the hall and into another room. I chased him, which was stupid on my part. As soon as I stepped into the threshold, Santiago used his magic to slam the large steel door against my head. I stumbled back, knocked off balance, and he threw a tangle of green magic at me. It encased me from my throat to my knees, holding my arms tight against my body. He squeezed and lifted me into the air. He stepped forward, his hand raised as he tossed me against one wall, then another. Pain ripped through me as I felt my shoulder pop out of the socket, but I had no time to focus on it as he threw me against the ceiling and then slammed me to the floor. He lifted me into the air again, and I caught the maniacal glee warping his expression. He would kill me here if he could. And if not, he would incapacitate me enough to take me to Caden. My muscles bunched beneath the magic as I strained.
I can't wait to return to him with the iron and you. What's that mortal saying? 2 birds, 1 stone.
Santiago stopped mid-word. I strained to look at him. He frowned, and I saw the flash of a silver blade. 1 minute he stood. The next, his body fell into 2 separate pieces, split completely down the center. The power binding me disappeared, and I fell to the floor, landing on my ass with a thud. Sam Keel's eyes remained focused on me as he stepped over Santiago's corpse. He stopped in front of me and reached out to help me up. I glared at him, my nostrils flaring as I slapped his hand away.
Why did you do that?
Do what? Save you?
Save me? He had information, and I was getting it until you showed up to play the hero again and killed him!
Information. Between him wrapping you in magic or throwing you across the room until you are bruised and bloody, you were...
I wasn't anything, you incompetent ass! I hopped to my feet and popped my shoulder back into place. I stormed past him and stepped through the hole in the wall.
Oh, fuck!
I heard his heavy footsteps following behind me, always following me.
Diana!
No! Stop trying to save me! Help me! And for the love of the gods, stop following me like a lost fucking puppy! I stormed through the ship.
What does that even mean?
It means stop talking to me like we're suddenly friends again, because we are not.
Great. I despise that word. I wish to be so much more than friends.
Heat suffused my entire body as a sudden memory of just how much he hated that word flooded in. He did that every fucking time. He always got in. I spun. How many times do I have to set you on fire, drop a building on you, or stab you before you leave me alone?
After what you just did. At this point, I'm starting to think the violence is foreplay for you.
He didn't even look fazed. We both know that's not what I like.
It's not. Come home and teach me what you do like.
He stepped closer, encompassing me in his warmth and scent. Home. The word pulled at me, and I faltered. I felt my body slip, as if I were taking a step forward, as if I considered it, as if he was my home. But no, I was doing it again, letting him in, letting him distract me and make me feel. My legs shot out and my foot connected, kicking him between the legs so fast that he didn't have time to dodge. He fell to the floor, crumpling in on himself. I glared at him, hating what he made me feel, and headed toward the exit.
You can keep pretending that what we have done and been through meant nothing to you, but I know the truth. You have affected me on some deep level, Diana, and I know you feel it too. I know it.
That's what hurts the most, isn't it? You fell in love with him while Caden took your sister. I've been there. You guys might not have been fucking when he took her, but you weren't there when she needed you. You weren't there because you...
A lock on a door in a house rattled. I saw red. You know nothing. I spun and stalked back toward him as he pushed to his feet.
The flames on your hands tell me differently. There is passion between us.
My heart lurched and I hated it. Hated him. He was wrong. He was lying and he was distracting me. I closed my eyes, willing the flames away. I shook my head before opening my eyes again to glare at him. Look, I get it. It's natural. You haven't been with a woman or anyone for 1,000 years. It's normal to get attached, but it's not real. What we did or had, it wasn't real. I have never seen Sam Keel recoil as fast as he did. You would have thought I slapped him or said the most disrespectful thing I could.
Do not try to simplify my feelings. Ever.
Oh my God, you're over 1,000 years old, and you stuck your hand down my pants one time. And what? Thought you saw God? His expression darkened as anger bit at his brows.
That wasn't the only thing we did, and you know it.
My core went liquid, and heat suffused my body. Memories and images of what we'd done in that damned cabin, how he tasted, how he touched me, and the sounds he made came flooding back. I struggled to contain my reactions, fighting to extinguish the emotions and hunger they roused. You know what I know? We are on opposite sides. We always have been. I would have killed Sekiel. Did you forget that? Did you forget that the only reason I even worked for you was because of my sister? Because you had something I needed, and I had something you needed. So we made a trade.
Lie. Hurt him. Make him leave. Make him leave.
Pain flashed through his dark gray eyes.
Don't do that. Don't trivialize it.
Isn't it? That's it. That's all it was. All it ever was. And you were as big a fool as me if you thought differently. You've had 1,000 lovers, and you'll have 1,000 more. I'm not that special. I spun from him, walking away. Sam Keel appeared in front of me.
Do you really think you mean that little to me?
Ugh. I was frustrated at him, this conversation, and so damned much more. My hands fell to my hips as I tilted my gaze toward him. You know what I think? I trusted another beautiful stranger to help keep my sister safe when I should have done it myself. I should have always relied on myself.
You said I taught you, but you taught me things too. You can't do everything alone, Diana.
His gaze narrowed. Save the hero speech. I rolled my eyes, attempting to turn away. He moved in a flash, invading my space and forcing me to lean my head back to look up at him. It drove me wild. Egotistical, arrogant God King who knew he could have anyone he wanted. He knew he could have me, and I would gladly allow it. I tried and failed to step around him as he blocked me in.
You don't think I know what this is? You let Caden get into that beautiful head far too easily. Let his words twist what we both know is untrue. I would never hurt you or abandon you, Diana. What happened to everything we said? What happened to your burdens becoming mine? I know you are in more pain than anyone should have to bear. Let me help shoulder some of this weight for you.
He reached out to brush a strand of hair away from my face. A sliver of heat burned me to my core at the slightest touch of his finger against my face, and that thumping in my chest increased tenfold. In that moment, I forgot how much pain I was in, how much my world sucked. I forgot about her, forgot what they'd done to her. He offered me a place to lay it all down. He offered to help me carry this burden, and I hated him even more for it. I could bend my shape, transform into terrible beasts, and breathe fire. I had super strength, but I wasn't strong when it came to him and my feelings. Not by a long shot. As much as I fought it, I knew he was right. A part of me behind a locked door of chains and steel ached for it, begging me to lay this at his feet and rest. But that part of me had to die. You know what you can help me with? Leaving. I don't want you or need your help. I'm going to say this one last time so you get it through your thick skull. You mean nothing to me. I braced myself to shove him away from me, but something exploded and the boat rocked violently. Sirens screamed and we fell hard against the neighboring wall. No! Sam Keel's eyes cut to mine as if questioning what I had done. It's not me. He pushed away, struggling to stand, when another louder explosion went off, this one closer to us. Flames rushed through the hall, and large chunks of metal flew toward us, all of it headed for him. I tackled him, pushing him to the ship's floor. He hit the ground with a thud, and I cried out in pain as the metal shrapnel raked across my back. His eyes lit, triumphant silver meeting mine. I realized what I'd just done and how it proved everything I'd said was a fucking lie. I pushed up and opened my mouth to hurl more insults at him, to prove I was still a lost cause, but the ocean beat me to it. Waves rushed forward, stealing our air and sucking us into the sea. Santiago said Caden had a contingency plan. If he failed to bring the shipment, if I had caught and killed him, the ship would blow up and the cargo would go with it. Caden did not want to be found, and he was determined to make sure he wasn't.
I blinked, slowly regaining consciousness. I felt the tug on my arm, strong hands dragging my body through the fine-grained sand. My vision swam and my head throbbed. But I saw her. A goddess pulled me farther from the lapping waves. Had Oshenua found me lost and adrift? I saw her lithe form, a large gash on her back slowly healing. Her dark, wet hair clung in a tangled mass to her shoulders and back. My body hit the ground with a thud, and my throat burned as I spit up thick, heavy salt water. My chest heaving and vision blurry as I came to. Red eyes stared down at me. Not Oshinua, not a goddess, an Igmoruthan. My Igmoruthan, Diana. As soon as I spoke, she was gone. Her form returned to the dark as if it owned her, and a part of me feared it might.
You look rough.
I entered the main building back in Silver City. We were several floors up, and I'd hobbled through, drenched in seawater, my shoes squeaking an ungodly amount. I had not gone unnoticed.
I'm starting to believe every time you leave that you will come back in disarray.
No more televised interviews. I want my face completely erased from the past ones. If the mortals wish to hear words of affirmation, you will do it, Vincent.
Okay.
Diana's words rang through my skull once more. How careless and stupid was I not to realize how that would sting. I put my title, my job, before her. I shook my head, ignoring the Celestials gawking at me. My wounds had healed, but my clothes remained slashed and tattered. I looked like I had fought off a wild beast, and some would say I had, but she was mine, and she held a part of me no one had touched before. My heart ached far more than the soreness now ebbing from my body. Vincent strode next to me, a worried expression on his face.
Do you want to talk about it?
No.
And I am assuming the ship is no more.
It's currently at the bottom of the ocean, in pieces.
Santiago?
Dead.
She really is killing everyone involved.
He shook his head. It wasn't her. We reached an elevator, and Vincent leaned forward to press the button.
You did it?
Santiago was one of the lowest of the low. No one will miss him, and I do not take kindly to those who attack me. Or her. Vincent nodded.
I am very well aware. I just assumed we would hold him longer for information. Unfortunately, we still have nothing.
Information? All he'd given me were stories I assumed were wrong. Azrael's still alive. Alistair unrest Shiram when it fell. Stories. They had to be. I would know. I would have felt it.
Did you hear me?
My head snapped toward him.
When will we speak to the Council of Hadramel?
When it's time. Vincent chewed the inside of his cheek but nodded. I knew he wanted action. He wanted the hand here. He wanted battles as we'd fought so long ago. To him, she was just another Igmoruthan causing mayhem and destruction. He believed she needed to be put down like a rabid beast. I felt his eyes on me, but I did not know what to say. I'd failed, like so many times before, so I didn't tell him what I'd learned. I didn't tell him how Diana nearly bested me in a fight, how she moved like me, How maybe I trained her too well in Zeral. Nor did I tell him how utterly dangerous that made her. Where's Logan? My question seemed to startle him. I had not realized how quiet it had become.
Out searching for Nevera.
I nodded. Logan had been looking for her non-stop since this had begun, which I did not mind, but he wasn't bringing a team with him. I worried for him as I worried for her. We had spent weeks looking with no lead. Diana was the closest thing to an informant we had when it came to the other world, but she currently wished me dead. Did he take a team? Several long benches took up the hallway with potted plants in between. The images carved into the walls were reminders of the past, depicting battles I'd rather forget, but that the younger generation loved. No one was on this floor at this time of night, most having gone home hours ago. Only a skeleton crew, as Vincent called them, remained.
I'd be lying if I said yes.
Go get some rest. There is nothing else to do tonight that I cannot take care of myself. Only more research. More looking for things I knew I would not find. He leaned against the elevator wall, staring at me for a moment before pushing off.
I can help.
I just want to be alone. I shook my head, my hand splaying over my midsection. A deep ache still throbbed where she had impaled me.
I know. And that's what worries me.
He meant it. I knew they all worried. I noticed them watching me closer these last weeks, staying near me more, constantly checking in. They meant well, but I despised it. They could do nothing to fix it. Fix me. I'm going to shower and go to bed, Vincent. I do not think you'd wish to be around for that. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes.
Well, you've got a point.
Let Logan know that if he leaves once more without a team, he will find himself sitting in a holding cell for weeks.
Yes, sir.
I meant every word. I would not lose another person who meant something to me. My reflection stared back at me in the steam-filled mirror. Long, dark strands curved above my brow. My hair was getting too long again, but I didn't care. Muscles corded my body, but I didn't feel strong. 1,000 scars, representing 1,000 different failures, decorated my chest, arms, legs, and back. I ran a hand across my abdomen, remembering how Diana had rammed that blade through me so effortlessly, as if I meant nothing. A dark part of my brain thought that maybe Drake was wrong. She had said as much, but then she saved me, even if I hadn't needed it. Another dark thought crossed my mind. What if I could not reach her? Would I have to put her down like all the beasts, creatures, and gods before? Could I end that smile that had brought me peace at a time when I wanted nothing but to disappear? I pushed from the sink, and with a flick of my wrist, lounge pants the color of sand draped my lower half. I walked into the bedroom, keeping the lights low. My rooms were at the top of the building. A large pane window allowed me to see the building far below, and the clouds that danced in between them. It was a room built for a king, a god, but I didn't feel worthy of either title. Dressers stood against the walls next to the bathroom. A bed large enough for 7 sat in the middle of the room, and a lounge area spread in front of the windows to my left. Ancient texts I had taken from the council on my last visit were piled in a heaping mess on the table. I plucked the small strip of black and white photos off the table and turned toward the balcony. Cool night air greeted me as I stepped over the threshold. The city below was quiet. Only the Celestials were out, enforcing the curfew. I folded my arms in front of me and glanced at the photos. The corners of my eyes prickled as I ran my thumb across the images. Her favorite was the middle one, where she had to force me to look at the camera. She'd said it reminded her of how I never listened to her, but she was wrong. I listened to everything, every word, every breath. I listened. I looked up at the night sky. Every star here looked like a dull mockery of what I knew existed. I did the one thing I had not not done in so very long. I spoke to the old gods. I know when souls pass, even I cannot reach them. It is forbidden. But please, I beg you, if Gabriella is there, if she can hear me, let her help me. Give me a sign that I am at least on the right path. I watch the sky, searching for any sign. I shook my head, realizing how idiotic this was. She could not reach out or hear me. I leaned back right as a star far off on my right twinkled. I turned toward it. It was located high above the others, but a shade brighter. How had I not noticed it before? You may not have been as we are, Gabriella. But if you managed to help her before, it makes you stronger than even I. I'm scared I won't reach her in time. Absolutely terrified. And I've fought and have seen things that would make others pray for death. The star did not so much as even flicker. Of course not. But I promise I won't let her lose herself any further. Nor will I give up on her. You wouldn't. As I laid down and tried to force myself to rest, I could have sworn that same star sparkled brighter than those around it. Then again, maybe I was losing my mind, searching for signs I could not reach here. Yet still, that star flickers.
Three weeks later. I felt the blood pour from my ears as I stalked toward her. Fucking banshees. She kneeled, holding her broken arm, the gash on her forehead bleeding. We were in an abandoned factory filled with refuse. I grabbed a piece of sheet metal and hurled it through the air. Silence fell, followed by a thud as her head hit the floor. Sasha, leader of the Banshees, was dead, along with the rest of her faction. The factory creaked, the beams no longer able to withstand the amount of damage we'd done here. I reached down, grabbed her head by the blue-tinged ponytail, and vanished. A wet thud sounded as I tossed Sasha's head onto the large circular altar in the middle of the room, knocking various items onto the floor. Camilla backed away. There. Find me another location. Runes scarred the darkened wood of the altar. Feathers, animal feet, blood, bone, and an assortment of powders surrounding it. The Banshee's head fit right in with all the witchy nonsense. Camilla shook her head, the long, silky tresses of her hair shifting with the movement.
Okay, but it will take at least a day.
I glared at her and felt my eyes blaze. She glanced down. I don't have a day. Every day we waste gives Caden another day to plot and plan, and it's another day I have to worry about goddamn Sam Keel finding us. Do better.
That's the best I can do.
Her eyes met mine, sparks of green magic burning there. I folded my arms, a wisp of smoke curling from my nostrils. I held Camilla's gaze and stepped closer. She had the audacity to flinch, but didn't look away. I was a fraction taller than her, and the stilettos I wore only added to the difference. She didn't speak or back down, but I could smell the fear coming off her in waves. I let you live because you serve a purpose. If that is no longer the case, I am more than happy to bury you with your coven. A flicker of emotion shone in her eyes.
I said I'll need a day. Have I not helped? I cloaked you, so he...
I lifted my hand, cutting her off. I didn't want to hear Sam Keel's name. It was true that I'd been able to avoid him for weeks because of her spell. She had hidden my power and location, but he was close. He was always so damn close. I could be vicious if necessary, a cold-blooded killing machine. But the minute he was near, the minute I saw or smelled him, every memory, every emotion I'd buried threatened to consume me. And I wouldn't allow that. Not again. Never again. I am well aware of what you've done, and now I need another location. How is it a mortal can hide from the great and powerful Camilla?
Probably because I'm using the majority of my magic to hide this place from the world and cloak you.
Don't confuse the fact that I haven't incinerated you as us being friends. Use her blood or her eyes or whatever you need. She was close to the others in that room when you all stood by and watched as he slaughtered my sister.
Okay.
Good witch. What about the talisman? Any luck? Camilla grabbed a small green vial.
Even with Samkyil's blood, I need to make sure it can get you in and out without turning you inside out.
So more waiting.
This stuff takes time.
I don't have time. I scrubbed my hands over my face. That was all I said before I spun and headed down the hall, the edges of my long dark coat flowing behind me. I stayed in the temple's lower level, training and doing anything I could not to think or sleep while Camilla worked. Hours I'd spent down here, and it still didn't feel like enough. The last blade I had hurtled through the air was a fraction slower than before. I needed to be faster. I stood, wiping my brow with the edge of my tank top and glancing around the room. The place was a sweeping display of half-crumbled ruins, but it was home. The swords and assortment of daggers I had accumulated when I raided the remains of Novus stuck out of the various training dummies scattered across the large, beige stone room. My chest heaved, but I wasn't tired, not by a long shot. If I wanted to kill Caden, I had to be stronger and meaner than him. I picked up another Forsaken blade, repeating every move Samkyil had taught me, every technique, every breath and stretching exercise, seeking to make myself stronger than even him. No one could stop me now. No one could touch me. I would be a force of nature, ruin and destruction. I would never be her again. Never that weak, emotional excuse of a person. Ever, ever again.
Raise your arms, Merica.
My father nodded as he raised his arms, showing me what he meant. He held a dagger that shimmered like glass. He told me he'd bought it from a merchant during a shopping trip in our small town. It looked similar to the one I held, the hilt gleaming. I wanted that one, though, and he said I could have it once I earned it. It was midday, the sun beating down on my back, making my garb stick to my already sweat-drenched skin.
How much longer do I have to train, Papa?
He pointed the dagger at me.
You asked for this, remember?
He wasn't wrong. I dropped my arm, the muscles singing in relief.
Ain is good with helping you, and Ma with medicines and the people here, and I don't know where I fit in.
And you assume fighting and blades are for you?
A look crossed his features, one I had not seen on him before. He wasn't scolding me by any means, but it was as if he knew a secret I didn't, and I was close to finding it.
It's freeing in a way. It's like a dance except with sharp objects.
Yes, and it is also a good skill for you to have so that you may protect yourself and our family if need be.
He smiled slowly as the sun hit his face, making him seem almost divine. The mess of shaggy, thick hair curled in different directions, the same as mine. My mother always said that I got my looks from my father. We both had the same inky dark hair, bronzed skin, and fire. She always spoke of the fire.
Okay, then teach me. And then we eat.
And then we eat.
I wanted a place, a purpose, something beyond hills of sand and everyday tasks. I couldn't explain it, and my parents only looked at me strangely when I told them I had dreamed of a world past ours, past the stars. The memory faded. I threw another Forsaken dagger at the makeshift stone target across the room. The ones I'd thrown earlier were all embedded into the skull-shaped head, 2 for eyes, 3 for a smile, and 2 in the throat. I tossed the last dagger between my hands. The room was a disaster, just like me. Stone targets had been reduced to ash and rubble in every direction.
I found...
The dagger left my hand. It stopped mere inches from Camilla's face, and she held it there with that glowing green magic. I wiped the sweat from my brow. Don't sneak up on me.
I called your name, but you were busy.
She waved to the room, rectifying the mess I had made. My chest tightened, remembering how easy it was for Samkyil to clean up every mess I made. I hated the memories and what they made me feel. I hated that I felt anything at all. If I want you to fix something, I'll ask.
If you're going to train to kill Caden and a god, you need more than bricks and fake dummies. I can help.
You said you found something. What is it?
Wolves.
That's all I needed to hear. Without a single word, I nodded and passed by her, heading up the carved stone steps. I needed to take a shower and change. If wolves were moving through the forest, it meant they were comfortable enough to come out to hunt. which was great for me and terrible for them. The dart connected, drawing a long groan out of Julian. Bullseye. I grabbed the glass and downed the werewolf blood inside. Before slamming it back on the table. I guess I should come up with another word for it since I hit your balls with that one. Julian hung suspended on the far wall, covered in sweat. My heels echoed against the scarred wooden floor. A few drained bodies slumped against the far wall, and the 2 pool tables were overturned. You really won't tell me where your dear old dad is, will you? He shook his head as I neared, one bloody eye glaring at me, the other lost somewhere across the room. Why prolong the inevitable? You know I am going to kill you, him and everyone else involved, so why not just hurry the process up?
No.
Power swirled behind his remaining eye, the wolf inside ready to end me, but I had trained him to near death. I stopped in front of him, shaking my coat off my shoulders. My hands gripped the sides of my shirt, and I parted the low dip a tad further. Julian's face scrunched as I exposed the skin between my breasts. I pointed to a small scar. It was almost completely healed. Almost. I ripped my heart out in a tomb months ago. I thought I'd die, but I was willing to give up my life for those I care about, and I didn't see another option. If Tobias got the book, then Samkeel and my sister would die. But that was back when I believed in the greater good and saving people, blah, blah, blah. It didn't kill me, but I thought about what bliss it is to die for the ones you care for. This isn't the same thing. There is no glory in your death or theirs. You're not saving them. You all assured your deaths the second you let Caden keep her and didn't move to help.
We couldn't, and you know that. You knew what Caden would do, and still you aligned yourself with the World Ender. You are to blame for...
My hand whipped across his face with such force, blood splattered the wall. I gripped his hair, forcing him to look at me. Where are the others?
I won't tell you.
Fine. I lifted my free hand, talons replacing nails, the curved tips glistening. I ripped them across Julian's chest. I know werewolves are pack animals. Even with you all hiding from me, you wouldn't be too far away from one another. Especially the know-it-all son who needed a night out, right? I also know you howl to signal your pack. And with the heightened vocals of your species, it can be heard almost 50 miles away in open terrain. I placed the tip of my nails in the center of his chest, over his pounding heart. Do you want to know what it feels like to have your heart ripped out?
I won't call him.
Yes, you will. Anything will break when you apply the right pressure. Even you. The tips of my nails pierced his skin, his entire body going rigid.
Now, scream for Daddy.
I stayed seated at the bar, wiping the blood from my cuticles.
Took you long enough.
Feet ran into the room, hurrying to Julian's hanging body. I continued to clean my hands. That one damned spot was almost impossible to get. I licked the edge of a small towel and rubbed, finally getting the last smudge, before placing the blood-covered towel on the bar. I stood and studied my nails, the ragged edges after turning them to talons bothering me.
I wonder if I asked nicely if Camilla would get me a permanent set. There has to be some magic for that, right? No more chipped nails.
Caleb appeared in front of me, huffing, and his chest rumbling with a low-level growl.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything. It's not my fault you took too long.
I glanced at Julian's body as the wolves cut him down and held him.
Killing my son will be the worst mistake you have ever...
No.
That gained the attention of every wolf in the room.
You, like the rest, made a mistake thinking I was weak when she was the only thing keeping me in line. This is your consequence. I warned you. I warned him. You chose.
You act as if we could defy Caden.
That is the weakest excuse I've ever heard, when you are all supernatural fucking creatures. I did. I defied him. God's Caleb, my balls are bigger than yours.
The tiny bit of control in me that wanted answers began to fray.
Why my son, Diana? How are you even different from Caden? He was innocent in all of this.
The wolves stepped closer, flexing their fists, ready to die for their alpha. I kept my gaze on Caleb as the bar went silent. No one even breathed. No, she was innocent. You use your son like your own personal bloodhound. The underground fights and cash exchanges that keep Caden in the know. The information you all run for him back and forth. Don't preach now, Caleb. We both know we are in the business of liars and murderers here. None of us are innocent. None. Caleb glanced at his wolves and stepped forward.
What do you want?
Your blood. Give it, or I slaughter the rest of your pack in front of you and take it by force. Your choice. I cocked my head and smiled.
Fine. Take it. My blood will rip your head apart.
Do you all really think I'm that stupid? That I wouldn't find a way around Caden's stupid contingency plan? I'm not an idiot. I had Camilla do a spell on the water supply. Helps wash magic out from the blood of numbskulls like you. I smiled coldly. His face grew slack. Exactly. Now hand it over. He looked from his son's body to his pack, his family. He moved closer, all the predators in the room shuffling toward him. His eyes returned to mine as he rolled up the sleeve of his sweater, exposing his arm. He clenched his fist, the veins along his arm filling. No thanks. I want something bigger. He swallowed, and I heard his heart race. Exposing his neck was certain death for the wolf in him, but he obliged, reaching up to unbutton his collar. He leaned in, and I grasped the hair at the nape of his neck. I brought his throat to my mouth, fangs piercing flesh. Memories quick and fast slammed into my mind, but there was only one I fixated on. Footsteps followed me as I hurried down the hall. How was I supposed to tell them? What he asked was damn near impossible to find. My thoughts died as I opened my office door. Tobias stood beside my desk. He picked up the letter opener and studied it.
Silver. How cute.
I swallowed and closed my door, locking out the few pack guards behind me. I straightened my tie and stepped around the other side of the large mahogany desk, glancing at the pages of lunar phases he'd been rifling through.
The folder on the left is all we could find.
He stared at me, crimson eyes blazing as he placed the letter opener down. Tobias walked around the desk, and I shifted, my wolf's hackles rising. He stopped a mere foot from me and picked up the folder. He flipped it open, scanning a few pages before he closed it and looked back at me. His hand closed on my shoulder, not in pride, but as a threat. I swallowed the growing lump in my throat.
As for your other demands, Julian and the pack tracked them as far as they could. We don't know where she is.
Tobias grinned and gave my shoulder a hard shake before releasing me.
Don't worry. You did what we needed. Once the vampire prince comes through, we will gather you all for a meeting. Be there. All of your beasts.
We will be there.
Good. You better. This will be the last one before we prepare for the equinox. It's getting too close to time, and Caden will not risk exposure.
I'm aware.
Tobias studied me, his gaze hard and threatening. He finally nodded and turned away. I felt his power surge, and a portal appeared on the wall, the air vibrating in response. Just before he stepped into the dark pit edged in flames, he looked at me over his shoulder.
Let chaos reign.
I lifted my head, licking my tongue over my fangs. The memory faded, and the destroyed bar came back into focus. I swayed, half kneeling on the floor with a limp Caleb in my arms. His skin had turned a pale gray, but he glanced at the wolves, practically vibrating in the corner of the room, signaling them not to attack. I tapped his face, and he squinted, his focus returning to me. What's the equinox? He struggled to sit up.
You already got what you wanted. Let me go.
My hand shot out, and I grabbed the front of his jacket, hauling him up. I lifted him, slammed him into the center of the bar. With my other hand, I raised a wall of fire, separating us from the others. Several yowls and yips came from behind the flames as the pack shifted and tried to break past. What you're not going to do is play games with me. What is the equinox? I wrapped my hand around his throat, my nails biting deep. Caleb gripped my arm, his face turning red as he gasped for air. I lifted my hand slightly, allowing him room to speak.
All I know is that it is a major celestial event. That's all.
When?
That I don't know. Only that it's soon. That's why Caden needed the book so quickly.
So he had a date and a plan the whole time, and I had been none the wiser. He'd kept everything from me. Had he planned to sacrifice me as well? Or did he not trust me at all? I had been so dumb to stay as long as I had. But I could do nothing about that now. Who else knows?
Everyone in his court. Except you.
Why?
I don't know.
Julian lied to me about having information, and so did you. Shame on you. Even your mutts leave behind prints, and I have a witch that told me what I already knew. Whoever you sent after me needed a pretty powerful nose to track me all the way to Camilla's borders. They also needed to know how to hunt so that a god or I could detect them. Isn't your cousin a photographer? I noticed the frames on the screen when Caden showed them. They were amateurish and at a poor angle. Whoever took them was trying to sneak up on the World Ender and me. I also remember him bragging about the new camera you had gotten him. A birthday present, wasn't it? His eyes never left mine.
You can't blame me. Caden commands, and we do. It's how it's always been. I must do what I can to keep my family safe. You, of all, should understand.
I do. My hand tightened on his throat, and I dropped the wall of flame. That's why I want them to watch as I kill you. Then I'm going to eat your pack. And when you watch from the other side as they die screaming, I hope it rips you apart as it did me when she died. With a brutal twist, I ripped his head off and tossed it into the center of the room, the thud echoing in the room. I am curious, though. I turned around, shaking the blood from my hands. A dozen wolves snapped their teeth at me, their snarls a chorus of death as they slowly approached. How many wolves does it take to make a fur coat?
You're running out of time. You're running out of time.
An unknown voice whispered in my head. But it was more than a voice. It was a feeling, and one I couldn't explain. The first snowfall of winter began to dust the world in a light flurry. It landed upon the street and sidewalks, a nice coat of white over the city. I stood amongst the mortals and celestials as they went about their busy day. Several people stopped to take pictures on their phones, but for the most part, they did not bother me. Some stared too long, but they kept their distance even as they whispered and gawked.
Is that him? The World Ender?
Don't stare, just keep walking.
He looks different in person.
That's definitely him. Saw him on the news.
I should be accustomed to it. I've had nothing but beings praising me since the minute I was born. Their symbol of hope and peace and a promise of a new world. A responsibility I soon learned to dread. I pushed off the lamppost and turned toward the large window. My reflection shone back, the long coat hanging to my knees over the dark shirt and pants. I looked past it, staring inside. Logan got up from his seat, the older gentleman brushing remnants of hair off his shoulders as he smiled and laughed. Logan slipped him more than enough money to pay for the haircut.
Oh, no, that isn't necessary.
The man tried to decline but failed. The door chimed, and Logan joined me on the street, people moving out of his way. I handed him a coffee, steam dancing off the top. You know the guild has barbers too. Logan accepted the cup gratefully and took a sip as we started down the sidewalk. We towered over most of the mortals, and they moved out of our way almost instinctively. Silver City had become one of the most popular places in all of Anua. It had grown substantially since it was first established. Now a bustling city with buildings that reach past the clouds, filled with businesses, shops, stores, and homes as far as the eye could see. I glanced at him as I sipped my drink. Yes, there are, but I needed to get you out of the guild. If you were not holed up there, you were gone all night. His eyes cut to mine. He didn't explain why he had been gone so much, but I knew. Logan still searched for Nevera. He would, until the mark on his hand burned out. So far, there had been no trace of her in this realm, which seemed inconceivable. Besides, think of it as a gift for how you helped me not look so rough, I suppose. He had spent so much time worrying about everyone else, he had let himself go. His hair had been unruly, and a beard had obscured his face for a while now.
Thanks.
He forced a smile, but it did not reach his eyes. Nothing had existed in his eyes but rage and despair for weeks. I was losing him. I knew that, and I refused to let it happen. Do you want to talk about it?
It's funny hearing you say that to me. When you first got back, it was I who asked.
Things change, I suppose. Logan was one of my closest friends, and I despised he saw so much. Despised he could pick up on my moods and read me like a damned open book.
They do.
It was silent for another moment. Both of us lost in our own heads, as cars honked and people laughed.
It's not her. Diana. It's not her. Not really. Gabby spoke about it once with Nev and I. How bad she had gotten when she first changed. She also told me she dragged her back from it. And I know you can too. She's just grieving.
I know. Gabby told me the same thing, oddly enough. Not in great detail, but she did mention it to me.
You spoke to her?
Yes. I had called to talk to you, but she answered. She spoke like Diana. As if she never met a stranger in her life.
That she did.
I knew Logan had cared for Diana's sister. So had Nevera. And that care had led to Nevera being so far out of our reach.
I hope that you also know anyone Diana is with physically while she is in this place of despair means nothing to her.
I stopped, my eyes shutting as he hit a nerve. I'd confided in him after the sinking of that damned ship, but we'd not spoken of it since. Ugh, it's idiotic to have such strong feelings regarding that.
I don't think so.
You know I wanted to kill him. The one she touched, as if she hadn't already scattered his corpse around the room. I wanted to put him back together and kill him again. The feeling I got knowing someone had touched her so intimately. I've only felt that in battle. That pure blinding rage. Yet there I was, contemplating the murder of a mere mortal. A mortal. As if there is even the slightest competition compared to me. A street lamp above us flickered before bursting.
I'm possessive of Nevera in the same regard.
That is different. I have no claim over Diana. It is dull-witted of me to profess such an assertion when we never spoke of it. Even if it pains me, we never talked about ourselves like that. Everything happened so quickly, I suppose. One moment, it felt as if we couldn't stand the sight of each other, and the next, I couldn't stand the thought of being away from her. I glanced at the cup in my hand, as if it would give me answers. Logan's hand landed on my shoulder, squeezing once.
Well, I guess you should make your feelings known when you get the chance.
I've always been much better at solving my problems with fists and swords than words. There has never been someone like Diana for me. I've never had someone who I cared for so deeply. I think it was easier back then.
Easy? Maybe, but you were alone. I saw it no matter who you surrounded yourself with or how many lovers you had. I always saw it. That fleeting look before you'd catch yourself and bury it. I did not see that look when you were with her. Not even for a second. So if it's real to you, if you could love this girl, it's all worth it. It's always worth it.
Logan glanced down at his finger. You're so much better at speeches than I. I forced a smile, his words settling into my very soul.
I've been around a lot of gods.
I hear you and will heed your advice. If I ever get such a chance, I will not hesitate.
Good.
Logan was silent for a moment, the snow crunching beneath our feet as we continued down the sidewalk.
1,000+ years fighting beside you, battling countless monsters, gods, and things I'd rather forget. And not once have I been afraid until now. This feels different. Wrong. Like we angered some elemental, omnipotent beast, and now we're paying for a crime we didn't commit.
I only nodded. Logan was not wrong. Not at all. I felt it too.
You're running out of time.
You're running out of time.
I heard the whisper every time I tried to close my eyes.
You okay?
I glanced at him, not realizing I had placed my hand above my eyes, rubbing at the dull ache. Yes, just headaches.
More frequent?
I'm becoming more frustrated. We have no leads. No one is talking and nothing is stirring. The other world is quiet, as if something is waiting for the precise moment to strike. It is wearing on me, and the dreams. But I did not want to burden him with the harrowing premonitions that had bit at my heels like ravenous beasts. He glanced at me as if he could read my thoughts.
You're closing yourself off again. Even if you haven't returned to the remains of our home and locked yourself away, you're leaving us again. No matter how much you try to hide it, I can feel it.
My finger tapped against the lip of my cup. You sound like Vincent now.
What? Worried about you?
There is nothing to worry about. We must concentrate on stopping whatever nefarious plans Caden is concocting with that book. I lied. He didn't believe me, nor did I have time to try to be more convincing. Luckily enough, his phone rang, interrupting our conversation. He answered the phone, listening but never looking away from me.
Got it. Edgar is awake.
Edgar, the crime lord, stared at Vincent, Logan, and me as we entered the intensive care room. He wore a thick white gown, a tangle of tubes and wires protruding from him in all directions. The machines whirled and beeped, working to keep the mortal alive.
You guys are some big motherfuckers.
Fear? Maybe. But something told me it was not us being here that made his heart beat so erratically. Vincent shifted on his feet, and I folded my arms. Logan leaned against the wall, parking himself near the door. Tell me what happened. He glanced at me, the bruises on his face still apparent. The cuts in his bandaged arms told me Diana had tossed him through something.
We had a meeting, waiting for Webster.
The name was acid in my veins. I couldn't forget that she'd let him touch her.
He showed all right, except it wasn't him. It was her. She was quick, faster than before. Caden always spoke of what a perfect killing machine she would be if she just let go of her mortality. I guess her sister was just that, her mortality.
That I already knew. Gabby was Diana's heart, her moral compass, the one part of her that kept her balanced and grounded. Gabby could reach her far better than I could. Without her, Diana's world shattered, dragging mine with it. Go on.
She slaughtered all of us, asking about the ships that Santiago had. She wanted to know about the iron Caden wanted to move, too.
And you told her about it. That is why you are alive.
Alive is questionable.
I heard the fluid still present in his lungs, along with an ominous crackle. If the blood in them did not kill him, the cancer beneath his breast would. How did you survive? He lowered his head, nodding toward his phone. I looked at Vincent. He grabbed it and handed it to me. I pressed a button, and the screen lit up, showing me a picture of Edgar and a woman, both smiling. They were in a garden, surrounded by flowers, a strange and innocent image for a man known for trafficking mortal flesh.
She saw the picture and stopped. Of course, I was good and well impaled against a wall at the time.
I handed the phone back to Vincent, who pocketed it. This had to be before she showed up at the ship. I had smelled blood on her, and now I knew where it came from. What else did you two talk about? I need names and dates. What were you to do after the meeting? How much more iron does he need? I didn't tell him I had shut down all the water traffic from here to the Namer Sea. I had Celestials at every port, harbor, and dock. Nothing left unless I allowed it. And no iron had shipped anywhere since the explosion.
I don't know. We only get a message and follow orders. If we don't, Tobias shows up. Tobias is the only one who speaks to Caden now. He would know, but I have a feeling you won't find him until Caden is ready.
I had no doubt it was true. I rubbed my jaw, mulling over the information Edgar had given me. It was nowhere near what I needed.
Where is his hideout? Beside Novus, another location he would frequent?
I don't know, man. We, us mortals, were never that close to him. Only those in his close circle have any information. Diana might know, but she's cleaning house.
I was growing more and more frustrated by the second. We had nothing. I was a step behind her, and I was so afraid that it would be too late by the time I caught up. How could Caden hide so well? How could she? I had every known resource in this realm looking, yet we had nothing. The lights flickered in the room, machines beeping and alarms blaring as a bit of my frustration and power seeped out. Vincent and Logan glanced at me but said nothing.
You will be taken into custody for your crimes against the Ether World. Your stay will be as long as it needs to be before you are judged by the Council of Hadramil.
He gazed out the large window of his room, watching the snow swirl in the chill wind. We were high enough here that you could see the mountains in the distance.
I've lived a long life and done things I wish I hadn't, but at least, judgment or not, I'll see Evelyn again.
He looked at me, a strange look crossing his features.
You asked me why she stopped. She didn't. The picture of my wife made her pause, and I might have gotten fewer bruises had I not opened my mouth. Evelyn always said I talk too much.
Explain.
She went on a rampage in that warehouse, but I saw it. She had that same damned look I've seen so many times in the mirror. I figured out why, and I might have thrown it in her face, but I knew I was going to die anyway.
Every muscle in my body tensed, instinctively seeking to protect her, even though I knew she did not need it. Logan shifted closer, placing a hand on my shoulder.
What did you say to her?
I just told her the truth. I told her that the reason she is really mad is you.
Me? Edgar's smile made his eyes crinkle, as if my reaction alone told him everything he had wished to know.
Yup. Even monsters love something.
I opened my mouth to respond, but a loud boom raked through the sky, the crescendo shaking the hospital. The lights flickered off and came back on with a low hum. Vincent looked at me, but I shook my head. It was not me. My heart began to race as Logan, Vincent, and I strode to the window. The neighboring buildings went dark, the entire power grid shutting down for miles. But it was the 3 iridescent cobalt lights racing towards Silver City that gave me pause. They burst through the atmosphere with such force, it shook the world. I spun toward Vincent.
You called them!
Vincent took a step back, his eyes widening as he held his hands, palms out. Logan flanked my side.
No, I didn't. I swear it.
He had to be lying, because I had not summoned them, but the hand had returned.
Eight hours earlier, the remains of Reshiram. The wind caressed the thin black feathers of my wings as I circled the large, sharp-tipped building on the remains of Reshiram. I blended in with a small flock, watching several blue-tattooed celestials walk in and out of the massive structure. The sun reflected off its glass-like panels. A golden paved bridge connected it to the large nearby city, a thick, clear river running beneath it. Large, lush trees towered over the structure, aiding me in my efforts to stay concealed. Camilla had helped cloak me, but I was nervous her magic wouldn't reach this far. It was fine, though. I didn't need to be here long, just enough time to take a few things. I circled once more, darting away from the flock and heading toward the top of the building. It was the same one Sam Keel had taken me to the first time we had visited. I saw a couple of figures move from the racks of books and back out of sight. I slowed my descent and landed on the balcony railing before hopping closer to the open doorway. as the blonde celestial I had met when I came here with Sam Keel leaned against the balcony. He wore the same black and gold suit the Hand wore, with the interlacing gold buttons and tassels. It fit him like a glove, outlining every powerful, lean muscle.
Lost, little bird?
Cameron. That was his name. I froze as he turned toward me and tilted his head. The long blonde mohawk ponytail spilled down his back. Had he sensed the Igmaruthan beneath my skin? Had he smelled me? That was his trick. He had a highly developed sense of smell. A tracker, Sam Keel had said, but I suspected more of a hunter. My wings stretched, playing into the species I wore, as if I didn't understand a thing he said.
Talking to birds now.
A smile formed on Cameron's lips as he looked over his shoulder. The man that approached had his hands clasped behind his back. His garbs matched Cameron's, and he wore his dreads in twin locks that draped across his shoulders. I recognized this man as well. Xavier. My heart sped up. I could take them. Of course I could, but not here. Not now. I came here for a reason and was hoping to sneak in and out.
I think our little bird here is lost.
Cameron grinned and nodded once at me.
Oh?
Xavier came closer, leaning against the railing on the opposite side of me. I didn't move or fly away, afraid that if I did, it would give away who and what I was. I needed to be in the center of the room for what I came to do. Fighting them would take too much of my time and alert Sam Keel. I saw how animals reacted to the Celestials. They seemed to enjoy their presence, so I remained calm.
Or you're avoiding another council meeting.
Fair, but I tire of Ileana and Leviathan practically jerking each other off over what's the next power move.
They're just concerned. Besides, Sam Keel was a little peculiar on his last visit, so maybe there is cause for concern. Especially considering Gregory's demise.
I liked Gregory.
No, you didn't. You liked to annoy him.
Still, if something on Onua is happening and Celestials are dying, why hasn't he called us back?
Cameron smiled, reminding me of a mischievous little boy.
I trust Sam Keel. If there was a threat, a real one, he would call us.
Xavier looked out into the forest.
Or he hates us.
If he hates anyone, it's definitely you.
Me? It would be you. Remember the broadsword you lost?
They continued to quip. I focused again on the council room, where Leviathan and Eliana still argued. I hopped a few inches off the balcony and flapped as if stretching my small wings.
How much do you want to bet they fuck after this?
Eliana fucking anyone is asking for rain on Golderum. 50 gold coins at least.
You have a bet.
Cameron's answering smile lit up his face. He focused on me again, placing a hand underneath his chin, his silver rings glistening in the sunlight.
Now you, little bird, have you lost your flock? Where is your family?
Dead. The words screamed inside me, but I only chirped in response.
Seriously? Both of you?
Her pure blue eyes glaring at the two of them. Cameron and Xavier stood straight, as if she caught them doing something they shouldn't. She'd swept her blonde hair back, revealing her perfect face. She wore the same garbs as the council members, but hers were cut at the sides to reveal the elegant lines of her torso. Her skin shone as if she were born from light itself. She was leaner than in Sam Keel's dreams, but still curvy and one of the most gorgeous women I had ever seen.
Honestly, are you really surprised, Imogen?
I was bored after the first 10 minutes.
Cameron waved toward the throne room.
It doesn't matter. We're the Hand. We stay, we watch, we listen. You know this. And you can't keep him in line for one meeting?
My apologies. I'll try harder next time.
Please. He encourages me.
Cameron shot him a look of pure mischief. Imogen rolled her eyes. I spread my wings, heading back into the sky, unable to be there any longer. My stomach rolled. They were happy and joking. They were a family, and I envied them so very damn much. Their world kept spinning as if mine hadn't stopped at all.
Oh, damn, Imogen. You scared my little bird away.
Hours. I'd sat here for hours, watching and waiting, but that damned council never left the chamber. Not once. Didn't they have to pee or something? Damn. I could see the open balcony perfectly from where I perched, and I watched them refer to books and talk and talk and talk. Occasionally, I would catch the black and gold uniform passing by the balcony as Cameron and Xavier did their rounds. Every time, Cameron's gaze would focus on the heavy tree where I sat. It might be exhaustion trying to creep back in after the exertion of power it took to get here, or maybe it was just paranoia, but I swear he looked right at me each time. I shook it off, nestling into the thick part of the tree, and waited, and waited, and waited. The sun set, and the world finally went quiet. I glanced at the balcony again. This time, I saw no one and heard no feet or voices. Finally, I wasted no time in taking to the sky, flying toward the balcony. As soon as I passed the ledge, my form twisted into black smoke, and I became myself once more. My heels clicked across the marble floor, the twin tails that hung from my jacket flowing behind me with each step. The enchanted vial Camilla gave me rested snug between my breasts. I patted it, making sure I hadn't lost it.
Spill 1 drop to enter, 2 drops to summon the vortex, 3 drops to return to the ether world.
Camilla's voice floated in my head, reminding me what to do. I remembered just what swished in the vial between my breasts. It held Samkiel's blood I had collected on that ship, and blood from a god could open many doors. The council room was silent. The flames flickered in the sconces, casting puddles of light on the floor. I spun, turning back toward the balcony. This was where we had come after visiting Recurrum for the first time. I had held his arms and forced him to look at me, to listen as I tried to exorcise the demons that plagued him. I cared for him more than I wanted to admit. My eyes grew hot, the pain in my chest threatening to grow. And a lock on a door in a house rattled. No, it wasn't real. It was just convenient at best. We were stuck together, looking for that damned book. That was all it was. That was it, and it had cost me everything. I spun away from the edge and those memories, turning my attention to the books scattered on the table. Old texts and scrolls I could not read. They may come in handy, though. My fangs descended as I raised my hand and bit, blood pooling in my palm. I drizzled it over the books, chanting as I went. Vescrum telamo turmum. Return to the void. As the blood touched the texts, they popped out of the room one by one until nothing was left but an empty table. Good. Now it was time for the real work. I dipped my hand into my shirt for the enchanted vial and stopped. I wasn't alone.
Well, aren't you gorgeous? And not a little bird after all.
I slipped my hand from my bodice and turned toward his voice as the room shimmered and changed. It wasn't dark or empty as I'd first thought. Cameron leaned casually in the doorway with an ablazed weapon in hand. Xavier was on my right, his hands clasped in front of him as he stared at me. I didn't need to look to know that Imogen was glaring holes in my back, her own sword drawn. You like? I thought white seemed more of your guys' style here. The fake notion of all things good and right in the world. I wanted to look my best and fit in. I ran a hand over the white pantsuit I wore. The top exposed my midsection, the jacket hanging off my shoulders.
You're a nasty little thing, aren't you?
You have no idea. A corner of Cameron's lip twitched as the other two circled me. I am curious. How does your little magic trick work? My words were short and genuinely concerned. I hadn't felt them here the whole time.
If you know about this place, I assume you know about us. See, Xavier here descends from the witch goddess, Cryella. He may not have all her powers, but he can cast a very effective glamour.
That's neat. And unexpected. Fuck. This was going to take longer than I had planned.
So, tell me, little bird, who and what exactly are you?
Cameron's eyes scanned me from head to toe, no doubt scanning me for weapons. An old friend.
Of Sam Keel.
Cameron smiled and bit his lower lip, pushing away from the wall.
I don't know. I know all of Sam Keel's friends, and I would have remembered you.
His eyes raked over me. Xavier tipped his head, studying me.
What does she smell of?
Cinnamon. The same as the lovely fragrance Imogen said Sam Keel never brought her.
You!
Imogen glanced at Cameron for confirmation before turning back to me.
You were the one who wore my face that day.
I held my hands up in mock surrender and wiggled my fingers in a small wave. Guilty. Twin fireballs appeared in my hands the next second, and I threw them at Imogen and Xavier, sending them flying backward. Cameron ran at me, jumping onto the table. My leg shot out, sending the large marble table flying into the nearest wall with him on it. The ring Camilla had made me vibrated, a forsaken blade appearing in my hand as I spun. The sound of blade on blade rang out in the council hall, and Xavier's eyes widened. He took in the jagged bone edges and my red eyes and knew exactly what he was dealing with.
Irreversible.
I shoved him a step back, his braids swinging with the force of the push. Shocking, isn't it? A shiver of power came from behind me, and I spun to my left, meeting Imogen's and Cameron's blows. I was outskilled and outnumbered at 3 against 1, but I would hold my own, blocking every slash and countering every move. I remembered how fast they moved, where they moved, and the feeling of power that went with them each time.
You have to breathe, Diana. Otherwise you'll be winded and dead.
Sam Keel spun that stupid wooden staff again. I wanted to snatch it out of his hands and shove it up his ass. I lay on my back on the mat as he circled me. His movements reminded me of a predator, slow and assessing. His eyes stayed on me in a way that said he could eat me alive, but chose not to. I know how to fight, you ass! I flipped up from the ground, firmly landing on my feet as I raised my staff, knocking his out of the way. He stood in front of me and grinned.
Yes, other creatures may be, but not me, and not...
The hand, I know. You only tell me every day. I rolled my eyes as I waved my hand. His smile grew, but he was right. Bruises and red marks marred his perfect bare chest, evidence of hits I had managed to land. But I couldn't take any of them. Not yet. I mean, it's not like I'm ever gonna fight you or them.
No, but I'd still like you to be prepared for whatever is coming.
He raised his staff and lightly tapped the top of my head.
Now, less talking. Remember to breathe, think, and focus. Every move has to be premeditated, not driven by emotions or feelings, or you'll be sloppy. I have a feeling Caden will use both against you. He will seek to make you falter, and then...
He disappeared and reappeared in front of me, sweeping me off my feet again.
You're dead.
I glared at him as I hit my ass once more. At least Drake wasn't watching us this time. I couldn't stand to hear him laugh at me again as I got my ass handed to me. Sam Keel read my expression and cocked his head.
Just try to feel for me.
How could I not? I felt him the day I met him, and my awareness of him grew with every moment we spent together. Even when I avoided him, trying to keep my distance, I still felt him.
Watch the air around me. You will see the molecules charge as we pull the energy to move so quickly.
He disappeared and reappeared on the other side of me.
If you pay attention and feel it, you'll catch even me.
I nodded and jumped to my feet. Sam Keel smiled at me with possessive pride.
You're a quick little bird.
I felt the air shift, and suddenly Cameron appeared on my right. My blade sang as I swiped at his head. He bent back, my strike narrowly missing.
Oh, really quick.
Even in fight mode, he seemed impressed. Rubble moved behind me as Xavier extracted himself from a pile of debris.
You will not defeat us, Irreversible. We were trained by Sam Keel.
All traces of the easygoing warrior were gone. Now he was a pure death dealer, and he had me in his sights. Trained by Sam Keel? Funny story. So was I. Imogen thrust her sword at me, aiming for my middle. I grabbed her wrist and slammed the hilt of my sword against it. Cameron and Xavier froze. I wrapped Imogen's long blonde hair around my fist and slammed her head against the broken table. Her body went limp. I picked her up and tossed her across the room. Spinning, I grabbed Xavier's blade, stopping it before he could run me through with it. The steel cut my hand, but I held on, our gazes locked. A second burst of energy behind me heralded Cameron's attack. It felt like fire licked my back with a razored tongue as he slashed at me. I dropped Xavier's sword and dodged, barely avoiding his strike as he spun, aiming for my head. I fell and rolled away from a kick from a heavy boot. Jumping to my feet, I had about 2 seconds to remember why I'd been so wary when I'd first met them. I had 2 seconds to dodge, to move, to escape them. It was like watching a deadly dance. For every move Cameron made, Xavier had an equal one. Where one pushed, the other pulled. They were a deadly duo, and I was growing tired of them both. I watched and allowed them to get closer. Cameron sliced at my shoulder, and Xavier went for my legs. The pain was blistering, but nothing I couldn't handle. I pulled them in, focusing on their strengths and weaknesses. I studied the steps to their dance, learning which tactics and skills made them so deadly. One would kick lower, the other aiming higher. One would swing a blade left, the other right, waiting for their opponent to dodge one and get caught in the other. They would be unstoppable if it weren't for one thing. I had nothing left to live for, and they did. Cameron's blade swung left, and I moved, raising mine as Xavier thrust from the right. I threw my sword to my other hand, my fist shooting out and connecting with Xavier's face. Cameron ran toward me. I spun in a tight circle and sidestepped, my blade flashing. Xavier's eyes went wide. Cameron halted, his next breath a gurgle. I smiled at Xavier, Cameron standing between us, cerulean blood trickling to the floor and pooling between his feet. Cameron's sword clattered to the floor, and he grabbed at his abdomen. Careful, don't drop your organs. I shifted my weight. Kicked Cameron with enough force to send him flying over the balcony. Xavier didn't hesitate or spare me a glance. He was on his feet in an instant and running toward the railing. With no hesitation, he jumped over the balcony after his fallen friend. Movement behind me had me turning right as Imogen's blonde head popped up. A large gash marred her forehead, but her skull must have healed enough for her to function. She glared at me, cobalt blood running from her temple and down the side of her face. She looked behind me where Cameron and Xavier had fallen, anger, pure and vicious, twisting her features. Boys and their swords, am I right? I slung the blood from my blade as she summoned an ablaze weapon of pure silver.
You will not leave here alive!
Oh, I think I will. I grabbed the vial between my breasts and lifted it. Imogen stopped, unsure of what I held and what I meant to do with it. Her eyes followed my movements as I dripped 2 drops of blood on the floor. The room darkened and bent, a tear forming before me, a swirling hole of stars and galaxies staring back at me. I waved at Imogen. We'll catch up later. I stepped inside and felt the darkness press against me like a lover. Imogen's scream of denial was the last thing I heard before the rift closed. I placed my hands on my knees, trying to keep my lunch from coming back up. Fucking vortexes. I would never get used to them. I summoned the Forsaken blade to my ring and spun, taking in the swirling room. It looked just as it had when Samkeel brought me here, but I had a feeling that things didn't change much in Recurrum's little pocket of the universe. Stars whizzed by, the colors ranging from dark purple to an array of greens and pinks. An entire galaxy existed in this one room, but the scenery was not what I'd come for. Recurrum! Come out, wherever you are! I stepped forward, my nails elongating as I scraped them across the neighboring sky. It shimmered and bent as if trying to twist away, and I smiled.
Please, do stop that. It is painful.
I lifted my nails, inspecting the darkened material that clung to them. I watched it crumble and float away before turning toward Recurrum. So, this place holds you and is made from you. Interesting. The matter that made the room swirled around his lower half like a thick coat blowing in the wind. He floated a few feet from me, his 3 faceless heads spinning.
Queen of Yajedin.
I hate that name.
Daughter of...
Stop! I held up my hand. Can we skip the names? It's stupid. One of those 3 heads paused and jerked as if he laughed before resuming a counterclockwise rotation.
You made it to me here without the world ender. You are learning, and you are Evolving.
His head stilled and seemed to stare at me. Thanks, I thought so too. I clasped my hands behind my back and smiled, baring my sharp canines.
You are here to end me as well, I suppose. For the death of the one you call sister.
Smart creature. I nodded and rocked back on my heels.
And how do you plan to accomplish such a task when the gods themselves could not extinguish me?
I moved faster than even he could track, grabbing the swirling mass by his throat and lifting him. I am a big believer that with the right pressure, anything can break. I squeezed and felt his body vibrate. His 3 heads did not falter nor look away from me, but a swirling mass of hands grabbed at mine. A shimmer of a star blinked behind him, drawing my attention. It flickered, beckoning me like a signal to a ship lost at sea. I felt the need to stop for the first time since her death. Strange. Thousands of galaxies, millions of stars, and you get to see them all. That's impressive. Can you see her? Where she is? I tipped my head back toward him and studied his odd form.
Your sister rests far beyond here and far out of your reach.
Good for her. Finally, she is far enough away that I can't hurt her anymore. I didn't mean for that part to come out, but I couldn't help it.
Is that how you feel? You think you hurt her?
Doesn't matter now. One of those heads seemed intent on watching me as the others went about their business.
How have you thought of killing me?
I thought about cutting your heads off one by one. Then maybe seeing if I can set fire to that weird floating skirt thing you wear. You don't really have any actual limbs, so I can't cut those off, but I wanted it to be slow and painful, unlike her death.
You truly blame me?
I blame everyone involved. You saw. You knew what would happen to her, yet you said nothing to Sam Keel or me while we were here.
I told you everything that's to come. You did not listen. Instead, you clung to the world ender with defiance on your tongue.
I squeezed a fraction harder, and the head that watched me joined the others, continuing to spin.
Now, look at you. You have come fully into your own power. You could burn stars, conquer worlds, all of it if you should wish it, and all must happen appropriately to ensure what's to come.
Unease flared in me. Recurrum caught my apprehension, and his head stopped spinning. I let him go and put my hands on my hips. For what's to come?
Your ascension.
My what?
I see different realities, one per second. No matter the reality, your sister was supposed to die in every single one of them. Some sooner than others. In this reality, it is how it had to be for you to ascend to power. You were always the catalyst for worlds to burn.
My heart dropped, and whatever was left of it shattered. So, you're saying no matter what, it's my fault? I really had killed my sister. The room threatened to swallow me whole. A blade ran across my already bruised and beaten heart. A cut so deep I wanted to scream, but nothing came.
You mistake my words. Gabriella fulfilled her purpose, just like you will yours one day. The universe will have its balance, one way or another. That is how it has been, and always will be.
You saw all of that?
Yes.
A new plan flickered to life in my mind. One that may benefit me far more than his death would.
Your kind is changing. Planning. Plotting. I can see the tides of your thoughts redirecting your path.
You are right about one thing. I have changed my mind. I nodded, glancing around the room. I raised my arms, flames shooting out and ripping at the walls of this prison. Recurrum jerked as if in pain, the swirling dark mass taking the brunt of my power. I pushed harder, the flames growing, lighting the place in shades of bright orange and red. The walls shook, and his head spun so erratically I feared they would pop off. The room smelled of burning flesh and ash. I didn't stop. I pulled the flames back when the room turned a dull shade of gray and ash filled the air. The glowing stars were dead, and whatever illusion this place held had died with them. I approached his hunched form, my heels the only sound in the silence. I kneeled beside him, his flowing mass shriveled and clinging to him.
What did you do?
I freed you. All three of his heads turned toward me in shock. This place isn't you. It's just an illusion to keep you chained. They locked you here for thousands of years because of Sam Keel's father. Well, he's dead. And you are no longer trapped. No more prisons, Recurrum, for either of us. He seemed to register what I said. His form shook as he rose and floated once more before me. He looked around and then back at me. Long ago, I wished for someone to free me from my chains to Caden. No one came, so instead I grew claws and fangs and freed myself. Recurrum couldn't, so I would be his claws. His freedom.
I don't feel...
burdened? If he could have nodded in this form, I think he would have. Good. Now you will belong to me, understand? A slow, possessive smile curved my lips.
You freed me just so you could bind me to you?
Don't worry, it won't be forever. Help me find Caden and you're free to go. I raised my hand, a ball of flame bursting to life on my palm. Say no, and I will continue until you match your old room.
Not even the gods could kill me.
Well, lucky for me, I'm no god.
No, you're not. Although your chemical makeup has similarities, you're much worse. You follow no one's rules, not even the laws of nature. You will be a problem across the stars.
He seemed to register what I said with newfound respect. A corner of my lips lifted. I swear he made no sense half the time. I shook my head and smothered the flame before placing my hands on my hips. The stars don't concern me. I want one thing, and you're going to help me get it. I have scorched half of Anua, killed and hunted, yet Caden is still out of my reach. Why can't I find him? I raised a hand before he spoke. And no vague answers, please. His head spun once to the left and twice to the right, as if they were having their own private conversation. Once they settled, they all focused on me.
You already know the answers. You just refuse to speak it.
My shoulders drooped. I had thought it was impossible, but impossible seemed my new norm. He's not on Anua, is he? Recurrum only stared at me. How is it possible if every realm is sealed? All three of those heads cocked toward me.
All realms are sealed.
What did I say about vague answers?
You are running out of time. The one true king comes.
My heart sank. Fuck. I forgot that time moves differently here. I'd gutted one of Sam Keel's precious hands, and the others had run home crying. Damn it. Fucking Sam Keel. I grabbed the vial from beneath my shirt and spilled 3 drops of blood to return home. I looked at Recurrum and lifted a brow. Ready to go see the world?
I heard the screams from the medical wing before my feet touched the ground. Lights flickered as I ran down the hall. I knew those screams, and Cameron was by no means weak. Several Celestials flung themselves out of my way, Logan and Vincent right at my heels. I lifted my hand, the thick doors blasting open so hard they broke off the hinges. All eyes turned toward me, the large white room growing silent. Even the machines hooked to the walls seemed to stop when I entered. The healers and assistants draped in medical gear and covered in blood stepped back as I burst through the door. What happened?
Your new girlfriend happened.
Blood poured from a gaping wound across his abdomen. Xavier stood next to him.
fear a living thing in his eyes and his hands on Cameron's midsection. Diana. Her name was a whisper. A prayer.
You know, I didn't catch her name before she eviscerated me. I get it. She's super hot, and I have never judged. Not when we had that one goddess show up on Rashirim because you stopped talking to her. Not when the king of Tulumur threatened war because you stopped talking to him. I mean, the list goes on, but since when do you fuck Igmaruthans?
I'm not. My mind was spinning. Diana had attacked them. The remains of my home. The home I had taken her to. My heart thudded and my pulse quickened. Did she hate me that much? After everything?
Why do you lie to us? She had the same smell as the one who wore Imogen's face. We also know you lied about that too.
Xavier turned toward me, eyes blazing.
You didn't.
Not now! I had not slept in... I don't remember how long, and it was starting to show.
No. It doesn't matter because she's dead after what she did to Cameron.
Xavier turned back to his fallen friend.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
You are not to touch her. End of discussion. I moved to the side of Cameron's bed, opposite Xavier. My eyes bore into Xavier, meaning every word I said. Xavier shifted as the tattoos along my arms and beneath my eyes flared to life, the silver pulsing with my temper. I pressed my hands against Cameron's midsection. Power poured from them, the lights in the room flickering on and off.
You are seriously defending it.
She is not in it.
Good luck trying to get between them.
I ignored his comment, concentrating on the skin and tissue in Cameron's midsection. He met my gaze, gritting his teeth as he fought the pain of his wound closing.
Samkiel, what's going on? We protect them now?
She has to be put down, Samkiel.
Vincent took a step forward, flanking Xavier. Logan remained quiet. No. The light faded from my hands, arms, and face. The power in the room returning to normal as I lowered my hands. Cameron fixed his shirt and grimaced as he sat up on the disheveled hospital bed.
No? How many more bodies does she have to drop for you to come to your senses? Diana has slaughtered countless and has no intention of stopping. Look what she did to Cameron and the others. Do you think she will stop there?
I said no.
God, why is it so difficult for you? You've been with thousands through the centuries. What makes her cunt so special?
Electricity bounced around the room, and everyone ducked. Machines sparked, and darkness blanketed the room.
Watch your goddamn mouth!
The words weren't my own. As if some dark, possessive part of me I was not even aware of had taken over. Vincent's throat bobbed, but he said nothing. Every eye glowed, and they all focused on me. The room felt too small, too crowded. I needed to leave. The tension built and the drumming in my head started again. I did not want to harm anyone here. I cared about these people. They were my friends, my family. I shook my head at Vincent and moved toward the door.
Stop shutting us out. Why can't you just tell us? Help us understand.
This isn't her.
Are you sure you just haven't met the real her? The two of you only knew each other for, what, months?
Yes, months. Months spent stuck together, every hour of every day. You don't know her as I do. She's hurt and lashing out. I turned back to him and saw the complete and utter judgment on their faces.
You know, this would have been easy for you centuries ago. A beast of some sort got out of line and they were gone. Do you think Unir would allow this much suffering and chaos to go on?
Vincent!
Logan folded his arms and glared at him in warning.
How many more bodies or attacks on our home will it take for you to realize the girl you remember, the girl you care so much for, is gone?
Some part of me snapped. You have no idea what you speak of, do you? Have you ever asked what I felt after Ashiram fell? Have you considered what I have lost and how it changed me? Vincent didn't back down, his eyes shining with that celestial blue.
How could we? You don't talk to us.
Why would I? Now that I had started, there was no holding back. You cannot relate. You have not lost everything you knew, loved, and cared for. You have a fake crown I provided. You all have a home I made for you. You have each other. What did I gain from my sacrifice? I knew I was spilling every damned emotion I'd kept buried these last weeks, years, centuries. I knew my words were like whips against bare skin, but I couldn't stop. Nothing. I have gained nothing from my sacrifice. Nothing but nightmares, judgment, and words thrown at me like I did not give everything I am, everything I have for you all. For the world. One by one, their heads dropped, or they looked away. A hint of sadness crept into their expressions, but I didn't need their pity. I had a crown thrust upon me from the moment of my birth. My life is not my own. It never was. It's a thing. My life is sacrifice after sacrifice for you, for all of you, for the millions who live, eat, and die in this universe and the next. And then my life was bound to realms I had to keep closed by my father. You can yell and scream that what I'm doing is unjust. You can say that I've fallen off whatever path you have concocted in your head that I must stay on. But you've lost nothing. None of you have.
We lost you.
Logan's voice cut through the drumming in my head. I turned and smiled sadly at my oldest friend. I was gone long before Rashiram fell. And you didn't notice. You all hold me to this standard that I have to meet. Do you know how heavy that is? The weight of it. You act as if I must know everything and how to fix the disasters that come my way, but I don't have all the answers. I never have. And the people who were supposed to help counsel me are scattered amongst the stars, and the ones that are not deceased look at me as you all do. Unable to stay still, I paced, the hospital staff pressing against the walls out of my way. I understand I failed. I do. My father died because of me. I lost the war, and in doing so, sealed the realms and us here. I understand your disgust or loathing for me because I feel it too. I rubbed a hand across my face. The bristles covering my jaw scraped against my palm. And do you know what the funniest part of this is? It's that it took someone who our texts label as our enemy to bring me back. That's what she did. She brought me back. And it wasn't in the way you think or some crass joke Cameron cannot wait to make.
I wasn't.
I didn't have to tell Diana anything at first. She saw me, all of me, just as I have seen her. She is strong and selfless. I've seen her run headfirst into danger for those she cares for without a single thought for herself. She's funny and smart and beautiful, so beautiful. She's a fighter, a warrior stronger than any I've ever trained. Above all, she is a woman who had no choice in the life thrust upon her. Diana survived against all odds for Gabby, and Caden ripped her away. Diana is not a monster. She never was. She loves and cares and feels, and right now all she feels is grief, pain, and loss. I won't give up on her. Who would I be if I did? The room stayed silent. Everyone frozen and watching me warily, but kept going. You still hold on to the same prejudices that the gods before us clung to. She was not born in Igmoruth, and Caden made her. She allowed him to carve her from the inside out to save the very sister she lost. You see blood, death, and anger, but not the pain I see. You cast stones and judge her, but you stood by my side for eons, while I shed more blood than she ever will.
All of you made noble and honorable excuses for my destructive nature, but I will carry the consequences of it until my last breath.
That was different. You're different.
The ring on my right hand vibrated, calling the Oblivion Blade forward. It hummed in my hand, and Vincent took a step back. The sword chimed, ready to eat, to taste death. The swirling black and purple smoke caressed it as I gripped the hilt. Everyone leaned away, trying to put distance between themselves and me, whether or not they realized it.
Tell me what it is! What it does! Explain to me how I'm a savior when the very blade I created ends worlds. Tell me I'm worth it! Tell me I am not the cause of our damnation. Tell me why I can't sleep. Why do war drums and the screams every battle echo through my skull? Tell me why my very existence is crumbling. Tell me how to fix me, Vincent, since you know so damned much. You can't. Because no matter what you or anyone else wishes to believe so you can sleep better at night, it is the same thing. Diana's and my crimes, no matter if they are in the name of peace or not, do not differentiate. Death is death. If she is a monster to you, then so am I.
I lifted the sword and shook it. Vincent lowered his gaze, the others following suit. All of them except Cameron. I recalled Oblivion back into its ether, and the world fell silent. Footsteps rushed down the hall, and we all looked toward the destroyed doorway.
What happened to the room?
Imogen tucked a small device into her bloody tunic and glanced behind me.
Vincent made Sam Keel mad again. The usual.
Oh, sounds about right. Sam Keel, I just spoke to the council. They are furious and request you.
Imogen looked around and nodded. I'll be there in a few days. I need to find Diana.
Gregory is dead, and they have appointed me your advisor, and this is more a command than a request. They want to see you immediately. Sam Keel, she took Rakuram.
Imogen held her hand up, small runes forming on the blood-splattered floor. Rage squirmed through me, and I felt the color drain from my face. I gritted my teeth, my jaw flexing. Who did they think they were to command my presence? I would go, but they may not like what they got. Very well. Cameron, you need to go home and rest for a few days. Vincent, get them updated on the rest.
Wait, why am I out? Vincent is the one who opened his mouth and pissed you off, not me.
You need time for your organs to heal. He opened his mouth to argue, but then nodded.
Huh. That's fair.
I turned back to Imogen and waved an arm for her to proceed. She held her hand out, and the runes flared, transporting us to the remains of Rashirim.
A week later.
There. All done.
Nora ripped the thin black cape off the front of me. I stood in one smooth motion and leaned in to stare at my reflection in the large rectangular mirror. The bright lights of the salon shone down on me as I twirled a long piece of hair from my face and then ran my fingers through it.
I heard about Gabriella. I'm so sorry.
My hands stilled as I focused on her in the mirror. She cleaned up her tools. Rakuram stood stiffly near the door, his hands clasped in front of him, watching the people in the salon. Why?
Because she's your sister.
And people die every day. Like your cheap father who made you pay back your college tuition instead of helping. I tossed my hair over my shoulder, making sure the strands didn't get caught in my earrings.
Oh, that was rude. Even for you. Your price just went up.
She placed her hands on her hips. I smiled at myself in the mirror before turning to stalk toward her until I invaded her space. She tilted her head back to hold my gaze, her heart beating against her ribs hard enough to drown out the blow dryer in the back of the room. How about I don't pay anything? In return, you get to keep your stupid little shop in your stupid little city. And I don't eat every single person in here and toss your body in the dumpster in the back. This time when I smiled, I made sure my fangs showed. Nora gulped and nodded. She hurried away and disappeared into the back room without looking at me or anyone else. Everyone in the shop pretended not to have seen or heard what had happened, except for Rikuram. He watched me intently, his alien eyes filled with secrets. I spun, taking one last glance at myself in the mirror. I adjusted the long sweep of hair from my face and headed out, Rikuram falling into step beside me. The weak winter sun beat down as the door closed behind us.
Perhaps public displays of power are not good if you wish to remain hidden from the king of Reshiram.
A few mortals passed us, bundled in coats and thick clothing against the chill breeze. Oblivious, they went on with their lives. Several small tables and stools were placed around the pavilion. People sat around, laughing and eating in the busy city of Kashvan. How many times do I have to say I don't care until you realize I don't care? Reggie. That's what his name was now, no longer Rikuram. He needed something normal while he was here, so I renamed him. Reggie looked at me, a crease crossing his normal-looking mortal brow. He wore the shape of a man wearing a casual, all-black business suit. He'd seen one of those obnoxious male models on a moving billboard screen when we'd first arrived and taken his form. I told him he needed a disguise, and he'd found one. He was tall and lean, with a dark complexion and hair cropped close to his head in coarse curls. He looked normal until he spoke in tongues, and then his 6 all-white eyes appeared, 2 above the regular and 2 below.
Yes, your actions seem to roar about your lack of care. Or maybe that is just another illusion to hide the opposite.
I folded my arms with a close-lipped smile. I nodded, focused on the passing vehicles. A horn honked, but my attention remained on the approaching black truck. Okay. I dropped my hands and walked away. I bumped against a table as I passed.
Ah! My drink! What is wrong with you?
Watch where the hell you're going.
Ducking under a low-hanging branch, I stepped off the curb, a white car swerving to miss me.
Get out of the way, you freaking lunatic!
I stood in the center of the road, watching the vehicle bearing down on me. Noises came from all around me as passersby stopped and watched. I heard the brakes squeal, the large truck skidding on the pavement.
Oh my God!
Look out! What are you doing?
I stepped to the left and dropped to one knee. My hand shot out, talons replacing nails. I ripped them through the tires and metal of the wheels. The truck rolled, glass breaking. I stood and smiled at Reggie, who watched from the sidewalk.
Someone call for help!
I strode to the truck and ripped the door from its hinges. Elijah looked up at me. He was half slouched, seatbelt still on. He shielded his eyes from the sunlight pouring in behind me. As soon as his eyes adjusted, he began scrabbling at his seatbelt.
No, 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 no!
Don't worry. I'll help with that. I reached inside and ripped the seatbelt from Elijah before yanking him out.
Ah!
And onto the street. You want to get out of here? My fist connected once more, rocking Elijah's head to the side.
He is mortal. You may very well damage his brain before you get the information you seek.
I am aware, but he's not talking. Elijah sat up and spat blood on the floor. Trying to smile despite his broken face.
New boyfriend already, Diana?
I am not her boyfriend, nor a replacement for Samkiel.
I hit Elijah maybe a tad harder when I heard Samkiel's name. Elijah, stop stalling. Just tell me where Caden is. I pulled him up and sat him back in his chair.
Can't you feed off me and see? Oh, wait. You can't.
My head was still throbbing with the memory of the migraine from trying to read Santiago. I found the wolves quickly enough, but Elijah was like a small bug that scurried too damn quickly. Apparently, Camilla's little water supply spell ended quicker than I could find Elijah. So we were back to the basics. I liked you better when you were scared.
Yeah, well, then I remembered you won't kill me unless you get information, so I feel a little safer now.
Sunlight shone through the cracks in the sheet metal at the abandoned old factory. I ran my hands through my hair, the blood on them coating the strands and ruining Nora's work. Frustrated, I looked at Reggie. See? What's the point of this? I'm terrible at torture. I'd much rather beat him to a pulp and move on.
He will not speak if he is dead. Patience.
patience. I don't have patience. Just tell me where he is. I turned back to Elijah, who just stared at me.
No.
He shrugged, the split in his lips spreading. Fine. I stomped forward, grabbed him by the neck, and twisted. His body slumped, his eyes open and unseeing.
Your temper has increased, even with your feedings and extracurricular activities.
I ran my hands through my hair and closed my eyes, taking deep, measured breaths. Reggie was right. I was more snappy than usual, but I was wasting time. I wasn't any closer to finding Caden than I'd been when I started. He still hadn't shown up, and I was running out of people to kill. I needed Tobias. If I could find Tobias, I would find him.
It seems that killing Elijah and the others did not bring you joy.
Nothing brings me joy, Reggie.
Sam Keel has returned from the council, and the remains of his home world, with Lady Imogen at his side.
I kicked at the chair Elijah's lifeless body slouched on and folded my arms. That's nice. Seems they are inseparable again. Did you love her?
I did not love her. Nor is she anything you previously stated.
Liar.
Jealousy is a powerful emotion too. An indicator of another.
I glared at Reggie.
I am merely doing what you requested. You asked me to keep an eye. I have kept several. I know the current whereabouts of the hand if you wish to know.
My gaze dropped. No, I don't need them. It had been days since I had returned with Reggie. We had watched him leave that night, his silver light burning across the sky perfectly in sync with a singular blue one. She had come back, and then they had left together.
I hope you have a plan. You are making a god desperate, and it will not end as you wish.
I'm sure Imogen is helping all she can with his desperation. I rolled my eyes a fraction harder than normal.
If you think Lady Imogen's return will make Sam Keel give up on you, you are sadly mistaken. He summoned oblivion for you.
I fought the instinctive shudder as the forest returned, along with the pain in my shredded legs and the stench of the gaping pit. The Irreversible dragged me toward it, determined to return me to Caden. Sam Keel slammed to the ground, draped in the famed silver armor, the renowned king appearing to save me. An ache formed in my chest, and I struggled to suppress it. How did you know about that?
I see everything.
Pervert. He said nothing as I wiped my hand on my dark leather pants, ready to change the subject. Indulge me, Reggie. How did you end up locked away in that place anyway?
There was a prophecy of rebirth for an unraveled cosmos. A child born from Celestial, and one born from a god. They were meant to rule it all, save it all.
And this prophecy wouldn't be about a certain world ender, would it?
Correct, you are.
We have time to kill, so tell me, what happened next? I folded my arms and nodded.
The babe meant to rule at his side was taken and destroyed.
Sam Keel had said he had no Amada, and the universe had been unkind. I guess he wasn't lying.
The universe can be cruel. Would you not agree? After everything you have seen and lost?
He cocked his head to the side. It was an oddly mortal expression. I ignored him. So how did that get you locked away?
My family, the Morai, spoke too soon about it. A god bent on ruling the cosmos heard and ensured their reign would be the only one. They slaughtered my brethren, and Dunir saved me, keeping me from those wishing to use my gifts for evil.
That got my attention. I strode closer. How can you use a fate? Every story I have heard shaped you out to be the ones that controlled all of our destinies.
Controlled? No.
All 6 eyes appeared on Reggie's face, glowing an incandescent white as he lifted his hands. The room faded, and a wave of galaxies and stars appeared. I spun in the galaxy-filled factory, looking at every single passing star and planet, all alight with small orbs of yellow and green. I realized this was what Reggie was. Everything and the nothing in between.
We see 1,000 different variables, all shaped, depending on your actions. I have seen stars born and stars die. 1,000,001 worlds, with 1,000,001 actions, with a tether that connects every single one of you.
I reached out my finger, touching a planet and watching it shimmer beneath my nail. So my question remains. If you were this powerful, how could you use a fade? The room sucked itself back in as Reggie retook his mortal form. The room, the world, seemed dull compared to the universe he'd just showed me.
Power. Power to take away even the ones Fates cares for.
And that's why there is only one fate left.
Correct.
I wondered if Fates felt pain. I waited for him to show some flicker of emotion, but nothing came. Maybe Fate and I were more alike than I thought. Had the world used him as well, chewing him up and spitting him out until nothing but a hollow shell remained? Or was I truly alone in that feeling too? You know what I don't get? You are this all-knowing Fate, but you couldn't see yourself getting locked up?
I saw several outcomes for my Mirai and myself.
You saw them die?
I have seen many die. And before you become erratic, I have answered these questions already. Some things you must endure yourself. Some things are meant to happen. You see death and assume it is against you. But death is natural. It is not cruel or kind. Death takes no sides. Death does not discriminate or hate. It just is, and has remained since the first living being existed, and will be here long after. It may hurt, but it happens to all. Gabriella and you are no exception. You may have prolonged her life once, but her name was still on the list. You only delayed the process.
His face remained stoic, unchanging. Stop. I raised my hand, my migraine roaring back.
You will have a choice. One you must make. Choose out of selflessness, and the path is set. Choose vengeance, and well, the outcome will be devastating.
Another damned prophecy?
Not a prophecy. A path. A choice. One only you can make.
You literally just said that in different words. I dropped my hand from my face. I turned back to Elijah's slumped form. He had been a part of Gabby's death. Yet taking his life made me feel nothing.
Fates. They're so damn tricky with their words.
The air in the room suddenly felt condensed and suffocating. I turned and saw him standing there, all proud, smug, and soon to be dead. Caden. He smiled at me, his hands in his pockets.
Miss me?
There it was. All the fire and hate came rushing to the surface when I saw him. My skin prickled and a wave of heat drowned me. My hand shot out, thick flames spinning toward him, bellowing and snapping like the jaws of a raging beast, destroying everything in their path. The acrid scent of burning metal stung my nose, but I didn't let up. Sweat was beading on my brow before I lowered my hands, some deep and feral part of me coming alive.
So dramatic.
Caden glanced at everything behind him I'd charred to ash and ruin. He shook his head and folded his arms, muscles straining his dark shirt. I clenched my teeth, biting back a scream of rage and frustration. It didn't matter if I couldn't burn him alive. I would rip him to shreds with my bare hands. I moved, swiping with my claws, aiming for where his face should have been. My strike met no resistance, and I stumbled through him, catching myself on my next step. I turned, looking at my claws, free of blood and flesh. You're not even here. Coward. He smiled, a single canine elongating as he looked at me.
I prefer survivalist. That power is dripping off you in waves, Diana. I bet the creatures beyond this realm feel it and quiver.
He leered, his gaze dropping to my chest.
You see me, and your heart doesn't even falter?
My heart doesn't beat for you.
Oh, I assume it beats for him, then.
Reggie, leave.
As you wish.
I was alone with Caden, or the shell of him at least.
You kidnapped a fate and it listens to you. I'm so impressed, Diana. I knew once you truly gave in, you'd be unstoppable. How did you carve him from Munir's prison?
How do you know about that?
I know a lot.
Why are you here? He grinned, trying to play coy and sweet. My stomach revolted.
Maybe I missed you.
Aw, I missed you too. Couldn't you tell by the bodies I left? Maybe we should have an actual reunion. I placed a hand on my chest.
Yeah. Will you wear something pretty for me as you did for your world ender?
Pretty? My mind flashed through possibilities, wondering what he could possibly mean. Then it hit me. He was talking about the dress I wore in the garden at Drake's, the one Samkeel made for me. You were there.
Mirrors are the mortal's greatest invention, and a passageway for ancient creatures, Diana. I told you I have eyes everywhere.
My lip curled in disgust as I replayed every place where I had been with any sort of reflection. The memory of Sophie speaking into the mirror just before she attacked me.
Don't make that face. It's only obsidian-lined ones. I made sure every member of my court had at least one.
Dangerous. A beautiful, dangerous stranger I had met in a desert. A sand viper is what I'd thought of him, and that was precisely what he was. But everything Caden did had a purpose, so he was here for a reason. He was either stalling or preparing to strike. Let's not play games with each other, okay? I'm no longer the quivering girl with nothing but a dagger strapped to her thigh. Why are you here? I squared my shoulders and tipped my head a fraction higher. I folded my arms, the long sleeves of my jacket falling at my sides. He wasn't here, and I had no inclination to waste my energy on an illusion.
No, you are definitely not. But I do know you still have a pretty weapon between those thighs, don't you?
He raised his hand, pinching his lower lip as he circled me, his gaze nearly a physical touch.
Powerful enough to make a god change his plans.
Ugh, did I ever tell you how annoying your voice is? There have been times I wanted to rip my ears off my head rather than hear you go on and on. He didn't have to be corporeal for me to know he was tense. I had spent lifetimes studying him.
You know, I never thought you'd kill Drake. I always assumed you two were fucking when no one else was around.
No, you were the one who needed multiple lovers to stay satisfied, remember?
Or maybe there was another reason.
Caden smiled coldly. One I don't care about. He was trying to distract me, but from what? I'll ask again. What do you want? He stopped before Elijah's slack form, sliding his hands into his pockets.
You nearly took his head off with that twist. You've been paying attention to me, huh?
Another distraction. Yes, Caden, you killed my sister. We all know. You want to broadcast that once more? Or will you stop hiding so I can repay the favor? His eyes scanned me from head to toe as he bit the corner of his lip.
You really are different, aren't you?
My body shuddered, the Igmaruthan stirring and waiting to attack. What? Do you want me to be sad? Cry in a corner? No, that girl is long gone. You made sure of that. I want blood. A fucking river of it. He strode forward, stopping inches from me, forcing me to look up to hold his gaze.
Gods, I miss you.
What do you want?
You. Always you.
He moved his hand as if he would touch my hair. Me? Or are you here about the ship at the bottom of the sea? Not even a hint of surprise crossed his features.
I will admit I am glad I am the only thing on your pretty mind. Is Samkeel jealous?
He is a manipulator, Diana. Don't get distracted. Don't let him see you falter for a second or he will eat you alive. I don't care what Samkeel feels. The only thing on my mind is killing you.
And how will you do it, my pretty little vixen? Slowly? That's not how I like it.
He took a step closer to me, his eyes roaming. I know you're moving iron. A lot of it.
Yeah? And did you have to spread those pretty little legs to find out?
I made sure the smile I gave him in return was all teeth. No, I did that for fun.
Fun? Or that raging bloodlust coming back with a vengeance? You know your true nature and you have buried it for far too long. That hunger hits, and then you crave something hard and stiff.
Not always. Sometimes I prefer tongue.
You know you could come home, and I could take care of that.
Home. That fucking word again. A void I would never fill because of him. I felt my nails bite into my arms. Let's get one thing straight. I never had a home with you. My home is spread across the Namir Sea because of you. Now what are you making, Caden? And why do you need so much iron?
You still smell divine, even from this far away. I would recognize that scent anywhere.
Caden stepped closer, but I ignored him, refusing to back away from him. I would never do that again. Incorporeal or not, my entire being raged at the monster of a man who made me. Is it for the weapon to kill Sam Keel, the iron? You have the Book of Azrael, but haven't used it yet. It's been months.
Was your hair always this long? I miss the way it bounces when you...
He reached out as if he could touch me. The pieces snapped together in my mind. You don't have what you need. You're missing a final ingredient and you're stalling. I stepped forward, invading his space for once and closing the remaining distance between us. His eyes flashed, and I knew I was right. No longer the docile girl who bent or lowered her gaze in fear of him. Never her again. You know what the funny thing is? I don't think you're as evil as you want others to believe. You collect these people and surround yourself with these creatures so you don't feel so fucking alone all the time. My guess, you're just a damaged little boy who just wasn't loved enough. His eyes flashed bright crimson.
Says the woman so desperate to be loved she conspired with and fucked the enemy.
Oh, I never fucked Sam Keel. Got pretty close, though. Oh, the things that man can do with his hands. I can only imagine the rest. Which, I have. Hoo-hoo. I added the last part knowing it would cut him, and if I could hurt him even a fraction as badly as he hurt me, so fucking be it. I saw the jealousy flash in his eyes.
Yeah? I think he's using his hands right now on his betrothed.
It was always tit for tat between us, one always aching to hurt the other worse. Only this time, I knew every pressure point and a way to make him wince in pain for once. I knew I had gotten under his skin, and Caden knew. I finally registered what he'd said, and my thoughts scrambled, everything coming to a screeching halt. Betrothed. My control over the fiery anger that smoldered ceaselessly inside me snapped, and a volcanic rage bubbled to the surface. An emotion I was a fool to think I had any control over. My head jerked back. What are you talking about? Caden's triumphant smile made my stomach turn. He thought he'd won something.
Oh, you didn't know? He and Imogen are destined to rule the 12 realms. Arranged marriage and all that.
I said nothing.
I can't believe he wouldn't share that with you.
You're lying. I saw Sam Keel's past.
All of it? Doubtful. Even with your blood dreams, you'd have to consume him daily to get that. And by the look on your face right now, I know you haven't.
No, you're lying. You're trying to distract me. I asked him. I shook my head. I fought to keep from cringing, realizing how ridiculous I sounded.
Did you ask him? And he told you the truth? Please. Does that ruin your dreams of a castle with a view?
Caden pouted, his bottom lip mocking me. I didn't answer this time. Caden reached out, and I felt a phantom hand slide through my hair. I knew he would have wrapped the long strands around his fist if he'd been here in truth.
A king must always have a queen, and you are not his. I told you this already. I mean, come on, Sam Keel and Imogen have been together almost as long as you and I have. Do you really think he cares more for you than her? He has known you for mere months. You're not important to him. He's got a world to save, from creatures of the night like you and me.
I studied him, desperately looking for any tell that he was lying, hoping against my better fucking judgment. Still, none came. The edges of my vision seemed to blur. Caden was telling the truth.
All you did was bring the hand back, including his intended.
Intended. Betrothed. My world spun. My head was crowded with noise. The same noise left on the screen when Gabby and I had fallen asleep while watching a movie, trying our damnedest to squeeze as much time together as we could. I always woke up to that blistering static as she continued to sleep, her hand plastered to her face. Now, just like then, I turned it off, and everything went dark, quiet, and empty. I had trusted him, yet he had lied like everyone else. I had and a lock on a door in a house quieted.
You really didn't know? Oh, sweetie. I thought you guys were best friends and all of that, but he didn't tell you?
I blinked back the emotions that reared up, threatening to drown me. They hid a far more devastating truth. Whatever Sam Keel and I had was merely a convenience. It was never permanent. I do not care who he fucks. Caden smiled, and even if he wasn't in his physical form, I could feel the power that radiated from him.
You're many things, Diana, but a liar is not one of them. Remember, love, I have eyes and ears everywhere. They should be back from that council meeting. I say let's have a look for ourselves.
Caden reached into his pocket and pulled a slab of obsidian from it, its smooth surface shining like a mirror against the light. It rippled, and a room appeared. Not just any room, but the large conference room in Silver City.
I had one of my lackeys add this while you two were out fighting somewhere.
Why are you telling me this? I glanced at Caden.
Because I don't think you'll care after seeing this.
Voices spilled from the mirror, drawing my attention. Sam Keel's hand rested under his cheek as he looked through what appeared to be an ancient book. Several stacks of paper and what resembled a map sat next to him. He looked so tired, half slumped over in his seat. I could see others moving in the background. Laughter and jokes spilled from Cameron and Xavier.
I'm telling you, the look on his face was priceless.
You're going to get yourself killed one of these days.
As Logan paced toward the far side of the room. The hand was there, but that wasn't what made me stop. Instead, I focused on the tall blonde who came to his side and offered him a drink. He took it from her, giving her a warm smile when she placed a hand on his shoulder and rubbed it. It was the smallest act, and yet one that had the remains of my world tilting on its axis. His betrothed. His intended. She comforted him now, taking my place so effortlessly, where I was the cause of his distress. Bile rose in my throat as I remembered another time he'd held a damned mirror in front of me. Only it was the truth of my relationship with him, and not a damned shard of glass. Caden had shown me then, in the most heartbreaking way, that anyone was replaceable. I had vowed never to get attached to anyone like that again, and I had held to it. Until Sam Keel. Now, I had no right to be upset.
They make a cute couple.
Absolutely perfect. The words left my lips, even if my chest burned.
That is what he needs. Do you really think she would hurt him? Stab him? Assault his friends and the world he's sworn to protect? Even if you kill me, he will need his family, and you will never be part of that. We are what they hunt, what they fear. You know this. Can you really say you care about him and be that selfish?
He nodded at the mirror. The rest of the hand moved around the room, all lost in conversation. He turned toward them and soon joined in the discussion.
What did I miss?
Just Xavier being boring as usual.
I saw it then. The ivory castles on distant worlds, with clouds dancing between the peaks. I saw the birds weaving through the rays of sunshine. Imogen walked toward him in a gown made of diamonds and gold. The others stood with bowed heads in their finest